All right, I blasted off. Let's get it started because I'm already talking about my takes. I have the Kanye West tweet. Don't worry. New Fear Round episode is out as always. Didn't even mention that the Fear Round was a banger. L promoter. Okay, dude, come on. Ye didn't tweet. He took out a fucking ad, like a full page ad in the Wall Street Journal to apologize to the American Jews. Well, not just like American Jews in general, but he was just like, yeah, sorry, I was being bipolar. What I was saying, Adolf Hitler invented the microphone. Yeah, Yadolf apologized. He's just quirked up, man. He's like, my mistake. I had a long extended crash out due to my bipolar disorder, and I would like to be woke again, please. He's like, I went to the subreddits. Big mistake. I went to the r/bipolar subreddit and it fixed my bipolar disorder. Like, I'm no longer, he said, I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. But instead of gay, it's for anti-Semitism. You know? Yeah. We'll obviously be talking about TikTok because the Amer-Israel years of lead is here. The Amer-Israel surveillance state, the Amer-Israeli surveillance state is here. Fucking awesome. Love that. Why do people keep saying Barry Pack Watch? I tweeted a few weeks ago, I didn't think Barry Weiss would be a CBS by the end of the year, and I still think I'm right. Barry Weiss will hold an all-hands meeting. I think y'all are crazy if you think Barry Weiss is going. Maybe I'm wrong, but her entire purpose is like the editor-in-chief is literally to do what she's been doing. Everyone's fleeing to Upscroll, but it's Australian. Yeah, I know that it's an Australian Palestinian who owns Upscroll, but it's Australian app, so I don't trust it at all. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I would trust an application that was built in Russia or China more than I would trust an application built in Australia. Get mad at me all day, every day if you want, but those countries, at the very least, like with Telegram and whatnot, are outside of the boundaries of the American surveillance state. And like anything that you fucking say about Israel is gonna get suppressed in any platform. Like, Australia is literally part of Five Eyes. It will crack the whip. The only reason why Elon somewhat allows, all this like shit talk is because, well, one, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is now winning the good graces of the Ummah a little bit because they've decided that they are going to war with the United Arab Emirates again, and also they're no longer as like pro-Israel, and they are one of the major benefactors for Twitter. That's part of the reason. The other reason, I think, is because Elon is like, oh, I'm for free speech, so everyone can be a Nazi. I want everyone to be a Nazi. So that's like, I assume that's part of the reason why like Elon Musk is a little bit more open-minded about letting fuck Israel style sentiment to thrive. Bro, weird shit is happening out here. Thoughts? What is this? Raise hell, praise Dale, free Palestine, and fuck ICE. Wait, what is this? Love my NASCAR leftist? What are you talking about? I'm so confused. Why are you sending me this stuff? This is a video game, isn't it? This is just a NASCAR video game. That's not like a real car. It has like John Brown on the hood, but you can't. NASCAR only turn left. True. Yeah, this was funny. Michael Cohen, not Trump's former fixer. I'm shocked to see an anti-Semite blame Jews for violence in America. Great job, John Favs, Tommy Vitor. Like, again, they got no response for this. It's just anti-Semitism. Okay, that's it. I said the siege on Minnesota is where you really see the West Bank occupation tactics on U.S. soil. Constant militarized ICE presence on the streets, illegal detentions, killing people trying to defend their neighbors, and labeling them terrorists. Fascism is colonialism turned inward. It's here. Now, the correct counter to this is to say, let's be real, we taught the Nazis a lot of our eugenics movement, and a lot of our treatment of minorities on U.S. soil is what actually influenced the Nazis to do the Holocaust. And then, like, Israel carried on the tradition of fascism, and then now America has never really stopped doing fascism, but is basically just like accelerating its version of fascism. So it's not necessarily like America's learning from Israel, and that's true. There's truth to that, but none of these guys are even saying that. They're just mad that I'm making an analog between Israel, which is a very very unpopular country for the reasons why he just can't stop. Like, they got nothing. It's just they keep posting my good ass takes. They just keep posting these takes and going, nah, why? I can't believe it. Why would you say such a thing? It's like, I'm saying it because it's true. And the reason why you can't counter it is because it's true. And that's why you just fucking complain. And you go, please, why won't somebody stop this man? They're just too lost in the sauce. They assume you're mentioning Israel for no reason. Yeah, I guess that's the mindset for them. It's like, oh, I'm using this as an opportunity to like disparage, the beautiful nation state of Israel, the most moral nation on the planet. And it's like, yeah, let me not elaborate on why your take is bad. It's just wah is bad. Yeah, the reason why it's all just like crying to the referees over and over again is because there is no counter to it. That's why they're just crying to the referees. And they think they can like bully Jon Favreau and Tommy Vitor over this. Tommy Vitor's response was really funny. I'm glad you could leverage this tragedy to nurse your grudge against a podcast that hosted someone you don't like at an event last November. And it's funny because it's like, it's funny because like I know what their perspective is. You know what I mean? I know what I know where the Pod Johns are at. Like they are trying to do as good of a job as like maintaining a big tent in a way that like previous establishment Democrats have never even considered, right? Like the Pod Johns are, love it, hate it, doesn't matter, love it, leave it, whatever, right? No pun intended. They are actually trying to manage this like large big tent situation and lean heavily into the further left flank Democrats. Like they're pushing for a lot of Bernie-crats. They are totally on board with that. Okay. They see the writing on the wall. They see the necessity of like leaning into, some modest social democracy. Now they're not communists by any means. Okay. They're not like rugged anti-imperialists by any means. I mean, they work for the Obama administration, even though like I would say that some of their opinions are like Quincy Institute adjacent, if you catch my drift, especially when it comes to foreign policy related stuff. Like it has been an interesting journey. Ben Rhodes seems to have evolved a little bit. Yeah, for sure. But Hassan, we can't trust libs. Brother, I don't think you guys understand. Okay, you can say this if you want, but they're the largest like self-IDing political movement. Okay, and not only are they the largest self-identifying political movement in this country, aside from reactionary MAGA. Okay, plenty of them actually are totally on board with the Bernie agenda. Okay, so if like we don't have room to just like shutter our doors and gatekeep socialism and communism and like leftist ideology. Like that's ridiculous. You're being ridiculous. Go fucking out there and convert people. Like what is wrong with you? Because they are aligned. They just don't have the political education at all. Politics isn't really about trust. You shouldn't really trust anyone in politics. It's about having convergent interests when it comes to good policy. Yes, but it's not even just that. It's not even just that. Very rarely do you actually meet someone who is ideologically invested in and is well read enough to be ideologically invested in like liberal capitalist democracy. Okay, a lot of these guys who are self-IDing as liberals are totally on board with like social democracy, for example. Like the people that are antagonistic towards like Medicare for all or any of these sorts of initiatives, any of these sorts of government initiatives that are just like incremental gains in the direction of social democracy that other comparable OECD nations already have by design, are insane people. They're not actually speaking to a real majority of liberals. You guys always go, oh, dude, these guys are all liberals. Like, we can't even align with them. They're not on board with us. And it's like, you have to understand that so many people, and I don't even just mean self-identifying liberals, I mean like fucking conservatives even, are totally on board with left economic populism. It's just that you don't get to experience that because you don't get to broach the subject matter at all. And I'll give you the example of the MAGA parents that I had the conversation with. Like the mom was straight up like pro free healthcare, free education after like an hour-long conversation. Okay? And white supremacy oftentimes is like the major hurdle to overcome here, but you have to like you have to give people the treats and the broccoli at the same time. If the broccoli itself is like, you know, converting people away from having white supremacist values that are fundamentally important to them, right? You have to feed them some treats ahead of time. You have to, like, you know, put a lot of cheddar on top of the broccoli or something, maybe some bacon bits. And the cheddar and bacon bits in this analogy would be free healthcare, like things that improve their material circumstances, right? That's what you have to put at the forefront of your movement. And then boom, do a switcheroo and go, hey, you like free healthcare? Okay, great. You're on board with us. But also, you can't be doing this like fuck trans people shit. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to get healthcare too. I don't get it. Can you give it to me in a burger analogy? No, because burgers are delicious, and you have to use like an analogy that people understand that is like somewhat healthier for you. And she went right back into saying her kids should be shot for leaving the house. Wait, what? Who said that? Oh, the mom, the MAGA mom from the MAGA, Mary Lou. Watch today's conversation. Yeah. Oh God. All right. Anyway. Libs are so prime for socialism for the most part. It's easy elo. Bro, look at Zohran Kwame Mamdani, okay? You got a quirked up democratic socialist, 34-year-old Muslim from Africa, okay? And he is one of the most popular political figures in the fucking country right now, and especially for Democrats. Please do not tell me that the movement is wrong, okay? Please do not tell me that the method is wrong. Do you know what happens when you have people like Zoran as like nationally relevant figures that people can lean into? They look at that and they go, hey, guess what? That's what socialism is? I'm on board. What the fuck? That's how you slowly but surely build this movement, because we are still at the infancy stage of building a real socialist movement in this country, because a lot of people don't even self-identify as socialists. A lot of people do not have the political education to understand what socialism actually is. So you have to do your very best incrementally, marginally, to move people into that direction. And not only that, but also, like, these guys are regime pilled, right? They're fucking regime pilled. A lot of these Democrats are pilled for the regime. They just go along with what they've been taught. And what they've been taught is blue no matter who. Democrats are actually going to save the country. Just vote for the Democrats and that's it. That's your civic duty. And then you're done. You know, it's one and done. I voted for Kamala Harris. I'm done. I did my job. Now it's up to everybody else, okay? But those people would vote for any Democrat. If there was a fucking straight up communist, okay, running for office as the D, okay, with a D next to their name, they would vote for that person and they would defend that person's policies. They'd be like, what do you mean? A moneyless, borderless, classless society seems pretty good to me. You know? That's it. All they care about is the fucking D. They are like Maoist in their loyalty, in their idolatry, in the like zealous ways in which they demand loyalty to the leadership, loyalty to the campaign, loyalty to the movement. And of course, unlike the actual Maoist movement, there are no material benefits that are associated with this revolutionary process, which is not even revolutionary at all. It's bourgeois. The Democratic Party is not offering any sort of real material fucking material benefits. So yeah. You just have to work within the confines of permissibility. You have to work with what you got. And a lot of people don't want to work with what they got. A lot of people want to close their eyes and just assume that the world is supposed to be a certain way. And I like that. I understand that. But that's not how things work. Anyway, so yeah, here's Groyper Nick Fuentes also defending Israel, saying Israel has nothing to do with ICE. And then also centrism fan account saying the same fucking shit. Guy who turns every single unrelated thing into Israel. Wow, obsessed with Israel much? Is that all you care about? Meanwhile, MAGA mouthpieces who are openly pro-Israel are saying shit like this. The American left has completely adopted Palestinianism. Everything is done to provoke law enforcement for a clip to create martyrs. None of these people actually care about this guy beyond how useful his corp is in the fight against the orange man. I don't think these guys understand. Like, this is unironically, this is a person who's super edgy, but he's like supposed to be an alternative to Nick Fuentes, who just like says a bunch of Groyper shit, but is pro-Israel, right? Like, his role, Captive Dreamer's role, is to be a white supremacist who is pro-Israel and not anti-Semitic, right? every now and then he'll like lean into the anti-Semitism a little bit in order to maintain the base. But his sole purpose there is to be a response, like a total fucking industry plant response to Nick Fuentes' like, unlimited anti-Semitism. He's a MAGA LARPer from Canada, a white supremacist fucking loser. But what I think these guys don't understand when they say edgy shit like this is the association with like Palestinians in a time when like the overwhelming majority of Western populations now identify or are more pro-Palestine than they are pro-Israel, right? When you make this association, this is one that is beneficial for us because this actually, in my opinion, can help some people in the margins identify with the resistance. It will make them reconsider why the resistance operates the way it does. Because could you imagine if the Trump administration was even more deadly and the Trump administration was infinitely worse in its cruelty and its brutality over and over again and its lack of interest, where Democrats had to literally, like liberals and anti-Trump people of all different shapes, sizes, and colors had to like, show their paperwork everywhere they went and also had to drive on their separate fucking lanes in the highway and were constantly under the ever-present threat of a militant ICE. He would probably take up arms and start doing what you would consider, an insurgency movement, what Americans consider terrorism, right? They would do that. Of course they would do that. What do you mean? There is no feeling more pure than the emancipatory need that every human being has, okay? It's the most understandable position that people can have, which is to emancipate themselves from the throes of a reactionary occupation. So, when these guys go, this is Palestinianism, I think they're actually unironically making my argument for me. Yeah, it is Palestinianism, you fucking idiot, because that's also a movement. Palestinians are the Palestinian resistance is a movement that is comprised of orphaned sons that get together and decide to militarily resist against a fucking violent settler colony, a settler colonial occupation that is maintaining an apartheid in the West Bank and doing a genocide in Gaza. So yeah, in any case, so that's like another one of these things. Also, I saw this one. I had to dunk on this. This is my favorite style of dunking on people that go, the concept of criticizing capitalism while she has a labubu dangling off her mic. I said, motherfuckers will defend capitalism and have no capital. Where's your deed to the factory, Jeff Bezos? I've just decided I'm going to make the stupid argument reversal every time. I'm going to do buyer logic every time because a lot of these dumb fucking hogs only understand and respond to that kind of dumb fucking argumentation. So I'm going to hit them with a dumb fuck argumentation. I've decided that's the smart move here. That's the appropriate move here. It's the smart move here. I'm just going to fucking flip it. I'm going to flip it on them every time, You are one of the few sin eaters of the world, Hassan. We will always be with you. Yeah, there was also another aspect of that sin eater shit, which is so funny because like Hood Genius has been getting canceled on Twitter. It's an account that like was an NBA Twitter account that's like been popping off for a while now. It turns out he's like, I think he's a Somali dude from Minneapolis. He's pretty young. And he's been getting canceled because in like 2011 or not 2011, 2021, when he was like 17, he was like saying, being gay is a disease or like a mental illness or something. And it's very clear that he's not like that any longer. But people are like cynically posting his old tweets to be like, oh, dude, look at what you said when you were 17, like 5 years ago. And it's like, bro, people change, man. Let people fucking change. I hate that shit. Right? I fucking hate that shit, right? And Dead Domain says, yeah, screenshots are forever. Being gay isn't a preference, it's a disability, right? It's like objectively a homophobic thing to say. It's objectively fucked up. It's objectively stupid. Who gives a fuck? He was 17. Like, it was 5 years ago. He's 17 years old. He's very clearly not that person, right? I hate this shit. So he said, I was 17 when I made that tweet at the time. Clearly, I don't have the same mindset as I did 5 years ago. I love y'all. And if you're offended to what I said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean no harm, right? And if you're one of these guys who still maintains this like vindictive attitude when you didn't even know about this person's fucking past behavior at all, and you found out about it, and now you're like, well, fuck this guy. There's no shot that this person can demonstrate growth. Then you're a fucking idiot. You're a loser. You also personally went through that journey. You're just fortunate enough that no one actually found out about your past. Okay, let people fucking grow. But the reason why I'm talking about this is because I responded to Dead Domain. Dead Domain said, we got to let this kind of woke hand wringing go. Let people grow and learn and change. Nobody's the same now as they were 5 years ago. We can't act like a tweet is enough to say this person is still bad when we should be building coalitions. And let me tell you something, okay? The irony here is I am one of those motherfuckers who for like at least the last like 13 years, like the most like reactionary shit you can point to that I've said is like from literally 13 years ago when I was trying to do a satirical fucking like dating show that we very quickly deleted because it sucked, right? And they just like unearthed those videos and have constantly recirculated over and over again and be like, remember when you were making these dumb fuck jokes? And it's like, yeah, I do. I've talked about it quite a bit, actually. I've talked about it because it's fucking growth, like or shit that I've said that was transphobic, right? And or not a dating show, like, but like a dating advice show, right? Like it was a bro dating advice show that was like satire, but it was bad. It was bad. Like it was just not good. But a lot of people love fucking posting that to be like, oh, dude, like, look, you fucking, we got you. You're a grifter. It's like, bro, that was 13 fucking years ago. Okay, 13 years ago. You know. Yeah, let the kids be homophobic a little. Can't we just say it's a bad thing to do even though he was 17? Glad he grew and changed, but don't excuse his shit. No, this is not an excuse for what he did when he was 17, you fucking moron. How are you a 54-month subscriber and still fail to comprehend what I'm saying? What I'm saying is constantly fucking throwing that back in his face when it's very clear that that's not who he is any longer is unproductive. Okay? It's unproductive. That's it. Everybody's still, there is like a tendency though on the left where people do still want to fucking reduce you to like your worst moments, you know, your dumbest fucking takes, the silliest, dumbest, most reactionary things you've said. And I hate that. Anyway, I will always be a firm and committed believer in change. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I responded, I said, I think most people who still do this are reactionaries, but there's still a decent chunk on the left who fall for this kind of bait. It's so frustrating, right? To which Hood Genius went, Hassan is defending me? Ohio shock. Not gonna lie, I didn't know this was gonna happen. W Hassan. To which I responded with, lots of motherfuckers on this website don't have the faintest idea what my worldviews are. They just see the agenda heavy clips and never investigate further, Lamau. Like, this is my number one take. If there is one take that you can identify with me beyond like, you know, fuck Israel, it's this. This is my number one take, my most consistent position for the longest time. This is what I think differentiates me from a lot of my peers as well in this movement, or at least like I've been saying this since 2016. I've been saying this since 2014, 2015, 2016, right? So like let people grow and change, or have a commitment, have a firm commitment to the belief that people can grow and change from their past positions. That's unironically what I've been pushing for years and years and years and years, okay? And yet, for some reason, people are always shocked because they don't associate me with my actual opinions, but they associate me with like what they see as clips on the fucking internet. Okay? People actively supporting genocide have been pushing hard to present you as a purity tester. I'm not. I'm actually much more open-minded than a lot of other people on that issue as well, because I understand that like in order for change to happen, you need to bring people on board. And if the overwhelming majority is fucking deluded into thinking that Israel is the most moral nation on the planet because of multiple billions of dollars of fucking propaganda that has like been baked into their consciousness for the last 3 or 4 decades since they've been alive, then yeah, of course they're gonna fucking have like pro-Israel takes, and it's hard to like pull yourself out of it, and you have to fucking be a little bit more charitable to people who do end up pulling themselves out of it, and not immediately assume that they're sinister or cynical. There are those who are cynically grifting. Asmongold is a great example of this, but the average person is not actually the same as like a fucking MAGA spokesperson, right? So yeah. Open presence. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Check logs. I disagree. This is like the first time I've heard about this guy from his homophobia. I feel like if I have to go around being gay and having insults thrown at me, this guy can live with a little bit of pushback. I get hate for being gay daily. Yeah, that's the point. You didn't actually know that this person had any fucking homophobic opinions. And the only reason why this was brought up from a fucking 2021 tweet when he was 17 is because recently he's been fucking popping off on the timeline, actively going after the Republicans. That's the only reason why they look through his logs to be like, oh, back in the day, you had some cancelable offenses. Okay. That's the point. The point is, that's not what he is known for. It's not like he was like consistently spreading like homophobia to a massive fucking audience or whatever. Okay. No, he was a 17-year-old with homophobic takes, with homophobic opinions, and very clearly he has grown out of it. Okay. And if you see someone who's very clearly fucking grown out of it, and you still find out for the first time ever that they had like some takes that don't correspond to what their current worldview is. Yeah, this is an NBA Twitter guy who defends trans people and woke, basically an endangered species. We must defend and cherish him. But even if he wasn't an NBA Twitter guy, it doesn't fucking matter to me. Okay? You literally preloaded the convo with leftists, still fall for this shit, and chat proceeds to fall for this shit. I know. It's one of the most annoying things out there for leftist people. Damn, Chauncey spoke highly of you, mainly for you backing up your advocacy with actions and participating in collective action. Hell yeah. Same chatters applaud Speed today when he did way worse when he was 16. Exactly. That's why I love Speed. Okay? That's why I fucking love Speed. Because IShowSpeed was a psycho when he was like 15, 16 years old. He was a fucking complete psychopath. Okay? He was doing some heinous shit that I don't even want to bring up. Don't even look into it. Okay? And he, through that environment, grew on his own. Okay? He grew on his own instead of fucking continuing along with like the most insane high impact nuisance streamer shit that he could have just as easily done. Moved in the opposite direction and he became like a wonderful person who just like goes around the world and just has fun and he's chill and he's like a cultural ambassador. Okay? We have to cherish people like that. It's W growth. Okay? Age shouldn't excuse shittiness. I don't care. Everyone has the capacity to be shitty. I'm willing to bet that you were fucking shitty. You probably still are shitty. Okay? Everyone is shitty. Human beings are imperfect. This is a long time ago. I described this as the intersectionality of privilege. Okay? Everyone has privileged blind spots. Everyone is a part of the intersectionality of privilege. And therefore, there are always going to be blind spots that you have that cause you to be not super woke on certain issues. And as a matter of fact, reactionary on certain issues. But if you grow out of it, if you grow out of that, then that's awesome. That's wonderful. I will always cherish you. I will always ride for you. Okay? Because we cannot afford to be talking down. Speed isn't talking and hanging out with Aiden Ross. Some people still are. Exactly. We cannot afford to fucking talk down to people who have actually on their own demonstrated growth. Like, what are we doing? Nazis never fucking do that. They literally love when people start leaning into like neo-Nazi style sentiment. They're always so open. They're always welcoming motherfuckers with open arms. Age does excuse being shitty, and if you don't think so, you're probably a child still. When you are a few years older, you will realize this. A lot of people get their records expunged at 18, consider their internet records expunged too. Yeah. I've been following Hood Genius for a while. I'm a Bucks fan. That's why he has demonstrated so much growth in terms of politics. He's a Muslim Somali, and like I said, he's grown a lot and defended the rights of immigrants and marginalized communities. But the thing that most people agree with him on, including me, is that Doc Rivers has to be fired. Oh, okay. People take for granted how woke their household was and don't realize like what other people are going through. They only think about like the impact that they've had when they've been targeted by homophobia and how much that hurt them, and that's understandable, right? That's understandable that you're thinking about it as like self-preservation, where you think, oh, we're gonna bring these people into our movement, but then what if they do it again? And it's like, okay, if they do it again, they're out. Okay, calm down. Like, but while they're in the fucking process of like not doing that, and especially like openly demonstrated that they've grown from that kind of behavior, you cannot fucking constantly like slap them in the face with that shit. It's so dumb, you know? Shaming someone for their growth out of their heinous positions only encourages them to revert and change in the opposite direction. Exactly. We make it so fucking difficult. We make it so goddamn difficult for people to fucking grow and change. We make it so annoying and so difficult. Meanwhile, all these other people on the right, on the reactionary side, all the neo-Nazis are fucking welcoming people with open arms. They're like, oh, you're like kind of tangentially pro-Trump. Okay, Step right in, sir. You're a part of the movement now. And that shit fucking pisses me off, you know? Anyway, now people will try to test the boundaries of this stuff by being like, well, what if someone is a Nazi today and then tomorrow says they're anti-Nazi? What then? And it's like, okay, dude, like, obviously it's situational as well. Okay? It's situational. Open Presence, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Where was I? What is this? Why is every single anti-communist like this? ICE exists to enforce migratory laws. Also, I refuse to be a fucking hypocrite. I didn't spend 5 years of my life saying the only good communist is a dead communist to oppose when ICE starts to turn communists into good communists. Charlie is a fucking idiot. That's awesome. Oh no, Charlie is purging some of his most annoying fans with his latest takes. Oh no. Why did you share that with us? I mean, what do you mean? Those are like those are the people that are all up my ass all the time. Like, could you imagine? I'll use an example of my anti-Zionist advocacy, right? Could you imagine if I spent every fucking day yelling at people who were like, you know what, Hassan, I didn't really fully understand this stuff post October 7, and I might have even said some heinous shit towards you, but now I get it. You were right, and I'm here. And I just constantly fucking slapped you in the face with that. That's like half the fucking community, man. Half this goddamn community left after October 7 because they were just completely oblivious of the ways in which Israel had maintained an occupation, maintained an apartheid. And they were not ready to hear someone go, no, October 7 happened because of Israel's fucking gruesome occupation. Okay? A third of this community left. There were plenty of people who left, and then they came back. What am I supposed to do? Fucking yell at them to be like, haha, guess what? I knew the correct position. I've been maintaining the correct position for a decade now. Like, I know more than you. Like, shut the fuck up. It's so dumb. You know, some people get duped. It is what it is. What matters is what people do now, not what they've done in the past, okay? What matters is what people do now. Now, of course, there's also obviously like, there's obviously some people that will, another sense trying to farm you. Bro, I saw this. I'm like, who is this guy? Who is this fucking guy? When we get through this to the other side, remember the people that were fence sitting as well? The Hassan Pikers and the Chapel Roan said both candidates would do this. Remember them? They use their influence poorly and shouldn't be trusted in these conversations. I click on the profile. They're a Taylor Swift stan. Okay? And I find that very strange because, like, yeah, these people said that they were pro Kamala Harris, but where the fuck is Taylor Swift on Palestine? Where the fuck is Taylor Swift on ICE? Chapel Roan hasn't stopped doing advocacy on all of those things. Like, you can't be sitting here talking about fucking multi-billionaire superstar celebrities who have been noticeably absent from the conversation as your fucking neighbors are getting slaughtered while you think personally that like the end all be all was to say you have to vote for Kamala, she's the best. This is actually who I was talking about, by the way, when I said like these are the dumb fucks who have like you know, like they have like a absolute fealty to dear leader. They're like, you have to praise dear leader, right? Like, what do you mean? What do you fucking mean? Well, when we get to the other side, who the fuck are you? When we get to the other side, who the fuck are you to tell me that this is actually your movement? This is all of our movement, okay? If you're anti-Trump, you're a part of the fucking same group. There is no like, when we get to the other side, we're going to purge these communists. Yeah, that's exactly what Kamala Harris tried to do, dumbass. That's why she fucking lost, partially. It pisses me off because it's like, where's Kamala Harris now? Dumb bitch. Where is Kamala Harris? You dumbass. Where is Kamala Harris? She could be out there. She could be out there in the fucking streets. These dumb fucks love talking about how like Kamala is the great fucking fascist annihilator or some shit. Of all the criticism, you're a massive reason for this, you fence-sitting apolitical fucking grifter. This guy said I'm apolitical. Of all the criticism you could try to make of Hassan, apolitical fence-sitting or grifter has to be the dumbest attempts. He has the most consistent positions and never equivocates between positions. You don't like that he was right about Kamala running a weak campaign. Apolitical? What fence am I sitting on? The fence outside the gulag? What do you mean? Yeah, the only fence I'm sitting on right now is I guess like the fence between Maoist Leninist, Marxist Leninist Maoism, third worldism, and like I guess, you know, the more traditional Marxist-Leninist principles. Is that the fence I'm in between? Is that what it is? I'm in the fence. I'm on the fence between, you know, personally self-IDing as a communist or self-IDing as a socialist, I guess. That's the fence I'm on. Anyway, and I will repeat this over and over again. These people are not real. They're not broadly representative of the movement in general. And we know what the broad representation of the movement looks like, okay? Because we've been out there. I've been out there. I've seen it, all right? Yeah, I'm on the fence sitting along the China DPRK border. That's the fence I'm on. Bro, I saw commies calling you a lib on Instagram. The left do make it super difficult to be inside the group. Yeah, I don't care about that. That's fine. Who cares? Yes, commies call me a liberal. They fucking spend every waking moment talking about how dog shit I am, all this stuff. But is this law? The Republican regime is sanctioning murders in the streets and violating the Constitution. This useless fucker who helped put them in power is partially responsible for the death of 2 innocent Americans. Still can't shut the fuck up about Obama presidency and the Democrats. Yeah, this one is this content creator is also fucking nutty, but it doesn't matter. This was your most apolitical moment. True. Do not engage alert. Do not engage. I know. I'm not even going to engage with her. She is, it's fine. You need to accept your position as kingmaker. I know. Yeah, on the fence. Meanwhile, this was me 7 years ago.
Is Gestapo, a state-sponsored law enforcement division created to wreak havoc in our communities, separate families, and punish people, well, overwhelmingly people of color, for the crime of wanting to pursue the American dream.
You know? Yeah, Mr. Fence Sitter, dude. It's so crazy. We used to do vote blue no matter who only during the election cycle, but now they just say you can never criticize Democrats. I know. Yeah, well, I'm going to keep doing it. Okay, you can suck my dick from the back. Okay, if you got a fucking issue with that, well, get a better campaign. Okay, build a better movement. Build a better movement, get a better campaign. If your fucking campaign is so dog shit that a random fucking Twitch streamer can undermine it, even though Beyonce and fucking Taylor Swift were propping it up, okay, then that's not a campaign at all. And that's kind of my point, okay? God damn. I'll be out in the fucking streets. You can keep doing your TikToks talking about how, you know, Kamala Harris, like, y'all are wrong for not voting for Kamala Harris. Like, even though mathematically speaking, even the fucking third party voters could not have actually made up for the electoral defeat of Kamala Harris. That's number one. Number two, I didn't even fucking urge people to vote for Donald Trump. I just said I'm not going to fucking endorse Kamala Harris until she has a firm, committed position to stopping Israel's genocide. That's a perfectly fucking valid take. And I absolutely stand by that. As a matter of fact, I kept repeating over and over again, this is the reason why she's going to lose. And lo and behold, she did fucking lose. So I was right. And that's precisely the reason why in the that's precisely the reason why, with the exception of all these fucking Twitter charlatans who are still trying to fucking go back to like, oh, it's actually the left is the reason why Kamala lost over and over again. It's the dumbest fucking analysis of all time. Are not being taken seriously. They're not. I'm in this like Schrodinger's kingmaker position all the time. Every election cycle, I am the most powerful figure, the most powerful kingmaker in the Democratic Party, but also I have to be fucking disparaged and cast aside and no one should listen to me. If I am that powerful, sorry, you got to listen to me. If the constituency that I have is a make or break it situation, you fucking have to listen to me. Which is it? And I will say, I don't think I'm a make it or break it style individual at all. I'm just simply responding to what I am seeing that is fucked up about the campaign and openly saying it. I'm not going to lie to my fucking audience. I'm not going to lie to my community. I'm not going to lie to people. I'm always going to say the truth. Okay? This shit's going to get clipped into oblivion. It's true, though. It's true. Because I don't think I'm that person. I don't think I'm this like kingmaker in the way that these guys try to fucking present it as. Okay? These guys try to present it as though I'm a fucking kingmaker. I'm not. I don't have the fucking motion that Beyonce has. I don't have the motion that Taylor Swift has. And even their push to go out and vote for Kamala Harris didn't do enough. One must ask the question, why? And it's so goddamn frustrating because I hate the Republicans. I don't want Republicans to win anything. That's the reason why I'm so critical of the Democrats, because they constantly run towards the Republicans. They hug the Republicans. They kiss the Republicans. They want to be Republicans, and I fucking despise that. Oh. Your advice is valid. They just don't understand it. And it's like the dumbest place. It's the dumbest time to do this like vote blue no matter who shit, because demonstrably the population is pissed off at the Democrats as well. So these guys are chirping at an increasingly smaller audience over and over again. They do not have a real world representation. It's like on the one hand, you have the vote blue no matter who, like the Blue Anon, the Blue MAGA coalition, right? And they represent like 5% of the fucking voter base. On the other hand, you have the unlimited ultra MAGA coalition on the right that love Donald Trump no matter what he does. That's vote red or else I'm dead, right? And those guys represent 20% of the base of support. The rest is up for fucking grabs. And that's precisely the reason why right now the Democrats are seeing unprecedented unpopularity when normally they should be popular by default because they are the default counter party. They're the default opposition party. And yet they're not popular. One must ask the question, why? And I know why. That's precisely the reason why there's fucking 40,000 people in here listening to what I have to say. That's the reason why politicians are coming on the show. That's the reason why all these other adults that write these analyses on, mainstream newspapers and whatnot are like, oh, let's hear what this guy has to say. Turns out he was right. We were not so right. That's the reason. It's not because I'm fucking hot or some shit. Okay. That's the reason why people come here. They don't want to understand it. I voted till I was black and blue, and now all I want is Tylenol. Democrat diehards unironically have the love it or leave it position that right-wingers have, but for left of center politics, it's no different than the rebuttal is the same. You just want your side to be better. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It's so stupid. And people are still pushing this line, even though, people are pushing this line, like content creators are pushing this line for the most part. But there's no real audience for it. There's a lot of appetite for more radical politics on the left. And let's be real, from where I'm standing, the more radical politics on the left is not even all that radical. It's very common sense, as a matter of fact. I think it's common sense to be for Medicare for all. I think it's common sense to say, fuck Israel. Why are we giving them billions of dollars so they can keep murdering children? It's common sense to look at the hypocrisy of the Democrats voting for the Lake and Riley Act, voting to fucking give ICE more funds, and then turn around and go, oh, well, maybe we shouldn't do that again. Okay? These Kamala CIA hive people bots are in ecstasy right now. All the oppressive policies they would have supported under a Harris admin are being carried out by Trump, and they get to do the sanctimonious scolding of the left, all without having to lift a finger. Yep, exactly. Like, it's crazy. They don't want to understand that, like, part of the reason why people didn't vote for Kamala Harris is because Kamala Harris did not do a good enough job presenting the dangers of Donald Trump. As a matter of fact, she leaned into one of the most dangerous positions of Donald Trump, which was that undocumented immigrants constitute a national security threat. That was new. That was a new meta. She didn't separate herself from Joe Biden. And if we don't do these sorts of autopsies as to why this campaign lost to lost again to an incompetent tyrant, to an incompetent fascist, then we will never be better. We will never be able to defeat the Republicans, okay? And I'm sick and tired of this shit. Here's another great example of this, okay? After the forced sale of TikTok to U.S. owners have finalized, the Democrats' official TikTok account has had their uploads suppressed, going from millions of views per post to 0 in their latest short. This brings me to my first story of the day. The Amir-Israeli purchase of TikTok. And Democrats did this, okay? Democrats were the ones under the Biden leadership that saw what was happening with Israel and saw that, like, younger generations were seeing exactly what Israel was doing, the atrocities, seeing it on TikTok, an algorithm that was previously not controlled by the United States of America, okay? And they were terrified of it. That was what allowed this forcible sale to be pushed through. It was because of Israel. Anyone that says it's not because of Israel is a fucking delusional liar. It was 100% because of Israel. Okay? 100%. And they've openly said that it was for Israel. The politicians that pushed TikTok's sale away from the hands of the Chinese owners into the hands of an American owner openly said that it was for Israel, that they were making this push. Okay? Straight up. They said it over and over and over again. And the Democrats pushed for it as well. And now they're eating that dick all over again. We're all eating that dick all over again. Good job, guys. Good job. For the last couple of days, there is no news on TikTok, okay? If you do any sort of fucking news posting on TikTok, you get 0 views. And they keep saying it's because of a power outage. You know what it is, ironically enough, okay? One of my editors, let's say, lives in another country, okay? A country that has, and I know this from my own personal experiences with, you know, Turkey as well. In some of these other countries where there is no free speech or none of this, like, none of these sorts of things, sometimes you'll experience blackouts, okay? Sometimes you experience blackouts on social media. And those blackouts on social media are not like because there's some sort of like back end problem. Those blackouts are happening because they want to fucking, you know, fix the algorithm. Okay? And that's exactly what they're doing. Here it is, by the way. If you want to understand why this is happening, let's hear it. TikTok's new CEO, Adam Presser, told the World Jewish Conference that the platform bans criticisms of Zionists. He said that while users can declare they are proud Zionists, describing someone as a Zionist in a derogatory way is classified as hate speech.
The change to...
Dude, it's so funny. Like, there's so many conferences like this. It's like World Jewish Conference, International Jewry Conference, like all of this stuff, like where these guys will get together and just be like, we are doing this for Israel. Okay, you understand me? We love Israel. We want to make sure that everybody fucking thinks twice before they say anything about Israel. If you say something wrong about Israel, we're working with Palantir to identify exactly where your home address is, and we will be sending drone strikes to your fucking home. Every fucking time. Every other week, there's another Jewish conference where you know, Miriam Adelson is being asked, like, how many billions of dollars would it take for you to get Donald Trump to actually nuke Iran? And she's like, oh, I don't want to say publicly. You know? What the fuck? Like, what are you doing? Like, this is just bad for OPSEC in general. They're just dabbing on us. They're dabbing on us.
Designate the use of the term Zionist as a proxy for a protected attribute as hate speech. So if somebody were to use Zionist, of course you can use it in the sense of you're a proud Zionist. But if you're using it in the context of degrading somebody, calling somebody a Zionist as a
yeah, this is what the ADL did to Twitch too, by the way. That's why you can't call someone like a insert, you know, term Zionist bleep. You can't say that, okay? It's literally a banned term now on fucking Twitch as well. Shouts out to the ADL for that one. Apartheid Defense League.
Then that gets designated as hate speech to be moderated against. Over the course of 2024, we tripled the amount of accounts that we were banning for hateful activity. We also have, I think, over 24 Jewish organizations that are constantly feeding us intelligence and information when they spot violative trends. There is no finish line. There's no finish line to moderating hate speech.
Yeah, hate speech is, by the way, anti-Israel speech. That's the only type of hate speech they care about. That's it. Oh my God. Oh my fucking Lord. Holy shit.
Trying to keep the platform safe. There's no such thing as an end game.
So the agreement for TikTok that sells U.S. business to GOP-backed investors was finalized a few days ago, and now you can't mention Epstein, Lamau. Wait, what? No, I don't know if this is real or not. But as I said back then, when TikTok was being sold, as I said back then, I would much rather have the Chinese government. I would much rather give the Chinese government access to all of these like fucking personal points of data, which, by the way, TikTok, under the American surveillance apparatus, now has access to. I would much rather give all that information to the Chinese government than to have the Israeli government have that, okay? I would rather give that to China than to give it to Israel and to give it to the United States of America. 100%. 100%. They're suppressing everything. These guys that keep saying, oh, Chinese this, Chinese that, Chinese surveillance, Chinese censorship, all of a sudden, they're showing us what Chinese censorship actually is supposed to look like. Here's friend of the show, Phineas. The fact that this video has 0 views and TikTok is completely silencing this is insane. It's terrifying and everyone should be very scared. I said, so glad our American billionaires bought TikTok to do pro-Trump and pro-Israel propaganda and we no longer have to experience Chinese-style censorship. Of course, if you ask TikTok, they're claiming it's because of a power outage. Bullshit. Bullshit. This conference clip is literally this. Yeah, I know. That's, I mean, there's more to it though. Like, dude, people who are pro-Israel, like Zionists in the United States of America and all around the globe, have basically looked at all of the anti-Semitic conspiracies and were like, let's use this as a checkpoint of what we can do and what we should do, okay? It is virtually impossible to fucking talk to the average person nowadays about how, like, anti-Zionism is separate from anti-Semitism and that Israel is actually doing this as a fascist state and that they're masquerading as though they're doing this for Judaism. It's fucking bullshit. It's impossible. It's literally impossible. I'm like the last fucking soldier standing on the hill fighting this battle where most people are just totally past that point where they're like, yeah, okay, dude. Okay, buddy. Sure, bud. Yeah, I'm sure. It's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. Like, dude. Like, these guys they're basically, like, they are openly purchasing major newspapers and major social media platforms and trope maxing. Okay? We have a secret network of top law firms working with us. Is definitely going to help reduce anti-Semitism. Thanks for your good work, anti-Semitism spreader-in-chief Jonathan Greenblatt, says Zachary Foster. ADL CEO Jonathan Greenblatt says every anti-Semitism complaint filed with the ADL is now immediately scanned by their AI systems to see if there's a litigation opportunity they can forward to their network of 50,000 lawyers. Last year, in partnership with Gibson Dunn, we created something called the Legal Action Network, Greenblatt tells a gathering at a synagogue in LA. We've assembled 50 of the top law firms in the U.S. to create a pro bono coterie of literally 50,000 lawyers. And so now when you enter in an incident ADL, it instantly gets evaluated by our AI systems. Is there a litigation opportunity? And we feed it to the lawyers to evaluate it and to find someone to take the case. It's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing at this point? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Sends in the chat. What is this? I'm a TikToker. You've reacted to my content. Oh, this is the swagged out Chinese. Hold on. They got timed out because their post was too long. I'm a TikToker and nothing is working right now, but I do suspect they're using the storm as a cover to tweak the algo. You've reacted to my stuff. I do political satire sketch stuff, but I guess we will see just how suppressed everything is. My normie friend who makes less political stuff is also getting 0 views, but he has a view one-off anti-Israel shit. It's a bummer. Be this outside of censorship too. This is a decent amount of income I'm losing. Yeah, this is the TikToker that did the you met me at a very Chinese time in my life. Like, he fucking cooked my ass. 25 month subscriber, sends rules. God damn it. Son of a bitch. But yeah, apparently they are actually censoring the Epstein thing. Yeah, it is real. Days after U.S. took over majority ownership of TikTok, the word Epstein has been censored. As I said, when this ban was first being pushed through, Americans have far more fear from U.S. government controlling TikTok than the CCP for the simple reason that all governments have far more interest in censoring what their own citizens see than a foreign population. That's it. That's it. I'm still seeing everything, but I've noticed all the content has no impression anymore, even mainstream news. My feed was showing me all old stuff yesterday, but today I see all my old political content, but apparently no one else is. Americans sleepwalked into a fascist regime. I mean, yeah. But this is why I criticize the fucking Democrats, because they have no capacity for foresight, where they just like literally operate at the mercy of capital, just as the Republicans do. Like, this is it. This is my point. If you're fucking mad about this TikTok algorithm change, or if you're mad about TikTok like now being in the hands of a psychotic Zionist, ultra-Zionist billionaire, okay, who purchased it specifically so he could do this, then remember, the Democrats literally were the ones who initiated the process of this sale. They were the ones who voted for it. They were the ones who fucking promoted it alongside the Republicans, but they should have not done that, okay? That's my fucking point. Just as Democrats are the ones who voted to increase funding to ICE over and over again. If you're on that fuck ICE principled stance right now, as I have been for fucking decades, then of course you're going to criticize the Democrats when they're saying, no, actually we're pro-ICE now. What the fuck? I hate this shit. I hate being punished by the dumbest motherfuckers on the internet for having a consistent position that they now arrived at yesterday. And it's not even a consistent position, because I know for a fucking fact that if Democrats were in charge and ICE was still doing fucking mass kidnapping operations, maybe not to the same extent and same severity as Donald Trump is, because he's making a show of it, because he's specifically using ICE as a domineering force to like harm blue cities. But if they were still deporting the same number of people, right, but they were doing it more quietly and more process focused, a lot of fucking liberals would be fine with it. It's crazy. Taylor Lorenz is absolutely correct. Reminder that it was the Biden and the Democrats who enacted the TikTok ban because pro-Palestine speech on the app. Biden knew that Trump would install friendly billionaires to take it over, and Biden went through with the ban and defended it in court anyway. We're not saying this because we want you to stop fucking voting for the Democrats, okay? I'm not saying this because I want you to stop voting for the Democrats because I'm like a secret Republican. I'm saying this because we need the Democrats to actually be a counter opposition, an opposition party, a counter messaging party, okay? Fuck. You can't have one party that's going into full tilt fascism and the other party that's actually going into, like, you know, a lighter version of full tilt fascism. What you get in that situation is just fascism. If you're an anti-fascist, you have to be an anti-fascist. You have to demand that there is an anti-fascist party. And it's out of our hands anyway. Because if that doesn't happen, eventually people are going to take matters in their own hands regardless. This is not about being right, okay? I don't give a shit about that. Anyway, this is what Phineas said as well that got suppressed. Let's see.
In the United States through truly a countless number of school shootings. School shooting after school shooting after school shooting after school shooting. And the conservative argument that allows school shootings to continue has always basically boiled down to, we have to protect the Second Amendment. We have to allow people to carry weapons. We have to allow people to own and carry weapons legally. And, oh, some little kids die. That's okay with them. Unfucking believable argument, by the way. Every argument I've seen for why Alex Preddy's death was justified yesterday is like, well, he had a gun. Shut the fuck up! You've spent 30 years straight telling us that children have...
I don't know how much of a fan Phineas was, though. He regularly reposts Hassan fan content on his TikTok legend. Yeah, no, he's my goat. I mean, we also talk all the time as well.
Have to die.
There is... Hassan made an app for ICE to use. Yeah, dude. No, I did. Yeah. I still work for ICE. I work for the Department of Homeland Security, and I also work for Immigration Customs Enforcement. Yeah, I'm a programmer. God, Redditors are so stupid. I mean, who cares? Yeah, sure. That's true. It's real. Yes. I'm a programmer. I know how to code. I lied to you guys about my incompetence with, you know, all matters of technology. Yeah.
So that we're allowed to legally carry weapons everywhere in the United States. This guy was being beaten to a pulp on the ground. He didn't draw his weapon. He had a weapon on him legally. And they shot the fuck out of him and killed him. So shut the fuck up. We have been telling you for 30 years we don't think people should be allowed to have as many guns as they're allowed to have or carry them legally around the United States. We've been telling you that for years. You've told us that it has to happen. It has to continue. Children continue to have to die to allow us to carry guns around. So shut the fuck up.
Good day to revive this peace. Conservatives once rallied against federal agents, now applaud them. This makes sense when you realize that an essential fact of the U.S., right? The guns were never for the government. They were for the slaves and natives. They only became for the government when said government did anything to marginally improve the status of the slaves and natives. This is why there's a contradiction in name only. It's a category error. Go read Ron Paul's newsletter from the 1990s and their list of government intrusion and a list of things that could be perceived as helping minorities. It's dripping with Turner Diary, paranoia, and anti-Semitism. So don't tread on me shit. Wait, what is this new DHS discourse? When I was in college, in I think my junior year, I don't even remember. It was fucking literally in 2011 or 2012. I had a course credit, and I worked to do like the designs on a website that was a part of the Department of Homeland Security's like research initiatives or some shit. I don't fucking know. I don't even remember. And I guess I brought it up like 8 years ago or something on TYT, and they've unearthed this like major conspiracy that I actually worked for ICE. And I did. I coded the ICE website. I coded the like ICE surveillance. Is what they're trying to say. Deeply unserious people. That's the new meta. Dude, these guys genuinely don't care about anything. They don't care about anything at all. God forbid a guy get college credit. No, they don't care about anything. It's ironic because like it was Bad Empanada that initially started talking about it. And then now Ethan is bringing it up, but it's like, it's so fucking stupid. Okay, yeah, I'm a federal agent, dude. I was a federal agent, and now I'm a whistleblower. Okay, how about that? Because like, that's my favorite kind of conspiracy, because it's the type of conspiracy that doesn't make any sense whatsoever, and it's not even like going to make me look bad at all, because I've held a very consistent position against federal law enforcement, against ICE, against the Department of Homeland Security, very publicly for years. So like, even if at some point, even if their suspicions are correct, which they're not, right? It's a fucking insane conspiracy theory. But even if it was correct, then that would actually give me more bona fides to actually talk shit about the Department of Homeland Security now. You know what I mean? All you're doing is making me look cooler, like I was a fucking, embedded federal government agent who realized how fucked up it was. And now I'm like, now I've turned. Now I've turned on the federal government. Okay, sure. Yeah, fuck it. I'll lean into it if you want me to. I don't give a shit. Yeah, I'm a veteran as well. You know what the worst part about ICE murdering people in the cold blood on the street is? Your hypocrisy, but there's not even a hypocrisy there. You know what I mean? Like, what is the hypocrisy then? Does it ever feel weird knowing that you're a lot of people's main news outlets? No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. I take this responsibility very seriously. Also, yeah, it's like this is not a hypocrisy either, because I'm not the type of person who's like, oh, if you're an anti-imperialist, even though you're a veteran in the past, like, then fuck you, you're fake. Like that. I just spent the first hour of the broadcast talking about how like people have the capacity to change. They have the capacity to learn from their past mistakes, their past behavior, no matter how heinous they might be, the crimes even. I am a believer in rehabilitation. So for that reason, I don't really give a shit about who you used to be, as long as you've actually learned from your past mistakes and grown. And therefore, even this thing that they're claiming, like in the most maximalist position that they're trying to advance, where it's like, I'm a software engineer secretly, and I work for the Department of Homeland Security directly or some shit. Like, okay, sure, great. Yeah, I did. I didn't, but if you want to believe it, I don't care. 75 in a row. Baba Doobie. Baba Doe. Not Baba Doobie. Biba Doobop. By the way, TikTok's now completely controlled by America, and Epstein shit and Israel shit. Censor now. Fuck Israel. Trump is a pedophile. Nice. Yeah, motherfuckers look at me single digit typing and go, this guy was a coder. He was one of the best programmers of all time for the FBI, and also for the Department of Homeland Security, and also for ICE specifically. It's like, okay, dude, sure. Famous hacker, man. My dad's watching Stop Cursing. Oh, the other thing is, like, they keep saying I'm a CCP agent. That was another thing that I was responding to earlier today, or I think it was last night or whatever. It's like, Destiny's been losing his mind. Sex Pestany's been losing his mind, like doubling down and saying like, no, if you got shot, everyone would cheer, all this stuff. And do something useful and still be a It's what is it? Where is it? Hasanabi calls out made omni-liberal fully mask off openly. Hasanabi's call out made omni-liberal, Sex Pestany, fully mask off, openly endorsing violence and self-harm rhetoric. Hassan gets shot, all of us will clap. Hassan should TOS. All streamed on YouTube, a platform where he's already demonetized. To which I responded with, because he was saying like,
all of the foreign interference that is just happening openly. The Chinese Communist Party for his little fucking paid vacation trip with him and the rest of his little streamer fucks to China, until he has publicly announced and addressed that and talked.
I think it's pretty funny that none of this is even remotely, like, he's not even hiding under the guise of like political disagreements or whatever. He's just very mad. He's just incredibly mad. He's mad that I have the capacity to go on a fucking trip to China with my friends. This is just him revealing his own personal insecurities. And he's not even doing a very good job trying to make it seem like this is a real political perspective either. Okay? And in this process, he just says I'm a paid agent of the CCP.
About it, I have no idea why the fuck you would want this guy anywhere near any of your liberal.
This is exactly like when he was malding, when he wasn't invited to the DNC and he lost his mind and he was like, why are you guys inviting Hassan to the DNC? You should be inviting me instead. Does anyone have that clip? It's the same shit. It's always the same shit. He's just so fucking mad.
protests. Absolutely fucking out. One of the hugest issues that this country has right now is all of the foreign interference that is just happening openly on all of our social media platforms by the same countries that paid this fucking loser to go and do a shill who couldn't even go through with it. He couldn't even let the guy rape his neck, okay, at the stupid chiropractic place because he knew how bullshit the stuff that he was promoting was. But he was getting paid too much, compensated too much by the Chinese government to say no, okay? So
Wait, this doesn't even make sense. So I was getting paid by the Chinese government to have my neck get cracked in like the Chinese traditional medicine. Also, he has watched every fucking part of the streams that I did in China. So thank you. Thank you, Sex Pestiny, for watching my IRL streams. Okay, that's a fan right there. That's number one. Number two, that's a fan and he's crashing out. But also, I was paid for it, but I didn't go through with it because I'm a pussy. But then also I was still paid for it anyway. Like, how does this work? You watched more than me? Okay, don't reveal that you didn't watch all of my fucking IRL streams in China. Those were goated, okay?
fuck this guy. Fuck letting him anywhere near your protest. If you want to go hang out with Republicans, go to the dangerous places and get shot, motherfucker. Okay, all of us will clap for you, I promise. All right, go to the Republican places, go to the edgy places, go hang out with tankies or whatever, but stay the fuck away from liberal protests. This...
Stay away from liberal protests. This is literally identical to him yelling about the... Come on, someone has to have the clip where he was crying about the DNC. Why is the DNC inviting him? That's my job. Why won't the DNC invite me? Why won't the DNC invite me? Don't go to the liberal protests. Those are my protests. Okay, you go out there then, big dog. The fuck do you mean? Why aren't you going out to the protests? I mean, probably not the best idea to have a genuine, real-ass sex pest out there at the protest, but is this the one?
Fuck off. See, and then people go, I don't see the issue. Should he not research and debate a topic? It's like, bro, it's about exercising a level of, like, it's about being a little bit more responsible with your...
More responsible? Excuse me, August, this is the part of the YouTube video where you roll the clips about him calling every single person that disagreed over the hospital bombing that he, by the way, ascertained exactly what happened in 2 hours.
Wait, no, this isn't the right one. This is him being wrong again about Israel. This is the one that I was looking for.
Stop platforming people that are not supporting your candidates. You are private political parties.
This is the backbone of liberalism in the United States of America, or at least he fancies himself to be that person. Complaining that the DNC is inviting me.
Stop platforming people that are not supporting your candidates. You are private political parties. You're supposed to be self-interested, okay? The whole reason you have superdelegates and shit is to protect your elections, right? Stop inviting people to your events that hate your candidates. Don't do that. Stop doing that. It's retarded. Stop highlighting these people. Stop platforming these people. Stop spotlighting these people. Let them go to is it SDA, the Socialist Democratic Party of America?
Brilliant guy. What is it, the SDA?
Let him go do events with those people. Jesus. Why would you cuck out so hard to these losers? Hassan shouldn't be anywhere near the DNC. Brianna Joy Gray, I don't know if she gets invited to shit. Nobody from Breaking Points, Kyle Kalinske included, I'm sorry. Maybe, actually. I'll give him... he's a little over the wall for me. Maybe he could come back, though.
Wow. Brother, who died and made you responsible for who gets an invite to the Democratic Party? Like, why does he think he gets to have a say on here from the outside? Bro wasn't even invited to the DNC, and he's just he's hating from outside the club. He can't even get in. He's like, oh, I'm the liberal gatekeeper. Why are you inviting these people? Invite me.
Yeah, anybody related to I don't know where Sam Cedar was. Actually, Sam Cedar is so poisoned by the people around him that, no, even he shouldn't be anywhere. Yeah, none of these people should be anywhere near, because if you're the Democratic Party, you have to support the people that are supporting you, okay?
Bro's like the Reddit mod for the DNC. I mean, he is. That's his Reddit mod was the one. That's the reason why Stale 2000 speaks the way he does and carries himself the way he does, because he's a fucking super fan of this dipshit. They're all the same.
One of the things that you guys, I hate being a cock. I hate being a cuck. But I have to remind you guys of this, okay? I have to remind you guys this. You have to understand this, okay? Because you take me for granted, all right? You take my psychological tenacity for granted. It is incredibly difficult to be out there on your own,
okay, with no major backing, no major political communities, nobody else in the end. That is an incredibly difficult thing to do. So if you're the Democratic Party and you're backing people that hate your candidates and you're not providing any support to people that support your candidates.
It's so funny. This is like anyone that watches Destiny's commentary and thinks they're getting a political education is just as dumb as the MAGA supporters are, okay? It's just his own personal envy, his own personal resentment, and this incredible self-entitled attitude where he's like, why is the Democratic Party not listening to me? A guy who's in the throes of a fucking court battle right now for distributing revenge porn. Like, why aren't they coming to me? A guy who's written a manifesto about how white people should be able to say the N-word. A guy who says every fucking slur under the sun with regular frequency. A guy who has collaborated with Nazis and openly flexed how they revitalized Nick Fuentes' career and how Nick Fuentes should be sucking his dick. A guy who may or may not have actually sucked Nick Fuentes' dick. We don't know. A guy who, in that court battle that we were talking about, it came out that he was procuring child sexual abuse material. This is the person who thinks he is the gatekeeper of the Democratic Party. A guy who is literally outside and cannot get in. A guy who regularly doxes people that he does not like, regardless of their political perspectives. A person who is just self-interested through and through. You are not going to get a solid political education from a person like this. He's very good at debating. I've said this many times over. But being a good debater does not mean that he is very knowledgeable. Being a good debater does not mean that he has good political instincts. He has horrible political instincts. He's not very knowledgeable about the issues he speaks on. He is, however, very confident. And not only is he very confident, but he can just like scour talking points from a Wikipedia article and then throw them and gish gallop in real time and commit to a litany of different debate offenses, right? That he can rationalize in the moment on the spot. And that's what makes him a good debater. But more often than not, he's too busy cucking himself because he can't fucking keep his dick under control. And he's sociopathic and self-interested to the maximum degree. So he just keeps destroying what his career could be like. If this man had any real intellectual prowess and any interest in actually doing something, okay, instead of saying all this shit, okay, instead of saying all this shit, doing all this shit, doing all this like dumb shit, you know, procuring CSAM, things of that nature, he could have been dean. Destiny's take on degenerate animals whining about not having any Palestinians speak at the DNC.
Sherlock, after the way they lines, the insane, all the sloganeering, you with the Houthi interviews, like what Antifa rally, like yeah, no shit, Sherlock. After the way that you animals have conducted yourselves, the Hamas chants, the Houthi slogan signs, the insane, all the sloganeering, you with the Houthi interviews, like what? Yeah, what do you think? Like, well, okay, well, can you just let one of us? Can you just let one of us on stage come and just like, well, you could vet us for? Yeah, no shit. You guys acted like insane people. Why the fuck would you ever expect to have a seat at the table with the grown-ups? What an unfathomably fucking crazy state. That would be like me being indignant that Barack Obama and Biden won't sit down with me for an interview because you're mad at some tweets. Really? Come on. Okay, who cares? You guys are old. All right, we've all fucked a few kids in a video game. Fucked them over in a video game. Hello. In Call of Duty. All right.
They were like, no, sorry. We have a fucking cop who literally was doing DIY, like sex trafficking operations. As he says, sitting at home, not invited to the DNC. But that's it. He was a Biden dead ender as well. For those of you who don't remember, he also urged Biden not to drop out. He was a Biden dead ender. He said Biden was never going to drop out. He actually famously did that Jubilee video where he talked about how Biden wasn't going to drop out, and he was like debating all these people. And then Biden dropped out by the time that the Jubilee video came out. Like, he's just an angry cuck. He is an angry cuck that immediately fucking drops as many heinous things as he possibly can about anyone who has ever offended him, anyone who's ever made him feel small, anyone who's ever made him feel weak. It's pure spite-driven politics. No political ideology beyond what he perceives is the best possible lane to be as edgy as possible, while simultaneously, hopefully, getting invited every now and then to the liberal events and things of that nature without being deplatformed. It's ridiculous. LSF thread full of people agreeing with Destiny that people should stalk and harass Hasan in public. Totally not a brigadish shithole, in my opinion. What is this? Hasanabi noticed Destiny encouraging his fans to bully and track Hasan at protests. The other comment calling this out, this was a comment got Ninja removed by a moderator. Anytime a comment mentions ex-girlfriend Hasan redacted name that had law enforcement called on her, not speaking on him, it also gets removed. Yeah, I wonder why, because it's fucking bullshit. Is Janice Griffith, and yes, the porn star. Can you give the rest of the context? He called cops on her, giving him the silent treatment. Yes, he called a fake wellness check because she wouldn't reply to his text after they broke up. That's shocking. Again, total fucking bullshit. And not only is it total fucking bullshit, Janice is literally asked for people not to fucking bring this up. That she has personally debunked it and hates that people keep bringing it up, and has even said like she feels bad that she even, said it at the time. Don't worry, in a super convenient fashion for Hasan, the mega viral post here today shitting on the Democrats while in Minnesota also got removed for a clickbait title, while much more dead posts remain. Awesome stuff going on. I love that these guys still fucking circle jerk about how this sub is like supposedly defending me. But yeah, ultimately, the entire thread is just like, every time there's a thread of me on LSF, the Reddit bots go fucking crazy. And they're like, no, he deserves everything. He is the worst person of all time. Yeah. Ethan Klein is currently boosting the hit piece he had. His PR firm right about Hasan Parker's former relationship, despite the subject of the article spending the last few days repeatedly begging to be left out of it as disgusting sexual harassment from the H3 community mounts. Did you really not read my tweet I just posted? I just asked to be left out of it. Hasan is fine. We have no bad blood. I thought it was shitty, but stop using me as a gotcha for him. People make mistakes, but I've been begging to be left out of it, so leave me out of it. It's been 7 years. I'm over it. You should get over it too. Being this upset about strangers on the internet is not healthy for you, but it's not. I literally asked to be left out of it in the screenshot. The original tweet says Hasan would have a girlfriend, but it's been 7 years. He isn't a bad person. We were both younger and people make mistakes. It's not fair to demonize him on my behalf when I don't. Yeah, you can, because I'm over it. Should have handled things differently. I don't think he's a bad person. People are allowed to grow. I don't appreciate being a gotcha for someone. I genuinely feel bad for Hasan because his entire audience is crazy. People love or hate. They are bananas. Right, Lamau? It also wasn't 4 a.m. for me. I'm name searching to submit my new DMCA takedown service. It's a hell I'd never choose for fun, but I'd love not to have hundreds of thousands of stolen views. This isn't fun for anyone. What is this? Yeah. Anyway, it's just like the type of shit that I have to deal with on a daily fucking basis. People just like, what is this? Damn, you actually dated Janice? Base Chud Mogger? What the fuck? Yeah, also, I wonder if Ethan Klein will have any response to this. Destiny, quick daily reminder that Ethan from H3 is likely a pedophile who has molested his own children. That's what he said. It's so funny that these guys are fucking terrified of ever. It's so funny that these guys are so terrified of fucking crossing Destiny. I've never said anything remotely as heinous as this, okay? Let's see how much Ethan Klein, formerly known as Pedo Troll, responds to this shit. Okay? Let's see. I doubt it. They're just saying it's just his rhetorical style. I used to watch a lot of Destiny. This is pretty obviously satire trolling. His point is that Ethan jumped to the conclusion that Destiny's a pedophile without sufficient evidence in his opinion, so he's doing the same to make a point. That's my take, at least. I think that's likely as well. That's his rhetorical style. LSF was full of people believing him the other day when he jokingly said he should become a Nazi from an out-of-context clip. He's trolling. The point is that Ethan made a VOD about him knowing. Dude, all of his fucking fans do this, where it's just like an endless debate. An endless debate over some of the dumbest things that he says over and over again. Things that he knows are indefensible. Things that he knows are fake. It's awesome. Yeah, if you want to see him claim Fuentes, by the way, here's the proof once again.
That's something he'll have to learn and grow. Not to sound like not to be too self-aggrandizing, but like Fuentes should be worshiping me because I am literally I was the only lifeline that he had to like being able to breach like mainstream political conversations. Like I represented a huge potential opportunity to him, and he just was so bad faith in the way that he treats me. It's unbelievable. I don't know why he would do that. Like he should have been so conciliatory towards me, and I'm not looking for that. I'm not asking him to be anything, but for him to be like relentlessly bad faith against me all the time, like bro, who the like I can put you on a stream in front of 14,000 people. Like I'm giving you your phone number to like Adam22 so you can go to a show. What the like burn my shit so hard. Like, you're so stupid.
And how Nick Fuentes, who is also a neo-Nazi, and so yeah. Now let's get to the real fucking news. Notice how they're pulling out shit from 15 years ago, but all you have to do is look back a few months. Wait, what? There is nothing that they can fucking pull out anyway. Also, none of that shit even makes sense. Like, I'm a fucking agent of the Chinese Communist Party, but I'm also simultaneously a fucking Department of Homeland Security agent. Which is it? Do I work for the Department of Homeland Security, or am I an agent of the Chinese Communist Party? What the fuck is going on? They say, like, I'm spying for everybody. Okay, I'm a double agent. Okay, I'm a quadruple agent. I'm big homie badass over here, dude. I'm fucking Jason Bourne. The Nazi I platformed acted in bad faith is a wild statement. Yeah, I'm also a terrorist too. Yeah, I'm such an agent of China that I'm simultaneously an agent of the CCP, but also I got detained and criminally prosecuted in China. I was in Chinese jail. That's the other thing. It's like, not only am I an agent of China, but I also am an agent of Hamas. And despite being an agent of China, I got detained in China and I was arrested and prosecuted in China. That's what they say too. It's all made up. Wake up. If you believe any of this shit, you're a fucking moron, dude. God damn, it doesn't even make sense. None of it makes sense. Anyway, Trump is going to send Borders Czar Tom Homan in Minnesota.
Announced Monday morning that he is going to be dispatching his Borders Czar Tom Homan to the state. Trump wrote, quote, "I am sending Tom Homan to Minnesota tonight. He has not been involved in that area."
He's going to eat everybody. I'm going to Minnesota. I'm there. I'm going to see if there's any immigrants there.
But knows and
you got arrested in China? No, dumbass, I didn't. They lied and said I got arrested in China. And now they're lying and saying I'm a fucking agent of CCP. And it's ironic because we spent a fuck ton of money for that Chinese trip, like out of pocket. I wish the Chinese government paid us to do that shit, dude. Are you kidding me? I fucking wish.
likes many of the people there. Tom is tough but fair and will report directly to me. This is a notable development, particularly because Homan, as the president pointed out, has not been the one on the ground leading the—
Where's Hammer and Sickle Hat? I not CCP? No, I am ideologically favorable towards any anti-capitalist initiative, okay? Make no mistake. This is not a secret. I say it all the fucking time. Do you understand? Although I do have criticisms of the Chinese government with regular fucking frequency, I think we can learn some lessons from the central planned economy that China has, okay? One that actually focuses on improving the material conditions of the working class rather than improving the bottom line of billionaires. That's my point. It's not a secret. None of this is a secret. And it's not exactly a favorable position to hold in the United States of America, at least for now. It's becoming more of a favorable position, okay? It's becoming more and more of a favorable position every single day, especially with the American government's fuck shit. But the more the American government does awful, heinous crimes against humanity, crimes against its own citizens, the more people go, maybe China ain't so bad. But none of the positions that I've held for the last fucking 10 plus years were positions that were super favorable, okay? There was no like socialist movement in this goddamn country in 2016, pre-Bernie especially. There was nothing, okay? It was dead. It was nothing. Now there is one. And a lot of people worked tirelessly, brick by brick, to build something here. That's why it's so funny when all these dumb fucks will turn around and be like, oh, he's just saying it because it's popular. Bitch, when the fuck was it popular? America's the most pro-capitalist country on the planet. The heart of empire. When has anti-imperialism been popular in America?
These ICE operations, and this is really kind of a departure from the faces of what has been going on in Minnesota. One, Gregory Bavino, he is the border commander at large, but also the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. They have been the ones that have been really out there publicly defending the ICE officers in the wake of the fatal shooting of Alex Preddy on Saturday, but also the fatal shooting of Renee Good earlier this month. And this could potentially also signal a change in strategy. One, we should note that Homan is not as hardline on ICE operations as Nome and Bovino have been. We also, CNN has reported, that Homan and Nome have clashed and have been at odds many times over the last year regarding.
Yeah, they're claiming that there is like internal instability between the DHS and ICE. Okay, this is the new meta. Like, it's just, I'm not so certain. I think there are. I think it's, yes, kayfabe is right. I think it's kayfabe. I think it's like kind of phony, because ultimately whatever Trump says goes, right? And if there's any sort of inconsistency here, any sort of like friction here, that's most likely born out of the fact that Trump is too busy, I don't know, trying to conquer Greenland or something. And he's just delegated all matter of border patrol and ICE activity to Stephen Miller. And there are people that have differences in opinion on how these operations should be conducted. But it's very obvious that like Operation, what was it? Like Metro Hammer or whatever. Fuck, I forget what the goddamn operation is called in Minneapolis, but like, that operation was very clearly designed. Metro Siege, right? Is that what it is? Metro Surge. Yeah. So Operation Metro Surge was established in December 2025, last month, and it's been going on for the last month, for the last like almost 30 days now, and it was very clearly designed to dominate and to punish the people in the Twin Cities, right? Like, that's what it's for. It's very open. Like they're doing a constant presence. They're doing force projection on American citizens, and they're harassing people. And I think that's frustrating to some people within the DHS infrastructure that actually just want to purge the American boundaries of every black and brown person. Like, there are the real white nativists inside of the country, and then there are the ones who are just like, no, we should dominate blue cities. And they're kind of at odds with one another, I think. No one genuinely thinks that they're like deporting criminals, obviously. They all know better. They know how this stuff works. But as a Minneapolis resident, you are wrong. We remember Mr. Homan's valiant service under Obama. We will gladly accept him with open arms. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Remember when Obama gave Tom Homan a medal? And then liberals get so mad at me. Like, do you care about the excesses? Is that all you care about? Or do you actually care principally about the concept of like purging the boundaries of migrants instead of like documenting them? But yeah, as I said yesterday, and this is from DC Examiner, so they're probably leaking it. All Border Patrol agents in Minneapolis are being sent home, per sources. DHS, CBP have not responded to email. This comes after federal sources told me over the weekend that agents were told their deployment would extend into February. Major change in less than 24 hours. Yeah, I think that direct action gets the goods. I do feel like the big show of force, and then also the Alex Peretti murder and the response to Alex Peretti's murder is causing these guys to back away. But we shall see. We shall see how this goes. That's what I was trying to signal yesterday, and a lot of people got mad at me and said, "Oh, what do you mean?" Like, no, I think it's because Trump realizes how unpopular this shit is. He does not like this level of bad press, because while there are people out there who are like, fuck yeah, kill everybody that's a race traitor to the whites or whatever. Six Buzz is reporting on you this afternoon regarding UBC talk on February 12th. Yeah. I'm going to be doing a talk at UBC in Canada, and the Canadian APAC is trying to stop me from entering the Canadian country, the nation's boundaries, by saying I'm a scary guy. Yeah.
How to handle the president's immigration crackdown.
President Trump has posted moments ago, Governor Tim Walz called me with the request to work together with respect to Minnesota. It was a very good call, and we actually seem to be on a similar wavelength. I told Governor Walz that I would have Tom Homan call him, and that what we are looking for are any and all criminals that they have in their possession. The governor very respectfully understood that. That is a critically important development.
President Trump says Minnesota Governor Tim Walz called him asking to work together to find a solution to ICE operations and the chaos in Minnesota. Senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is here for more on that. So, Selena, what do we know about this conversation?
Yeah, Diane, well, it looks like President Trump may be looking for an off-ramp here. I mean, what he's saying in this social media post is a big shift in tone that we've seen coming from the president and his administration over the last few days. President Trump saying that Governor Walz, quote, called me with a request to work together with respect to Minnesota. He called it a very good call. And he said, quote, actually, we seem to be on a similar wavelength. He also said that Governor Walz is happy that his border czar, Tom Homan, will be coming to Minnesota. Now, remember that throughout the weekend, President Trump and his team have been making a series of unsubstantiated claims, blaming local officials, including Governor Walz, for the deadly shooting, and also claiming without evidence that Alex Preddy, the ICU nurse who was shot and killed, was a domestic terrorist trying to inflict maximum damage. But we know, Diane, that the president, as well as his chief of staff, they've been fielding a lot of calls about what happened in Minnesota, including with local officials. And the president gave a significant interview with the Wall Street Journal yesterday where he appeared to be looking for a climb down. He signaled a willingness to eventually withdraw immigration enforcement from the Minnesota area. He said, quote, at some point, we will leave.
Meanwhile, the White House is signaling confidence in Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem amid growing calls for her to resign. What are you watching for there, Selena?
I mean, look, it is significant that they're choosing to send border czar Tom Homan to Minnesota because the immigration enforcement operation in Minnesota that has been under scrutiny, that has really been mostly the responsibility of Kristi Noem, who runs the Department of Homeland Security. So that is significant there. So we'll be watching for any potential tension between these two leaders. But look, the president also knows that there are a growing number of Republicans.
I said I was going to pee. This guy said, again? Didn't you pee yesterday? You're right. I pee once a day. I apologize for peeing more than once today.
Republicans who have been disturbed by the administration's jump to conclusions. There's also a growing number of Republicans who are also calling for an independent investigation. Governor Walz made it very clear that the federal government cannot be trusted to handle it. Walz saying the state will do it.
All right, senior White House correspondent Selena Wang, thank you.
Nobody in the White House, including President Trump, wants to see people getting hurt or killed in America's streets. This includes Renee Good, Alex Preddy, the brave men and women of federal...
Why? You guys said that they were terrorists. Wouldn't you want terrorists to be killed? I'm so confused. This kind of feels inconsistent. Are they terrorists that deserved what they got? Or is it an unfortunate incident? Because this seems like it's a major backpedal. Hold on now. I've been watching Asman go for the past couple of weeks, and he's been saying, fuck around and find out. Now the government is saying it's an unfortunate incident. I thought it was FAFO time. What happened? What happened? I thought it was FAFO. The left has been arguing for years, literal decades, that the designation terrorist was bound to be expanded to refer to anyone someone in power disagree with. It is a term without referent or definition. Really, libs should listen sometimes. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we've been saying that. I've been getting called a terrorist nonstop anyway. Terrorism just means guy I don't like that I think I can deny due process to. That's all that fucking means.
Law enforcement and the many Americans who have been victimized at the hands of illegal alien criminals. Saturday's shooting remains under active investigation by Homeland Security Investigations and the FBI. The Customs and Border Protection is also conducting their own internal review. As President Trump said yesterday, the administration is reviewing everything with respect to the shooting, and we will let that investigation play out. But let's be clear about the circumstances which led to that moment on Saturday. This tragedy occurred as a result of a deliberate and hostile resistance by Democrat leaders in Minnesota. For weeks, Governor Walz and the Mayor Jacob Fry and other elected Democrats were spreading lies about federal law enforcement officers who are risking their lives daily to remove the worst criminal illegal aliens from our streets: murderers, rapists, pedophiles, human traffickers, and gang members. Governor Walz and Mayor Fry have shamefully blocked local and state police from cooperating with ICE, actively inhibiting efforts to arrest violent criminals. They have also used their platforms to encourage left-wing agitators to stalk, record, confront, and obstruct federal officers who are just trying to lawfully perform their duties, which has created dangerous situations threatening both these officers and the general public and Minnesotans alike. This is precisely what unfolded in Minneapolis on Saturday morning. Obstructing federal law enforcement and inciting violence against officers is wrong and illegal. This used to be a universally accepted position in the United States. Amid the hysteria, we must remember how we got here to this moment today and what this Democrat opposition is about. Former President Joe Biden and the Democrats opened America's borders for 4 years, inviting tens of millions of illegal aliens from all over the world to flood into our country. Among them, violent criminals who terrorized American communities and have inflicted devastating, permanent pain and harm on law-abiding Americans and their families. Yet we never saw outrage from Democrats or their allies in the liberal media over these horrifying crimes against U.S. citizens. The pain of American angel families was ignored and dismissed.
An undocumented immigrant did a murder inside of the U.S. boundaries, which means we now have to prosecute, apprehend, detain, and possibly denaturalize every Somali American. Does this argument make sense at all? No. If it does, you might be a MAGA Republican, okay? Angel families is what they're saying is like families who have family members who have died to died at the hands of an undocumented immigrant. That's what they're saying. Okay? That's Laken Riley. That's why they called the Laken Riley Act the Laken Riley Act, because Laken Riley was a nursing student, I believe, who was killed by an undocumented immigrant. And they used that example to propagandize against every undocumented migrant on U.S. soil, despite the fact that undocumented immigrants are responsible for a much, much lower percentage of crimes per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens are. And it's crazy because in the process of like supposedly going after undocumented migrants because they're all criminals that are doing, violent crimes and stuff, they're killing Americans. They're killing American citizens. It's fucking ridiculous. More people died in ICE custody in 2025 than undocumented migrants killed in 2024. Yes. The number of violent crimes that undocumented migrants engage in on U.S. soil is so fucking marginal that it is insane that anybody ever brings it up. Like it is like a statistical anomaly. And if you ask Donald Trump, he says hundreds of thousands of people are being killed by undocumented migrants every year. The real number is like 25, okay? That's how insane it is. That is how insane it is. And that includes documented and undocumented migrants. And that includes like vehicular manslaughter and shit. Okay? No, 25, not 2,500. Not 25,000, 25. 25. If you ask the Trump administration, the fucking Trump administration, they keep saying it's 100,000 a year. Yeah, sorry, it's 28. Only 28 murder convictions on non-citizens, documented and undocumented in 2025. It's fucking ridiculous.
Because it undermined the Democrat narrative. Innocent Americans like Jocelyn Nungray, Laken Riley, and Rachel Morin are just a few.
Can I have a source of my chud friend? Yes, it's called the Department of Homeland Security's own website. At least for the time being, they still have accurate data on it. But yeah, that's where it comes from. No, this is customs-and-border-patrol.gov.
Of the many
website
victims
you designed? Yeah, I designed the entire Department of Homeland Security's website.
Savagely murdered by illegal aliens.
I didn't just design it. I'm the software engineer.
Criminals. Earlier this month, an illegal alien from Mexico with a long criminal history who came into our country under Joe Biden's administration threw a baseball-sized stone at a school bus carrying children in New Jersey and fractured the skull of an 8-year-old innocent child. President Trump promised accountability to these American families by securing the border, deporting every illegal alien who has committed crimes, especially and most importantly, violent crimes. Nearly 80 million Americans voted for him to deliver on that very promise, and he is. As the duly elected president, the president is fulfilling the will of the people by arresting and removing these threats from our country in cities from Los Angeles to New York and, yes, Minneapolis. Yet Democrats...
I need you to remember something. 90% of all of the immigrants that are apprehended have no criminal record whatsoever, or I believe it's like 92% now. And the 8% of undocumented immigrants that are apprehended by ICE that have a criminal record are either for minor issues after they've, like, you know, served their sentence and they weren't slated for deportation because it was just nothing, or they're literally carrying out their sentence in prison right now, and the Trump administration is going after them to pad the stats. They're going after undocumented migrants that already are in prison and accelerating their deportation process before they carry out their prison sentence completely. They're taking them out of prisons to deport them just so they can say, see, we're deporting the fucking evil criminals that the Biden administration did not prosecute. They make it seem like they're grabbing them off the streets. That's not the case. They're getting them from the prisons. Okay? They are getting them from the fucking prisons in order to pad the fucking stats. But because they can't pad the stats, because undocumented migrants don't do that many crimes in general, as opposed to, like, you know, regular natural born U.S. citizens, that they don't even have enough. So it's 92% no criminal record and 8% with criminal record, but they're already in prison. All of it is a fucking lie.
Democrat leaders in Minnesota with sanctuary city policies have actively defied federal immigration law and the will
like this guy
of the people. And as a result of that defiance, 2 Minnesotans have now tragically lost their lives on the streets of Tim Walz's state. It is President Trump's hope and wish.
We sent ICE just to punish a blue city that was doing great. But it's still the fucking fault of the blue city because it was existing. It was existing. We sent our Gestapo agents to dominate people, to lay siege on a blue American city where, you know, the Gestapo agents actually ended up killing 2 American citizens, but that's still the fault of the city itself. Get the fuck out of here, man. Good luck getting your injections in prison, Caroline. Oh my God, I wish for the day that I see all of these fucking assholes behind bars. Oh my God.
And demand for the resistance and chaos to
Is it me or is KKK Caroline getting fatter? Isn't she pregnant, Chad?
end today. That's why President Trump spoke with Governor Walz directly this morning, and he has.
And also, I don't care. She's a fascist. I don't care about her weight fluctuations. Okay.
Outlined a clear
Don't be
and simple
ridiculous.
path to restoring law and order in Minnesota. Number one,
Yeah, she's
Governor
Purgante.
Walz, Mayor Fry, and all Democrat leaders should turn over all criminal illegal aliens currently incarcerated in their prisons and jails to federal authorities, along with any illegal aliens with active warrants or known criminal histories for immediate deportation. Number two, state and local law enforcement must agree to turn over all illegal aliens who are arrested by local police. And then thirdly, local police must assist federal law enforcement in apprehending and detaining illegal aliens who are wanted for crimes, especially violent crimes. If Governor Walz and Mayor Fry implement these common sense cooperative measures that I will add have already been implemented in nearly...
Bro, this is literally always, this is the Trump method through and through, okay? Get in there, fuck shit up, everybody hates you. Then you basically go back to the people and you say, hey, give me something that makes me look good and we'll pull out. It's the same with China, with the Chinese trade, with the China terrorism that Donald Trump engaged in. It's the same here in fucking Minnesota. Goes in, fucks everything up. People get very frustrated. People push back. He's like, okay, this is getting a little too unpopular for me. And now just give me something. Give me anything. Like, oh, yeah, we'll just keep getting criminals out of your prisons to make it seem like we're deporting all these fucking heinous criminals that we find on the streets. And then that's it. Same with Greenland as well.
Every single other state across the country, Customs and Border Patrol will not be needed to support ICE on the ground.
Wait, what? This is a genuine question. How could you properly prosecute someone who is undocumented if they don't have any documentation in the USA? Like, doesn't that make reporting our stats naturally lower? I love you. Please don't take this as bad faith. Wait, what do you mean? What? No, they still get processed, chatter. You know, tourists do crimes too, right? Like Like tourists on a proper visa or immigrants on a visa, they still have the capacity to do crimes. Like, what do you think happens? Like, that still gets counted. Non-citizens are not invisible in the system. Non-citizens still get counted. I just showed you. Here is all of the criminal alien statistics from the, wait, what is this? This is a fiscal year, all the criminal alien statistics from fiscal years 2017 all the way till fiscal year 2025. These are all the crimes that they've, like by number, these are all the crimes that they've committed. And if you look at the last year, on sexual offenses, 127, driving under the influence, 1,734, burglary, robbery, larceny, theft, and fraud, 414, assault, battery, domestic violence, 700. So the total, homicide and manslaughter, 23. These are all the crimes that that non-citizens have committed. Okay, total criminal convictions by type. No, that's just CBP. You need to look at the ICE website too. No, this is all of it. This is all of it. It's not just like they're not just finding them at the border, chat. This is all the crimes committed under the Department of Homeland Security's. The Department of Homeland Security looks at all the crimes that are committed that non-citizens have committed, and they tabulate it right here. Now you have to look at this. You have to look at this and then adjust it to per capita rates if you want to understand, like, if you want to slot out, like, if your goal is to obviously reduce the number of crime that's happening inside of the United States of America, which is understandable. That's the goal of every responsible government. That's at least the theoretical goal of the Trump administration, right? Then you know, tackling it from like the propensity to crime due to like your immigration status is idiotic. But if you were to do that, which is what the Trump administration is claiming that they are doing, you realize that actually natural-born U.S. citizens are infinitely more likely to do a crime than non-citizens are. Okay? It's like trying to put out a fucking burning candle on the table when there's a house fire. That's what it feels like. That you're not actually trying to solve the problem at all. You're just saying, no, it's this burning candle that is responsible for the entire house on fire right now. Anyway. And this has been readily available. It's not they count them separately. I promise. Look at the site. The stats are terrible for ICE. Less than 5% violent crime. There are a few great articles on this. I put together my data. I put together the data to show my MAGA mom. No, that's just CBP. You need to look at the ICE website too. No, ICE is doing interior removal as well. So the rates that they're showing on the ICE website, I suspect is not just capturing the yearly numbers. It's capturing who they are deporting, which means like if someone did a crime in the year 2007 and ICE actually went to the prison system and grabbed them from the prison system in 2025, they logged it as a 2025 criminal deportation. But you're trying to figure out when they did the crime, then you have to look at the CBP numbers. Does that make sense? Did I say website? Oh, fuck you guys. Like the ICE website, the ICE numbers will show all of the current non-citizens that are inside of the U.S. Boundaries that have done a crime, no matter when they've done the crime. We're looking at the likelihood to offend. Well, okay, thank you, Chatter, for that meme. And if you want to know why that's the case, by the way, it's pretty understandable. It's not because undocumented immigrants are just like brilliant criminals and they are able to evade law enforcement better and they have like a magical secret to do crimes and then hide themselves after they do the crimes. The real reason is because undocumented migrants, understandably, are less likely to commit crimes because they know that if they do commit crimes, they'll get fucking deported. No matter how big or small the crime is, they don't want to get deported. It's that simple. That is precisely the reason why they have a lower rate of crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens are. Than natural-born U.S. citizens have.
In Minnesota, ICE and local law enforcement can peacefully work together, as they are effectively doing in so many other states and jurisdictions. Additionally, President Trump is calling on the United States Congress to immediately pass legislation ending sanctuary cities once and for all.
I wish you'd bring this up more when you're interviewing politicians, brother or sister or the emperor. This is what I bring up every time I interview a politician. Like literally every time. It is probably the most common statistic that I bring up. I said it directly to Ro Khanna in 2024 at the DNC, where I was like, why the fuck aren't you guys talking about this? It's one of the funniest like cell phones, one of the funniest like cases of national suicide when you actually take an anti-immigrant stance. It's ironic because the overwhelming amount of propaganda is that like immigrants are fucking killing people, immigrants are doing crimes, but it's actually the exact opposite. When immigrants, both undocumented and documented, go to a city, the crime rate goes down, economic prosperity goes up. Immigrants also end up making sure that America doesn't fall into the same birth rate trap that other developed nations have fallen into. But that's what's so offensive to these white supremacists. So white supremacists in that instance will say, fuck it, I would rather die than live side by side with Mexicans. That's the whole point. That's where this resentment comes from.
American cities should be safe sanctuaries for law-abiding citizens only, not for dangerous illegal alien criminals who broke our nation's laws and do not belong here. We hope Governor Walz will do the right thing and continue to work with President Trump to keep the American people safe following their call this morning. Americans overwhelmingly want exactly what President Trump is delivering: strong borders and strict immigration enforcement against the worst illegal aliens, of which there are still hundreds of thousands to deport from the interior of our country. The most peaceful way to carry out this vital public safety mission is for Republicans and Democrats to do it together, and for state and local law enforcement to work together.
Now we're going to make a turn to the fallout from Saturday's deadly shooting in Minneapolis, the second this month by federal agents in the city. I know we've all seen this tape. It has
Family and friends remember Alex Peretti, the man killed by federal agents in Minnesota.
led to mass protests around the country.
Immigrants naturalize and vote for Dems, which is why right wing wants them out. Don't know why Dems also take an anti-immigrant posture. First of all, that's literally not true. And this last election cycle has proven that to be not true. Okay? It's just wrong. That is across the board wrong. When you say that, you're just taking on the great replacement argument that these guys fucking present. It's so stupid. The only thing that increases the likelihood that you will vote Democrat over Republican, in spite of the Democratic Party's ineptitude, incompetence, is whether or not you're in the fucking crosshairs of like an endless amount of racialized animosity. Republicans deliver racialized animosity. The groups of people that have gotten citizenship look at that, are on the receiving end of that racialized animosity, and they say, okay, I'm going to vote for the other party because the other party's at least not saying they want to kill me. That's it. This is precisely the reason why an otherwise conservative subgroup of voters, known as Muslim Americans, post 9/11 started voting as a reliable voter demographic for the Democratic Party. That is until the Democratic Party did the genocide in Gaza. Okay. And then they actually swung wildly away from the Democratic Party, and even some went to vote for the Republicans. Okay. Another prominent example I can give you that directly destroys this argument is also the Hispanic voting blocks. Democrats have maintained the Hispanic voting bloc for a very long time. And yet, places like Texas have always been a stronghold for the Republican Party in spite of having a large share of Hispanic voters. And that became a national problem for the Democrats this last election cycle as well. Yes, of course, you have Florida as well. Florida has never swung. The Cuban voters in Florida have never actually swung for the Democratic Party, with the exception of Barack Obama. And that was only because Barack Obama was very progressive. And it was the young Cuban voters that actually voted for Barack Obama. And that's it. So the idea that minority voters actually end up voting for the Democrats unconditionally is stupid. It's not correct. There's never been there's never been an instance where what the fuck is this? When did you send me this link? Okay, I don't care about Dr. Disrespect. There's never been an instance where like minority voters have reliably voted for the Democrats. The only group of marginalized voters that reliably vote for the Democrats is black voters. That's it. And there's a reason for that. It's called the civil rights movement. That is the reason. Okay. And the further we go away from the gains made during the civil rights movement for black people being able to vote and things like that, the end of segregation, or at least the end of de jure segregation in the South, the further we move away from those gains, the less black voters are likely to vote for the Democrats and just become non-voters in general. Although black voters in general are still more likely to vote for the Democratic Party by incredible margins, especially black women. Black women vote for the Democratic Party by Assad margins. There is like no equivalence in the Western world. Like there's no equivalence in like Western liberal democracies. By not voting, you basically voted for Trump too. No, actually, by that logic, if you didn't vote for Donald Trump, you basically also erased one vote from Donald Trump, so it cancels itself out. Yeah. So you're wrong. That's not how numbers work. Yeah, because by not voting for Trump, you basically voted for Kamala Harris. See how that works? Because if by not voting for Kamala Harris, you voted for Trump, then by not voting for Donald Trump, you voted for Kamala Harris. It cancels itself out. Yeah. Also, I did vote, but I don't know why people try to make this argument, but that's besides the point.
Even in sub-zero temperatures, with the demonstrators saying everywhere, enough is enough. The Department of Homeland Security claims the man federal officers killed was brandishing a gun, but the videos clearly show that is not true, that is not the case. And we are learning more about the victim today. His name was Alex Preddy. He was a nurse, an ICU nurse at a hospital for veterans. Lana Zach is in Minneapolis with the latest. Lana, good morning. What can you tell us? This is so upsetting.
Good morning, Gail. Friends and family of Alex Preddy say he was deeply upset by President Trump's immigration crackdown in this city. And now the Department of Homeland Security is leading the investigation into his death after giving some statements that differ sharply from eyewitness accounts and the video you're about to see.
Whoa! Video from inside this bystander's car shows an up-close view as federal agents appear to spray a chemical irritant, then wrestle Alex Preddy to the ground on the streets of Minneapolis. Other video from outside shows agents restraining Preddy, an American citizen. One appears to pull a gun from Preddy's waist. A second later, Preddy was shot and killed by another agent. Hours after the killing, the Department of Homeland Security said Preddy approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with this gun while agents conducted a targeted operation for a violent individual. Preddy was a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry a concealed handgun.
These officers used their training, followed their protocols, and were in fear of their lives and the people around them.
State and local officials say the videos paint a different picture.
This is an inflection point, America. If we cannot all agree that the smearing of an American citizen and besmirching everything they stood for and asking us not to believe what we saw, I don't know what else to tell you.
Witnesses on the scene testified that Preddy was holding his phone and did not approach the agents with a gun. He approached them with a camera. A pediatrician who was nearby when the shooting happened testified none of the ICE agents who were near the victim were performing CPR. The witness counted at least 3 bullet wounds in his back, an additional gunshot wound in the victim's upper left chest, and another possible gunshot wound on his neck. Preddy was an intensive care nurse for veterans at the Minneapolis VA hospital. A 2024 video shows him reading a final salute for a deceased veteran.
Today we remember that freedom is not free.
Preddy's father said his son participated in protests after Renee Good was killed by federal agents earlier this month.
He cared about people deeply, and he was very upset with what was happening in Minneapolis and throughout the United States.
Alex was a really good person.
Robert Alver met Preddy when they were at the University of Minnesota.
I mean, you see that smile, and what do you think?
That's him. That is how he came to work. He was serious about his work, but he wasn't serious. You know, quick with a joke and very funny.
It's a true loss for you.
It's a loss for everybody.
A federal judge has issued a temporary restraining order against the Department of Homeland Security to prohibit them from destroying or altering evidence. Today, Minnesota prosecutors will be in court trying to force the federal government to give them access to the investigation. Kelly?
Lana, thank you. The death of Alex Preddy is also reigniting the debate over government funding in Washington. Now, Democrats are refusing to vote for continued funding of ICE, and that could mean another partial government shutdown. Wei Zhang has more of that part of the story.
Following the fatal shooting of Alex Preddy, President Trump posted a flurry of statements accusing Democrat-run sanctuary cities of refusing to cooperate with ICE. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche blamed the chaotic shooting on a lack of assistance from local authorities.
ICE is doing all of this work, doing their jobs, and local law.
You guys know my policy on this. I don't think you're allowed to say Assistant Attorney General Todd Blanche. I think the appropriate thing for mainstream media to do is to update their lexicon, update their style guides, and to say former defense attorney for Donald Trump, current Assistant Attorney General Todd Blanche. Because both the Assistant Attorney General and the current Attorney General are former defense attorneys for the president. Okay? That's just the truth. And I think every media outlet, obviously CBS is never going to do that because they're dick riding Trump into oblivion, but every media outlet should always mention that because once again, this is pertinent. It's important. It gives you an insight into what these guys' opinions might look like. Okay? These are Donald Trump's personal attorneys. There is no separation between the Department of Justice and the federal government or the White House. Okay? None whatsoever. And I think that corruption should be highlighted. Maybe call me naive for this take, but I think that should be highlighted. I think it's inappropriate not to highlight that. Okay?
Enforcement are not being allowed to do a single thing to help.
Now, Trump is calling on Congress to immediately pass legislation to, quote, end sanctuary cities, what he calls the root cause of all these problems. But Senate Democrats insist the issue is the Department of Homeland Security's aggressive immigration enforcement tactics and say there must be a freeze in ICE funding.
We cannot fund a Department of Homeland Security that is murdering American citizens.
The Senate's 53 Republicans need the help of 7 Democrats or independents like Maine Senator Angus King, who's...
Yeah, I mean, they are going to get it from Fetterman. Fetty Wap man is definitely on board, right? Like, we already know that. But I don't think, oh God, I don't want to say anything. I don't want to fucking say anything. Let's see what David Dayen's analysis is. News from inside the Senate Dems meeting tonight. Schumer has the votes to block the DHS funding bill. They're going to ask for real investigations into murders, including an end to impeding the state/local investigations and an end to mass and arrest quotas. Senate Dems will try to advance the other 5 spending bills, which are relatively bipartisan, without DHS. All of this would require Senate Republicans to agree and the House to come back and pass before Friday, both unlikely. I don't know how you're a Democrat and get reelected if you fund government funding to ICE after this. Chatter. The reason why Democrats are thinking that they can get away with this is because there's no other options and that they are marginally better than the Republicans. This is them demonstrating that they're marginally better than the Republicans for the record. I just need you to understand that. And even then, this might not pass. Even then, they might cave. Okay? And the reason for that is because they also go on Twitter, I guess, or their consultants are on Twitter, and they demonstrate their perspective on a daily fucking basis. It's shit like this. The thing that makes Piker fans very similar to Trump fans is that they're impressed and even defensive of their idol's self-evident stupidity and lazy ignorance, so they just rely on popularity, subscribers, rally size to compensate for lack of intellectual or moral value. Explain why I'm wrong in this take. Online life is now people on the far right and the far left trying to outbid each other on who the biggest conspiratorial crank is out there. What is the conspiracy? What is the conspiracy? Can someone please explain to me what the conspiracy is? I can't even quote retweet this guy because he blocked me. Can a single person address the point I'm making without crying about anti-Semitism, conspiracies, or a bunch of irrelevant shit? Just one person, please. It's so strange. It's so fucking strange. This is not an argument. Okay? I don't understand it. Bro type slower than my mom. Yeah, that's why it's so funny. Crazy how many people dogpile you. I don't understand it. These guys all keep saying this is anti-Semitism. They all keep saying this is conspiracy shit. Nothing I mentioned there is actually wrong. I'm addressing Nick Fuentes going, ICE has nothing to do with Israel. And then I turn around and say, ICE uses Israeli spyware and is actively trying to deport green card holders and students for speaking out against Israel. But of course, this fucking shill is running cover for the ultra-Zionist pedophile admin once more because he hopes that they'll make him the next Mark Levin. If you are a liberal, if you are a self-described liberal, okay? This guy's in the UK. I don't know what his background is. I don't know what his politics are, right? But if you are an American liberal and you're anti-Trump, if you're in the UK and you're anti-Trump, explain to me what is wrong about this argument. This has nothing to do with my audience size. The only reason why you're bringing that up is because you're annoyed that I have an audience and am able to say this with a fucking platform and you haven't been able to deplatform me. That's the only reason why you bring that shit up. Yeah, where is he wrong? We've seen them scanning faces, bragging about the database they're creating, and they're trying to deport critics of Israel, Reza Öztürk and Mohammed Khalil. It's well known that Gaza is a testing ground for this tech. In good faith, can you explain what he said here is incorrect? It's literally a part of Project Esther, okay? This is a part of Project Esther. Jewish chatter here, you are 100% correct. I'm genuinely embarrassed by so-called liberal Jews who are attacking you this way. Yeah, because they're fucking Israel first, dude. It's just like they get so offended. They get so goddamn offended about Israel. If you are not Israel first in your mentality, you don't look at this and go, this is fucking bullshit. You look at this and go, even if you think you're Israel first, or even if you think that you care about Israel, okay, you would look at that situation and go, you know what? I do see the similarities here. Maybe I'll reconsider my allegiance to this fucking ethno-state that's doing an apartheid. That's the problem. But because they can't fucking address any of the points that are being presented, they just have to like wildly swing at random shit that is utterly irrelevant. One fucking person, please. One fucking person. Project Esther is an off-branch, an offshoot of Project 2025, created by the same group, okay? The Heritage Foundation that wrote Project 2025 also wrote a separate project called Project Esther. Understand? Project Esther was utilizing the weaponized anti-Semitism smears in a way to tackle the First Amendment in this country. They wrote it just like they wrote Project 2025. But with the exception of PBS, now known as the Piker Broadcasting Service, by the way, please subscribe. Very little media outlets actually covered Project Esther because they all fucking dick ride Israel into oblivion. Where is the conspiracy? They're saying it out loud. It's like saying, oh, you're telling me that ICE is being used to dominate blue cities that Donald Trump doesn't like in an effort to potentially move the conversation away from the Epstein files that Donald Trump is currently doing his very best to protect? Ha! That's a conspiracy. That's not an argument. Explain why it's a fucking conspiracy. You can't just say it's a conspiracy theory. Explain why it's a conspiracy, but you won't. These guys only fucking can demand censorship. That's it. Have you looked into how this and the Greenland issue tie into the North American technate goals of the mentors of government? Yes. Yes, it is. Yeah, also, even down to the Israeli spyware, inside ISIS tool to monitor phones in entire neighborhoods. Like all of the surveillance technology that these guys are purchasing comes from Israel, almost all of them. Yeah, they're calling me a lot of names, but you know what they're not saying? That I'm lying, okay? Because they can't say it, because it's fucking true. They just keep saying, oh, we're anti-populist, we're anti-populist, we're anti-populist, and that's it. That's all they got. We're anti-populist. You're a populist for this.
spoke Sunday on Face the Nation to keep the government open.
I can't vote for a bill that includes ICE funding under these circumstances.
That could cause a partial government shutdown, potentially leaving federal workers who are considered essential, like air traffic controllers and TSA officers, forced to work without pay. In a statement, a White House official tells CBS News Democrats are holding emergency response funding hostage to score political points. We hope cooler heads prevail.
Republicans on Capitol Hill vowed to avoid another government shutdown, and they say they are moving forward as...
A lot of people are misquoting you, and I agree they're not engaging with your arguments. It's just a stupid dog pile. They're not even misquoting me. They're just quoting me and hoping that their fucking audience that already has a certain perspective will not notice that what I'm saying isn't incorrect.
Planned, even if Democrats block new funding for ICE, the $170 billion budget to continue immigration enforcement, including $75 billion for ICE, was already approved as part of the One Big Beautiful Bill, the president's signature legislative accomplishment so far this term. Kelly.
Weijia, thank you.
Let's get to the live desk now for the very latest from Maria Lisignoli, a court hearing today on ICE operations. Maria.
My friends and I are taking bets on how long it'll take until Chuck Schumer folds on the government shutdown. Oh, my God. The people are calling it a conspiracy because ICE is using Israeli spyware. Do not believe that ICE is using Israeli software because they don't know. And probably real evidence shown to them won't change their mind. They will think it's fake news. Yeah, 404 Media and like PBS and all these other fucking mainstream outlets that they normally look at, real investigative reporters are actually doing fake news. It's all fake news. Okay, how are you any different? How are you fucking any different than the Republicans at that point? 404 isn't mainstream law? No, but 404 is a real investigative outlet. They do real investigative reporting. They're a credible news outlet for the real ball knowers, okay? It's an offshoot of Gawker's tech reporting. They're incredible. They're a fantastic outlet, as a matter of fact. They're basically like the modern version of ProPublica when as it relates to tech issues. Yeah, I mean, here, okay, Human Rights Watch. Liberals love this shit, right? U.S. Immigration Agency contract with spyware company poses risk to rights. Systems need to hold industry, government, and international standards. I don't understand it. ICE obtains access to Israeli-made spyware that can hack phones and encrypted apps. Like, it's not a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy theory at all. True, 404 is known in cybersec circles. Yeah, they're great. What's next? You're going to link Amnesty International, CIA boy? Yeah, exactly. Here's more. ICE just spent millions on surveillance tech banned by Facebook. ICE spent over $5 million on social media and dark web monitoring software that critics say enable warrantless surveillance. Its security staff had discovered cobwebs founded by former members of Israel's elite cyber intel agencies, was using hundreds of accounts to snoop on Facebook and WhatsApp users, many of them activists, opposition politicians, and government officials in Hong Kong and Mexico. Oh, it wasn't Gawker, it was Motherboard. Sorry. But wait, it wasn't... Oh, Motherboard was Vice. True. It was its ex-Motherboard team. Put some respect on the name, etc. First of all, I love Gawker too, so I wasn't... I would go so far as to say I like Gawker more than I like Vice, but Motherboard was goated. For sure. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful to any of those teams. PBS is trash, but PBC is where I get tomorrow's news today. The Piker Broadcasting Service is not trash. The Piker Broadcasting Service is where you get tomorrow's news today. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Anyway, the point is there's so much information out there. If you are even remotely curious as to just investigate it. If you're remotely curious as to what I'm saying, instead of just immediately discrediting it or trying to discredit it by saying, this is just a conspiracy theory. This is just a conspiracy theory. You're an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory person. Fuck you. Instead of saying that, just Google it. Just fucking Google it. Just Google it. Okay? And the comparison between Israel and ICE doesn't end there, okay? Here's Prem Tucker also making that same comparison that I've been making for the past couple of days.
Why is the U.S. and ICE behaving so much like Israel and its military? As Trump's masked agents terrorize neighborhoods all across the U.S., it's hard not to see the parallels. The violence, the in-your-face lies, the slandering of their victims, and the self-victimization of themselves. Take the murder of Renee Nicole Good. the administration is demanding that you believe something that's completely different from what you can see with your own two eyes. They accuse her of terrorism and say that she...
Damn, I did a PBS, subscribe to PBS, the Piker Broadcasting Service, for you, the viewers, by you, the viewers, and nobody subscribed. What the fuck is going on? Hey, yo, I'm washed. Okay, Unk is chopped. Unk is chopped. Unk is washed. Too many gifted subs? Yeah, I don't pay to get my news, homie. I mean, if you don't have the money, you don't have to. But also, you have paid for 5 months. So, recession indicator. No, the segues are busted. It's over. It's over. It's over. Unk is washed. Unk is chopped. Unk is no longer goated. Chopped Unk. Chunk. Calm like a Tom. Thank you for the 20 gifted.
Weaponized her vehicle. And that she was stalking agents who then feared for their lives. ICE is behaving how Israel does every time they kill a Palestinian child, doctor, journalist, or parent. We describe it simply. Every accusation is a confession. Everything ICE has done before and after killing Renee Good make the parallels almost too hard to ignore. For one, both the Israeli army and ICE are unimaginably violent, often unprovoked. Both have a knack for ramming people's cars or pulling people out of them, brutally arresting and assaulting common people as if they're dangerous threats, and blocking doctors or ambulances from reaching their victims. Both also act as completely unaccountable occupying forces. In Palestine, Israeli soldiers oversee a vicious apartheid system. In the US, masked agents demand people's papers, beat up kids at Target, and march around towns as if they're scoping out another country for the US to attack. And then there's the rhetoric. In addition to smearing victims as terrorists, they both build pretexts to justify even more violence, even against kids. Both, after acting in a way that causes any normal person to be outraged, then howl that they're the ones with the right to defend themselves.
That guy acted in self-defense.
Right, in self-defense.
Both use propaganda videos to not just lie, but completely reframe reality.
ICE agents and CBP officers that are out on our streets doing God's work live in these communities.
And both are pouring millions into influencing you and keeping the violence coming. And finally, there's the links between US and Israeli agencies, security partnerships and cooperation agreements, synergy and admiration between their border walls, sharing the same weapons and surveillance suppliers. There's even an ICE office in Tel Aviv. It's all so similar.
What? I can't believe it. These guys, more anti-Semitism. You see that?
If the people...
More anti-Semitism. I didn't understand how direct the comparison was. Thank you for this segment.
People in power saw how tolerant we were to send our tax dollars to help Israel occupy and carry out a genocide in Palestine.
The tide is definitely shifting. My vote blue, no matter who. Mom is even saying ICE acts like the IDF. Yes. The reason why I use this analog is because Israel is a deeply unpopular country in the United States of America. And it's deeply unpopular for the things that the current unpopular administration is doing. Any liberal that gets mad about this analogy, is pro-Israel first and foremost. That's it. And they just don't want to fucking admit that their favorite country that they care more about than they do about anything else. And I will say that if you are looking at this comparison and you're saying, how dare you make this comparison, you're anti-Semitic, whatever, you're fucking Israel first, brother. Sorry. Call me an anti-Semite if you want, okay? It's not fucked up to say Ben Shapiro, who is Jewish himself, is Israel first, okay? This is not a dual loyalty trope. If you are saying that you care about Israel, if you're openly saying that you care about Israel more than you care about America, because God forbid Israel's reputation gets a fucking another hit in this circumstance, then you're Israel first. That's it. You can't fucking sit there and be like, the dual loyalty trope's much. Okay, then don't do it, bitch. Don't fucking do the dual loyalty trope. Don't be the trope. You can't fucking constantly rely on real existing anti-Semitic tendencies in your situation when you are literally doing the thing. It doesn't work that way. Just like it didn't work when you were like, this is blood libel. To say that Israel kills children is blood libel. Bitch, we can see the fucking children being killed. You're not actually using that as a response. You can't actually stop people from from recognizing that, right?
Some of those same tactics were bound to come home. Violence we support or even tolerate elsewhere only tarnishes our own soul, and it makes it all the more likely it'll come back to be used against all of us. That's right, including.
Yeah. I'm going to post it again. I'm going to say United States of Israel one more time. Anyway, I don't know if you've seen, but Hamza and Martin talked about the Alex Purdy situation. Pretty wild. Wait, why is that wild? Hamza and Martin are fucking woke as hell. Brother, Hamza is literally like, oh, no, like, cool, I like it. Yeah, no, they've been talking about politics. That's not new for them. Yeah, okay, so people do know this. Okay, yeah. Hamza was literally deported by ICE. I didn't want to say it because I don't know if that's like a known thing or not. I forget. It is a known thing, yeah. No, not the league streamer. Hamza and Martin from Slushy Noobs, yeah. Who is your bias? I love Martin, but I think Hamza might be my bias because we've had a back and forth. We've had a tumultuous past. The Yowie couple, yes. Obviously, it's inappropriate because there's an inappropriate age gap relationship. So I don't actually have like a real bias at all. I think they're both goated. But we have had what you could say is a heated rivalry. Yeah. Me and Hamza. I had no idea. I had no idea who the fuck he was when he was talking mad shit. I did know about Martin's like very funny TikTok videos about like portraying himself as like a XQC fan who gets the aux cord or whatever, like all that stuff. But I had no idea who Hamza was until I saw videos of him talking mad shit. He was like, fuck this guy, I hate Hassan. And he was like, it was strange. I was like, the fuck? And it turns out this motherfucker was a Hasanabi head. He was talking mad shit, even though he was a Hasanabi head for years and a barb too. Isn't that crazy? Why do people keep saying, why don't you talk about Tool? Tool. Have you seen this? What is this? This actually happened.
Imaginary technique. Baby oil detonation. Domain expansion. Divine baby oil vomit.
What's actually crazy is this is not even AI. This is what happens in Jujutsu Kaisen. Like end of season 2 Jujutsu Kaisen. Like that's literally what happens. And it's so strange because it kind of comes out of nowhere. You're like, wait, what happened to Gojo? Like what's Sukuna doing? And then all of a sudden it's like, nope, no more Sukuna, no more Gojo, none of that shit. This is, sorry, spoiler alert, but this is Jujutsu Kaisen season 2 finisher. Okay, low key though, season 2 to season 3, without giving you any spoilers, is a very big change of pace. It gets dark as fuck. Post Shibuya incident, like it's straight up like a different anime. Because I finally caught up to JJK because I was rewatching it, and it's dope. But it is so dark, dude. Season 3 has been so fucking dark. Oh my God. Spoiler before culling? What? Okay, calm down. No, I got spoiled on the Hasanabi Public Broadcasting Network. No, you didn't. You did not. All I'm saying is I haven't read the manga, but season 2 to season 3 is like a very different change of pace. Okay. How's that a fucking spoiler? I don't understand. Sometimes y'all just say shit. Y'all be saying shit and I don't fucking understand it. Okay, calm down. Calm down.
Minnesota's Attorney General will be in federal court this morning, hoping to end Operation Metro Surge. Attorney General Keith Ellison says the influx of immigration agents to Minnesota has caused tremendous damage. WCCO has been following this for weeks now. We told you the state of Minnesota, along with the cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, are suing Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and other federal officials. Well, they get their day in court today.
I'm going to be in federal court with my team arguing for a restraining order against Operation
Hasanabi head, friend of the show, Keith Ellison.
Metro Surge. I filed this case almost 2 weeks ago, and this will be our first hearing. The lawsuit we filed is
is one that is caused by the unprecedented nature of this surge. It is a novel abuse of the Constitution that we're looking at right now.
In response to the lawsuit being filed, DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said in part, quote, "This is a baseless lawsuit and we look forward to proving that in court." Now, WCCO will be in court today and bring you the latest updates on what happens there.
All right, Maria at the live desk for us this morning. Thank you.
This morning, a growing number of Republicans are joining Democrats, calling for a full investigation into the killing of Alex Preddy by Border Patrol agents in Minneapolis.
What we're seeing on TV, it's causing deep concerns over federal tactics and accountability.
Senator Bill Cassidy calling the situation disturbing, writing the credibility of ICE and DHS.
Oh, God. This is so 2016. Creators, 3-day comparison on TikTok. They don't even do news and they're completely off United States algo. I've been fully taking out the American algorithm and I just make gaming content. America is what they fear China is. Locations, 3 days prior, 41% United States. United States is gone, wiped out. Wow. Just gone. TikTok is down in the U.S. That's why views in the U.S. are declining. I don't believe that it was a real outage, chatters. I think that's fucking bullshit. I think that they are tweaking stuff and they're making it seem like there's an outage. For the record, I think they're straight up cooking the algo. Why not watch the song? Brother, please, or sister, please stop sending me this link. I'm not going to watch the song right now, okay? Not right now, all right? I love you. Please. Please stop spamming it. Please, 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 please. No disrespect. I don't want you to become a permanent hater now. I don't know how else I can say it. If you keep spamming it over and over again and I don't click on it, that means I'm just not going to look at it, okay? Because I've seen it. Okay, have you watched /read Chainsaw Man? I have watched Chainsaw Man. I'm going to rewatch it too. Yeah, after several celebrities said TikTok was limiting their videos about ICE, the platform responded, blaming the issue on an ongoing power outage at a U.S. data center. Since yesterday, we've been working to restore our services following a power outage at a U.S. data center impacting TikTok and other apps we operate. We're working with our data center partner to stabilize their service. We're sorry for this disruption and hope to resolve this soon. Cap. Bullshit. Okay. Anyway, so all these guys are like, they're all reacting to the Alex Preddy killing. They came after the Renee Good killing, and they're like, oh, maybe this is a bridge too far, all this stuff. And the Senate Dems have come out and said, we're actually going to stop the DHS funding for once. They figured out that they should have a backbone in this circumstance. Now, here's David Dayen's report from inside the Senate Democratic Caucus, where the strategy to block DHS funding. David Dayen of the American Prospect, executive editor of the American Prospect, David Dayen, reports from inside the Senate Democratic Caucus. Detailed language on the conditions is to be finalized today. They include an independent federal state investigation, which includes Minnesota officials of ICE murders and tactics, a ban on ICE use of face masks, a requirement for body cameras. There was $20 million in the funding for body cameras in the current appropriations bill, but they are not mandatory. A ban on roving ICE patrols, a ban on the invented category of administrative warrants that bypass judges in violation of the Fourth Amendment, and an end to arrest quotas. The move came about after key Democratic moderates declared in the wake of Preddy's killing that they would not support ICE funding. Senator Catherine Cortez Masto said the Trump administration and Kristi Noem are putting undertrained combative federal agents on the streets with no accountability. Now, this is, once again, as is expected from the Democrats, too little, too late. But Adam Johnson says, a ban on roving ICE patrols and arrest quotas is substantive if inadequate. Body cams, mass bans is pointless. The investigation is fine in theory, but gameable. Ultimately, without slashing obscene funding levels that permit terror campaigns at scale, nothing will fundamentally change. Banning invented legal categories like administrative warrants reminds me of when progressives wanted to pass a law forcing the White House to abide by the Leahy laws. If you're passing laws to enforce existing laws, this feels like when a man marries his mistress, he creates a job vacancy situation. They need to start prosecuting these fools right now. They need to start demanding prosecutions of these people right now. DHS got $170 billion in a mystery money last year to build a deportation machine, and it's unclear how you can address the cruelty of this regime without taking away some sizable percentage of it. Historically, when people want to rein in bad things, defunding is a key way of doing so. That's what makes this whole withholding funding until we get reforms framing so silly. As some progressives in Congress have already noted, DHS has billions and billions of mystery money. They don't need more funding to operate. Let them burn through their MAGA funds. Fun thing about the Democrats is that they pathologically begin negotiating from a position of extreme compromise, the most lukewarm reform conceivable, and go from there. Republicans begin with maximalist demands, so slashes to the DHS budget are simply never a part of the equation, when they should be the key part of the equation, perhaps the only part of the equation. Despite the fact that a plurality of Americans support abolishing ICE, 46%, with 41% against, 46% for abolition, including 76% of Democrats, this is off the table as a starting position due to the baseless conventional wisdom, abolish and defund language cost Dems the 2024 election. So the starting point for Senate Dems is keep all funding and power, but more oversight, transparency, and rules. What we will end up with, I predict, will be something more cosmetic than the initial proposal. The part that I do agree with is the mask ban. Mask ban is a critical component of defanging these fuckers. Anonymity is a morale booster for them. Without masks, they can more easily identify agents. They get transferred to another city. It doesn't matter. They're not brazen and lawless because they have masks on. They're brazen and lawless because the federal government has given them permission to kill and terrorize at will. Every one of the killers will be unmasked eventually, and they know that. It's a minor tweak, says Adam Johnson. I do think that it's still good that they're moving in this direction as opposed to not doing anything. But once again, the demand should be more aggressive. Even if you are not going to follow through on your maximalist demands, which you should fight for tooth and nail, as I've said time and time again, mask bans only help the decentralized resistance network against ICE. Okay? It helps make it easier for people to take matters into their own hands and create these like networks, create these resistance networks, and actually, unmask the ICE agents that are doing crimes. Also, without enforcement, mask bans are meaningless because some of the states have actually already forced mask bans through. But unless you actually enforce said mask bans by way of local law enforcement with your local attorney generals and your prosecutors, you're not actually going to enforce mask bans at all. It's just in paper. Just like the Constitution in paper is supposed to say a violation of the Fourth Amendment is unconstitutional. It should be penalized. But without there being any sort of penalties for violating the Constitution, it doesn't matter. Laws are meaningless if not enforced. It's that simple. I will say, though, I'm glad that Moist Critical's community is turning on Asmongold. Moist Critical, Asmongold commenting what Alex Preddy did was absolutely R-worded, fuck ICE, but also fuck Asmongold. Felt I needed to share a portion of Charlie's audience. Also watch Zach, aka Asmongold. He shouldn't be getting away with this insane victim blaming, especially with the size of his platform. Note his comment on the murder of Renee Good, R.I.P. Bozo. Asmongold calling someone else's actions R-worded while living in a fortress with Dr. Pepper cans and dried tooth blood is peak comedy. We are reaching levels of irony that shouldn't even be possible. It's truly a bottom of the barrel performance from the human personification of a grease trap. Hell yeah. I told you, man, too much spotlight and all of a sudden, oh, there it is, because he's more unbiased than the media and speaks common sense. Yes, at least you get it. Unlike these R words in here, I think people don't agree with them. Shouldn't matter, blah, 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 all this stuff. Why were there normies in there to begin with? What do you mean? This is the reason why there hasn't been a lot of friction between Asmongold and Moist Critical, because Moist Critical has like a fairly centrist audience. There's some leftists, there's some right-wingers in there. But Asmongold presents himself as a centrist, but has like primarily a right-wing audience. I don't think you guys understand because you're in my community. So you're like in the hyper left community. A lot of these other places that are seen as like liberal adjacent or centrist or apolitical content creators that like focus on lighthearted drama for the most part. And every now and then they'll have like a political take. Oftentimes do not actually, like, they will never treat Asmongold in the way that they treat me. I'm a easy target to fucking slam into, right? I'm a much easier target to slam into because I have basically been brought up as like the figurehead of communism in the United States of America, if not around the globe. And it's wrong. I don't agree with that. I think it's a fucking idiotic and very narrow focused, like drama focused way to approach politics in general. But unfortunately, that is just how it is. That's just how it's perceived for a lot of people who have no political education, no understanding of ideology, and no investment in the political process whatsoever, and simply treat politics like a game. And they can only understand politics from the perspective of drama, content creator versus content creator drama. And because of that, a lot of these guys don't actually fucking hit on Asmongold. or attack Asmongold because they see Asmongold as like a big vector that has his fans in these spaces as well. I already know none of my fans are going and watching their shit for the most part. The right, liberals, establishment Dems, max left, MAGA communists hate you. Do you tank all the damage? Yeah. But I'm glad that like Moist Critical's audience is waking up and is saying like this is fucking incredibly inappropriate. The only reason he chooses to live in filth is because he thinks it makes him look more relatable to his audience. Oh, nailed it. Actually, now that I think about it, given how disingenuous he is, I wouldn't be surprised if he lives at a much nicer place. He probably just comes to his old home to stream. No, that's not the case. He definitely does live in his old house. You are literally begging to be fucking trampled by my freaking wheels, lady. No, watch out. Don't go over there. Not all establishment hates, Dems hate you, saying for a friend. No, I know. I'm just talking about the more expressive establishment Democrats that are on the timeline on Twitter and shit. Get the remote. That's right. Bzz, bzz, Kaya, place. Bzz, chop, chop. She's defiant. I don't even use a remote. I use my brain to zap. Hassan is not a communist. He's a liberal, but this is also a waste of time because most of these chatters don't know what these words mean. Yeah, I'm a liberal. You're right. No, totally, dude. You're the real ultra communist. What? DOJ opened an investigation into Ilhan Omar over her finances, campaign spending, and interactions with foreign citizen per officials. The inquiry, which Trump revealed on Monday, stalled for an apparent lack of evidence. Oh my God, the Biden admin. Oh my God, they are such Israel dick eaters, bro. Holy fuck. 2 million views, 100K plus likes.
Okay, you see these okay, chat, that stuff on his wall is his mouth blood, because he, instead of getting up to brush his teeth at night, his gums start bleeding in the middle of the night, and he wipes his gum blood on the wall.
Oh shit, I got my pillow. Very comfy and cozy.
This is the normie reaction to the way this man lives, by the way. His audience finds this kind of repulsive behavior to be a signifier that he's actually a real one, and it causes them to forget that he's a multimillionaire who owns numerous businesses. Okay? You're obsessed, brother. Yeah, no, totally. Totally. How many times has Asmongold talked about me today? I guess we can find out because we can just look at what you've said in his chat. Who has the link? Who has the link? How many times have you mentioned me in the Asmongold chat? How is it possible a person like this makes millions of dollars? My brain is exploding. Mental illness, dude. What are you talking about? A lot of fucking people are mentally ill, especially on this platform, both the watchers and the fucking creators, who would basically put themselves in a fucking cage like a zoo animal. Who would put themselves in a cage like a zoo animal for thousands of ogling eyes to watch? This is the website, right? What is it? Zach Rar? Is that how you spell it? Oh. Let's see how many times. Channel user not found. Okay. We can't find it, I think. How he always has 6+ K viewers more than you? Well, back in the day, it was 10K, and now it's 6K. Eventually, it will be minus 6K. He didn't gain popularity because of politics. 90% of his popularity was because he was a funny WoW streamer. No, I know. And then he lost his popularity. He's apolitical. I can't see any of this shit. I can't see his, nah, bro. What are you talking about? All creators on Twitch are incredibly normal. Not while he still pays for bots. His view count will stay the same. No, I think there are days where, like, he can't bot fast enough. Asmonfold is done? No, not yet. Of course not yet. But his time will come. Anyway. Oh, I wrote his username wrong. Okay, whatever. I don't give a shit. I know he had already brought me up multiple times throughout the day because he goes on LSF, and LSF loves talking about me. And Asmongold also loves talking about me by looking at Yeet. Software engineers don't give up like this. Pestany got caught botting 100K viewers today too. That's even funnier because he has like, what? How many views does he normally have? Like 2K, 3K, I assume, somewhere along those lines. Like, yeah. His viewers randomly spiked to 114K. Oh, wow, that's cool. Wow, he's really popping off, dude. He's really a force to be reckoned with. What is this? His graph? Average concurrent viewers, 3.8K, 8K, 6K. And then today, 141,000. Nah, he's just popping off, dude. You don't understand. This is legit. He's got motion, twin. It's just totally normal. Stockman is going to get yelled at. He put the bots at 114K instead of 14K. Look at all that natural growth. Yeah. Kaya, you are. I swear to God, she like literally stands right behind me. No. Kaya, come here. Come here. You can stay here. Okay? No. Down. Get down. Okay, you can stay here. But away from my no. Bro, you can't see it, but like she literally is like, I'm gonna get under those wheels. Okay? I am going to get under those wheels. I want to be under the wheels of your chair. Go lay on the fucking. She does it because she wants guilt treats. But I'm not giving. Yeah, hell yeah, brother. This rocks and it'll be super popular.
So that's the way I see it. And you should be in the White House. I look. I will say that there's a chance that something might happen. Honestly, it mainly depends on me. It's not even really. It's mainly on me. So we'll see what happens.
No, he's not saying he's going to run for office. He's saying that he's going to get invited to the White House, or he's in the works. He's like, it's in the works that he will go to the White House, which he probably will not. But I really hope it happens. Oh my God, that'd be so funny. Oh my God. I cannot even comprehend how bad that would be for the Republican Party. Holy fuck. That would be so amazing. Dude, can you fucking imagine? It's for the UFC event, Kick Connections. Oh, I really hope he goes. Oh my God. Media outlets, like mainstream media outlets being like, who the fuck is this psycho? Who is this trash pile? Oh, I wish for the day. I really, really, really want that to happen. Please.
I'm not going to say anything else, right? I'm not going to say anything else. I'm not going to get into specifics, but it could be an interesting time. It definitely could be a very.
Yes. Oh God, I want that so bad. I want that so fucking bad. My dream is for normies to find out about Asmongold and tie him directly to the Republican admin. It would be a timeline disrupting event. No, you're fucking it up. Do reverse psychology. Yeah, no, I'm mad. I would hate for people to know how brilliant Asmongold is. I would hate it. Or maybe I'm doing a double blind because Asmongold knows that I would actually hate it, and that's why I'm saying this. And maybe it would be terrible for the movement, my movement. Did you see this old clip of him where he says he knows more than the public, but he's quiet as a mouse? Yes, I did. I actually covered it as well. Oh yeah, speaking of Asmongold, Rape Tone's court case is finalized at this point, and I believe there's new details that are coming out right now. But basically, Asmongold has been noticeably absent from the conversation. Weirdly enough, he loves farming drama. Yeah, I love farming drama. And yet, for some reason, this was his brief mention on the Tectone stuff. Let's take a look.
And I don't see it at all. Let's see here. Is there any more of this? I have no idea. No, this is just about Tectone. I don't know what happened with Tectone. Who knows? And I don't see it at all. Let's see here.
Yeah, he doesn't know what happened with Tectone. He has no idea, even though Tectone is literally his best friend. Tectone is his best friend and podcast co-host. And he's like, yeah, I don't know. We never talk. Remember, best friend, podcast co-host, like literally ride or die, okay? Ride or fucking die. This is what he said initially when Tectone, because of his court proceedings, had to go quiet. He had to go dark, okay? He couldn't tweet, or I mean, he could tweet, but he couldn't actually do a live stream because he kept fucking it up. He kept violating the court orders every time he fucking had any sort of live stream. He would just like violate the court orders, right? So when he first got into this, civil proceeding, due to his partner, not his wife, right? Not his ex-wife, but his actual ex-partner, alleging that he had sexually abused her, sexually assaulted her. Not really drama. I mean, it's like a legal situation to his ex-girlfriend. He had to go dark while the court process was going on. And here's what Asmongold said at the time.
I'm not sure when I'll be back, but my mind is clouded. I'm just angry every day. I'm crashing out over nothing, and I don't want my resentment guiding me. I see where I'm headed, and I don't like it at all. I'm not saying, I'm saying things I don't mean. I'm tilting out over the smallest things. The worst thing is I can't even explain to you.
How does streaming violate court orders? You can actually stream while there's an ongoing court case. You just can't talk about certain things that are pertinent to the court case. You can't like try to harass the victim and stuff like that. I mean, people still do it anyway. Destiny does it regardless of the injunctions. So you could still technically violate it, but it actually makes it much harder for you to win the court case, I guess. But Tectone was at least smarter than Destiny. Even though he was doing the same exact thing as Destiny, he was still going live and violating some of these. He was violating some of these court orders to not harass the victim, things like that. And basically, okay, she's not close enough to the chair. It's fine. But basically, he was at least smart enough to realize that maybe he shouldn't be doing that. Maybe he shouldn't be live streaming. Yeah, every day he tried to assassinate her character before he received his restraining order. Anyway, here's Asmongold saying he knows a lot more than the public on this.
So angry, and that's what's frustrating me the most because I value transparency over everything. I'm going to go on break, hopefully not for long, but no streams for a while. This date that I have to keep waiting for is getting closer, but the wait is harder. I plan on making some YouTube videos and just talking and tweeting every now and then, but nothing too much. I need to get my head straight again. Appreciate y'all.
Tectone wanted to sue you for defamation if he won the lawsuit. That's not how that works. You can't just like, when you have like an active court case about sexual harassment, you can't successfully sue someone for defamation for literally going off of like the ongoing incident. If other people are alleging this, like, you know, this is not Japan. Okay. You can't just like sue someone for saying correctly what they're responding to. Okay. It's only if I have full knowledge that this is incorrect and I have a malicious intent to defame this person and to cause financial harm to them. Like, that's not, it's the bar is extremely high for defamation in the United States of America. It's even higher for public figures in general. So it doesn't work like that.
Bye for now. So as somebody who knows more about this than the public, I think that when he comes back, all of this is going to make a lot more sense. I'll certainly say that. So don't worry about it, guys. Tectone will be back. It's not going to be a big deal. Everything's totally fine. And so, yeah, that's it. And hiding from the bot bans? Well, why would he hide from the bot bans when his last stream had 11,000 viewers? It doesn't even make any sense. What are we talking about here? And so is he
defending Tectone botting, which we also know for a fact, you know, another similarity there. Really interesting. Really, really interesting. Just wondering why Asmongold hasn't talked about this at all. I mean, he's the great arbiter of truth, right? He's supposed to be this like apolitical, moral beacon. Very, very confusing to me that he is not talking about his best friend and the ongoing court case. Let's see.
Pregnant? He could be pregnant. That could be it. Yes, that's it. He's going to have to give birth, and that will be it. And yeah, so he told you lies off stream too? Why would he tell me? What do you mean lies? Like, I mean, no, I like, has it ever occurred to you that maybe I know more about a lot of these situations than the public would be aware of? Like, I mean, I've known Tectone now for like what, 3 or 4 fucking years. Like,
Yeah, I tweeted, I said, Asmonfold, even folding on his best friend. Interesting. Here's Asmon saying he would correct any lies on Tectone, and now he's silent. Asmongold says he will be there to correct any misinformation when the nukes fly between Misgiv and Tectone. Says he's a neutral third party and the participants will be farmed via video. You guys don't know yet. Oh, man.
I know.
God, he's so smug, too. He is so smug whenever he talks about this shit.
You guys don't know yet. Oh man, I guarantee you, bro, like, they've been crashing out on each other for a while. People are going to be saying some shit about each other in a bit. I will say this. If any of these guys drop receipts on each other and anybody lies or misrepresents anything, I will be there to correct the record. That's all I'm going to say. If anybody starts saying anything, I will be there. So
it's just strange because he hasn't said anything. So I guess all the stuff that's been out there is correct, huh?
Want a good? Yep, we need a good, clean fight. No below the belt shots. No lying.
It's just like he was so confident. He was so confident that his bestie was gonna be fine. You know, Graybeard. What is this? Me? Is that the new meta? I've heard like Destiny also bring up that I'm graying, and I don't understand what the problem is. Yeah, I'm 34, dude. It's not really a problem unless you're trying to procure child sexual abuse material from minors when you're 34 years old and, you know, you keep things age appropriate. It's not really a big issue. It's not like something that I'm worried about. It's not something that I hide. I'm 34. I say it all the time. I even act a lot older than I actually am. So not sure what the argument there is, unless you're trying to say that I'm like unattractive or something. But I think aging gracefully is a beautiful thing. He's stalking you on Twitter right now, looking at a pic of you from 2 years ago, saying you went gray in that time. I did. Yes, my beard has turned gray on the corners here and on this side too, a little bit. It will probably continue as I get older. You know, it's a normal thing. I do find it funny that that's like the one area where they can't actually come after me because it's like, you know, it's something that you can perceive, right? It's something that is subjective, but it's something that you can perceive. So if you keep saying I'm unattractive, maybe other people will also start saying that as well. So which one is it? Is the only reason why people are paying attention to me is because I'm hot and nothing else? Or is it because I'm not hot? And if I'm actually getting less and less hot over the years, why has my viewership gone up? I don't understand. I just need to see some consistency, please, in the shit talkers. Not that it's even remotely relevant for the record. It's not. Anyway. Where were we? Oh, yeah, we were looking at this guy's, of course. God, I'm sitting in the corner. RIP Bozo. OG Democrats aren't horrible. He's probably laughing. That's Base Lamau. ICE is going to fight with fists. Gotham City. Why does Asmonfold run on the ends of the universe to avoid a conversation with you, but then does shit like comparing your beards over time? Like, is he just salty? I don't know if this is an Asmongold viewer or a crossover viewer between Asmongold and Destiny. Because Sex Pestiny is the one I've seen talking about how I'm unattractive now because I have a gray beard. Which, I don't know why. That's like... I don't know why they think this is like something that I'm ashamed of. If I was, I would just like never grow out my beard or dye it or something. Anyway, let's
Nothing
continue.
like that. And yeah, and so we got to, I got to be, listen, somebody got to do it, right? And so that's it. But the Mad Prophet Asmongold, well, the thing is that, can you tell us a few hours advance so I have a meal ready? No, this is going to go on for like a month, okay? Minimum. Whenever they start talking about each other. That's what it is. Ted can't moderate this? No. And by the way, when it happens, I want to let everybody involved know I'm not involved with this shit anymore. You're going on a video. It's going to be a video. You might not like it, but...
Has he done a video on Tectone yet? I've been waiting because as you guys know, I'm a major fan. It's just odd. You know, one thing I have noticed, by the way, was for like the past couple of months, my replies have been polluted with Asmon bots. Constantly being like, oh, you only talk about Asmongold. All you do is talk about Asmongold. And yet, now when I post about Asmongold being noticeably absent from the conversation about Tectone, the bots aren't there. Like very few comments about Asmongold. in the replies where they're normally the top replies, you know? I guess there's one. He says the love of your life heart. Cause like for the last couple of weeks, especially, it was unlimited bots. It was like Asmongold owns you. Asmongold owns you. He's still number one, bro. Like 2. We've only seen 2. It's just very strange. Where did they go? Where did all the Asmongold fans go? Why are they noticeably absent from my replies now? I miss them. Yeah, it almost feels like roaches scatter when you fucking turn the lights on, huh?
It's gonna be a video. People are getting farmed, bro. Like, stay out of the drama, in my opinion. Well, this is I have my opinion on it, but I'm not going to share anything or say anything until somebody else does. I'm gonna be
okay. So now that people have seen stuff, why is he not farming it? Why is he not farming it? I just don't get it.
I'm gonna be the neutral third party, and all I'm going to do is make sure that nobody lies. That's all. There will be no lies.
Huh. Maybe that's why he's quiet. There will be no lies. It is kind of funny that Yeet was farming Asmongold as a loyal Asmongold soldier and as a loyal DGGer. Has Yeet been posting about Asmongold's noticeable absence from the Tectone conversation? Has he been posting about Asmongold at all? I wonder where these guys are going with that, you know? Because it kind of feels like he's been posting a lot about all these other things. Because back in the day, he would nonstop. He'd be just posting about me, posting about Asmongold. I love that he's turning into an equal opportunity drama merchant. His account is evolving. Hassan calls out Asmongold on the timeline for his connection to the best friend Tectone. Let's see what they say here. Asmongold is listening to the advice of his lawyers, something that Hassan doesn't seem to understand. Okay. Oh, nice. Asmongold on Tectone. I'll wait for Tectone to talk. I'm pretty sure he did lose the court case. I just don't know what that means or anything. The info where it came from isn't something I really want to comment on. I just want to be left alone, not collab.
The rest of this will be elephant in the room will be addressed. Yeah, again, I'll wait for Tectone to talk about all this stuff. Like people said that like he lost some court case. I have no idea. I think he did, by the way. I'm pretty sure he did lose the court case. I just don't know what that means or anything else. So I'm kind of waiting for him to say it. It seemed like again, like the information where it came from isn't really something I'd want to comment on. I guess I can just say, I mean, I might as well just say, like Mizkif is.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with the drama.
The rest of this will be.
Oh, this is the same clip.
Very obviously suing me for defamation, and because of that, I don't want to comment on anything that's coming out of, any information that's surrounding him because it could complicate the lawsuit. So I'm not going to I'm not going to comment on, or I'm not going to say anything about it at all.
That's such a different vibe. It's such a different energy than this.
I will say this. If any of these guys drop receipts on each other and anybody lies or misrepresents anything, I will be there to correct the record.
It's just
and obviously suing me for defamation. And because of that, I don't want to comment on anything that's coming out of, any information that's surrounding him because it could complicate the lawsuit. So I'm not going to I'm not going to comment on, or I'm not going to say anything about it at all.
Huh.
And so that's the reason why. It would complicate the lawsuit.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on, guys. It's just, it'll complicate, I guess. It'll complicate the lawsuit. That's why. Well, the energy here is so different, though. What's up with that?
That's all I'm going to say. If anybody starts saying anything, I will be there. So, yeah, it's that simple. I don't want to make any other comments beyond that, because if I do, then I will, I could, every word that I say about the topic is a word that can be used against me. It's not going to happen.
Huh.
Anyway, aren't you tired of being around these streamers? Constant problems? I absolutely am. 100%, 100%. It is so exhausting having to deal with streamers and stuff like that.
He will farm your/Frogan's personal life all day, every day, but not Tectone. Listen to this shit. Yeah. And in our circumstances, it's not even real shit, right? it's all manufactured outrage. It's not like an ongoing real court case. I guess with Frogan's court case, he fucking farmed the shit out of that because, again, massive bully Ethan Klein is bullying through lawfare a bunch of smaller content creators who he feels have personally offended him and unironically potentially destroying the precedent that he set with his previous lawsuit. Okay. Around streamers all the time too. How come we don't have that issue? I mean, I'm not around a lot of streamers. Let's be real. I'm around like mostly politics people. So there's a difference. Hello. Hello. What? Uh-oh. Oh, you want uppies? She wants uppies. You want uppies? No, no. Oh God, no. You can't. Get out of there. You get out of there. Get out of there. Why do you always go there? Let her speak. I'm trying to let women speak. I'm trying to give women the microphone.
This, like whether it was
his responsibility that he's embroiled in legal issues now regarding Miz and doesn't want to open more doors to drama. His stuff with Mizkiff, and I didn't even know that Mizkiff was like fucking suing him, but I suspect it has nothing to do with Tectone. So I don't know why he won't talk about Tectone. Tectone's court cases between Tectone and his ex-girlfriend. So not sure what the fuck that has to do with the Mizkiff's lawsuit at all. Very strange. Does that have something to do with Tectone? Surely that means he won't be commenting on you either now that he's scared of being sued. Yeah. Why is he? Should I sue this motherfucker? Is that what we're supposed to be doing? Is that the only way to fucking bully people into submission so they stop disparaging and fucking lying about you? Jesus Christ. No, I'm not going to do that. I feel like I hate that shit. I'm not going to do that.
Like the Lakari thing was just awful, right? I mean, like, holy shit. What are we doing? So I don't know. I mean, I've been saying this for a long time. It's very...
Bro, chatters, you can't on the one hand say do nothing, win, and then on the other hand say you have to do something. I hate that shit, motherfucker. They hate you. I don't give a fuck. They're already fucking falling apart. Look at them.
Very exhausting for me, and I just want to, at this point, I want to just be left alone. I don't want to really collab with anyone. I don't want to do anything with anyone. I just want to be left alone, right? I want to be left alone, and I want to be...
He doesn't want to collaborate with anyone. The other day, he was talking about fucking doing another episode of the podcast with Rape Tone. What happened? What the fuck happened?
Just doing my own stream in my own house by myself and not interact with anybody. This is like, I went through, like, we went through the drama with OTK. We had like 5 or 10 different, like, Obama statements. Let me see if I can find it here. And what did he say? Let me pull it up.
They got your mans on sex assault charges. Who you be hanging with?
We've had like 5 or 10 of these things happen. Like, I've had a lot of my friends, you know, and people that I was, you know, like friendly with at least, you know, people in Austin get canceled. And it's just like after 2022, there was like a pretty big thing that happened with OTK at that point. Like a big drama thing. I don't want to talk about it because, again, what I just mentioned. But like after that, I kind of just, I lost interest in any degree of interacting with people, dealing with people, being friends with streamers, and everything else. And yeah, I'm just, and now, like, I've had so many people around me get accused of bad stuff. I've had, like, you know, people do all kinds of bad stuff. People turn into a person that I didn't really think that they were. And I know it's just about getting older and that's life, but...
Wait, let's run it again, sorry.
Hey, you know they got your mans. They got your mans on sex assault charges. Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with. Oh, it's sex offender. And it was your mans. He was your boy. I heard you grew up with him. That's crazy, man. You ain't know what he was doing? You ain't feel bad at all? Like, no guilt, none of that shit fucking with you? Cause your man's his whole ass. No. That's Kels. That's your man. Kels. Bump and grind.
Overall, I'm just kind of tired of dealing with streamer drama, being tangent.
What? He's tired of dealing with streamer drama? Brother, that's your bread and butter. Fuck you mean you're tired of streaming and streamer drama? Whoa, Asmongold is tired, bro. Let me look. Let me check real quick how tired Asmongold is. Okay, let's take a look. Asmongold TV, okay? Asmongold TV. Wow. I mean, first of all, that's streamer drama. But you know, that's one thing. Fuck around and find out. Yeah, Don Lemon. Wow, I guess he has been staying true to his word. Not a lot of Hasanabi clips up in this bitch. You see that? What happened? Wait, maybe that's why his fucking bots are not up my ass as hard. Did he stop talking about me on his fucking, or post videos about me? Because I know he still talks about, oh, never mind. He's still here. There's no fucking way. Hassan has hit rock bottom 7 days ago. By the way, why does he AI these fucking clips to make me look like him? What does that say about the way you look? It's over. I'm suing. I woke up to this. It's finally over. He's been saying it's over for months now. And it's crazy because the only thing that is over, Jesus Christ, this is sad. He's finished. Watch me. This is fucking insane. Hassan is 5,000% done. It's just strange. Like I said, oh, she's 100% fucked now. I used to pray for times like this. This is so fucking pathetic. This keeps getting worse. We finally know the truth. It's over. Huh. It's just like, am I China? Is that what it is? Am I the China? Am I the China of streamers? Is that what it is? Every day there's an entire market revolving around China is going down any day now. China is going down any day now. There's a huge market for it. And yet seemingly that market keeps growing, but China also keeps growing. It never collapses. Oh man, I guess he is pulling out a drama a little bit, even though he still 5 days ago posted this video at least. But I guess he's not doing it as much here. He's lost his mind 2 weeks ago. Asmongold. Look at these fucking AI thumbnails. They're pretty funny. Please recreate these thumbnails. Yeah. Are you familiar with Morris Katz? Yes. He's the fucking whiz kid behind the Zoran campaign. Huh. I wonder why he's just so tired of drama.
Mentally related to it and then blamed for it. Like, I just don't want to have anything to do with it. And also, like, you know, I'm a really lucky guy in a lot of regards. I have so many real life friends. I've grown up with tons of guys. Like, you might not believe this, but I've had a lot of the same friends for like 20 years. Like, sometimes even longer than that. I mean, I don't know. I think I'm a pretty nice guy to hang out with and be around. And so...
Doesn't he have one friend who was also caught up in a similar situation to Tectone and went to jail or something? I think one of his normie friends unironically had like that problem that he grew up with or some shit. Like no, not Rich. No. He wasn't like a content creator. He was like an IRL friend. I feel so bad for Asmongold. He's so nice and chill with everyone, and everyone just tries to put drama in his life. So sad. I know. Cody, his best friend, wife beater. Yeah. It's just strange, man. I don't know. He was in prison for assault. Jesus Christ. Anyway, it's just strange, man. Now the court has officially ruled Techno to be a dangerous abuser and granted his ex-partner a 10-year personal protective order. Asmongold suddenly doesn't want to comment after spending months defending Tectone and justifying extreme harassment towards his accusers. Huh. What is this? Check sex destinies too? Okay, I don't fucking care about this shit, dude. Give me a break. It's H3 podcast. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, I know. The victim posted karma is real. Sasan supports abolish ICE, but at what cost? Say what you want about Asmongold, but it's pretty impressive to never leave your house and still manage to be associated with the biggest piece of shit somehow. Yeah, I just don't know, man. I don't know what's happening. Maybe 2026 is finally the year when like people come to the... Maybe 2026 is the year where people start recognizing that like these guys are ginormous pieces of shit and they've been trafficking in some of the worst conspiracies as a way to disparage anyone with a fucking moral backbone or a moral conscience. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe this is the year. I don't know. All I do know and all I do care about is that woke is fucking back. Okay? Woke is fucking back. And that is where we're at. Now, let's get back to Trump reaction to the Alex Preddy killing and the potential for pulling out of Murderapolis.
Are at stake.
I don't think the drama farming and log cowing will end, man. Sad to say. Yeah, that doesn't really bother me that much because, I mean, think about all the people that do that stuff, right? Ethan Klein, Sex Pestiny. Look at where they're at now versus where they could have been at versus where they used to be at, right? So they will still continue doing this kind of stuff, but I don't think you can actually, quote unquote, lolcow someone who is, you know, in my place. Like a lot of these guys, I think lolcowing is a process. Lolcowing as a process is like freak shit, in my opinion. I've never been a big fan of that kind of stuff anyway, because I think like it's just a group of like autistic shut-ins going after other people that have like the same kind of neurodivergence that they have and just like ritualistically humiliating them in order to make themselves feel better. But you need to have like a more vulnerable victim. Like you can't have in the normie sphere, you can't fucking first of all, I'm too unk, right? Secondly, I'm too boring and too focused on politics in general, right? And last but not least, the people whose faces you can see on screen are people like Ethan Klein, people like Asmongold, people like Sex Pestiny. Like when those guys are saying, yeah, this Hassan guy is a fucking real clown, huh? Come on, let's all laugh at him. Most normies will look to that and be like, what are you talking? You look like a freak. Like, what are you saying? So at a certain point, I just suspect that they'll stop. But if they don't, they'll just keep shedding their audience and they'll continue doing it, and they'll do it to a smaller and smaller audience in general. It's piling on someone with less social capital to make the group feel better about themselves. It doesn't work when going after someone with more social capital. Exactly. If anything, it just like annoys me, you know? It's a nuisance, but that's pretty much it. It doesn't work. Demonstrably, it does not work. And it has not worked, but they still keep trying it. And in the process, I think they're just like shedding their own audiences. Hassan, you make me feel seen. They've been doing it to me for years too, all because of that freak cult. I've never been called a lolcow by anyone that wasn't an incel. Yeah. Most normie people don't know what lolcowing is, even if they participate in it, because I feel like TikTok is mainstream lolcowing in general. They do it to like, what's it, World of T-shirts or whatever. But it's low-key kind of like doing it to Pokimane, right? Like, it's the same shit. Incels do it to Pokimane too, but it's like, she's fucking Pokimane. Like, you can hate her all you want, but she's still fucking Pokimane, you know? Like, that's not going to be a person you can, like, actively disparage, especially because she has been an institution in this space for a very long time, and all of your favorite content creators would, you know, still be very excited to get a photo with her and shit like that, you know what I mean? She's been, like, super fucking popular for years and years, regardless of what your opinion is, right? Like, it doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way at all. Are you calling Pokimane old? No, I'm saying that she has been a very popular content creator on this platform for a very long time. I mean, look at when we went to France. Look at the way that the French audiences reacted to me, which was silence, and then the way that they reacted to her. They were like, "Oh my God, it's fucking Pokimane. She's a vet." Yes, she is a veteran in this industry. The other reason why I brought this up was also because like that Kira and all those like Twitter power farmers do this like incel shit nonstop. And here is yet another example of that, where they were, I guess she said something about like capitalism or something. I don't know where the video is, but I wanted to cover that as well. Does anyone have the OG video? Can someone send me the OG video? Incel posting, and one of them is a Tectone fan. Yeah, they're all of these accounts were like pro Tectone for some fucking weird reason. But Pokimane was genuinely upset while speaking on how society is broken and people prioritize work and money over real friendships.
Fortunately, we live in such a self-centered, capitalistic society, and it sucks.
Yeah, Kira used to be a fan, and he used to be a lib, and then the money moved in the opposite direction.
It's because it trains us to prioritize work and money above all else, even friendships, even being there for other people.
Bit hypocritical? No? What do you mean? This is what I don't understand. Bro, you can make an analysis about fucking capitalism even if you're a beneficiary, even if you are profoundly fortunate. Like, what is this? whose fucking community do you think you're a part of? You know what I mean? I am, due to your voluntary contributions in the form of a fucking Twitch subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime, and due to you guys coming in here, I'm a profoundly fortunate person. My analysis on capitalism has not changed, right? When I was fucking broke, I was saying the same shit. And I'm still saying the same shit now. It's not hypocritical to say, if anything, it gives you more insight into how this stuff works.
There for other people. And then again, it creates this culture where people are like, oh, I don't want to bother them. They're probably busy. Oh, I've heard so many people discuss this.
Yeah, also, she's not even like a fucking Marxist or anything. She's not doing like any sort of Marxist analysis. She's just making a personal observation.
In order to have a village, you need to be a villager. I think that's really true. Like, if you want people to be there for you when you need it, you got to be there for them when they need it. But it's also annoying to even have to like convince someone to be there for you so you can be there for them. It's like, it's a whole myriad of things. Fortunately, we live in.
I don't understand like what's so fucking offensive about this. Like, I genuinely don't even understand it. What's the problem? Like, this is a very basic observation. This is like, it's not even remotely offensive. Pokemon was genuinely upset while speaking on how society's broken and people prioritize work and money over real friendships. We live in a self-centered capitalistic society. It's annoying trying to convince someone to be there for you. I don't know. But I guess like Kira fucking came out and was trying to farm it. The concept of criticizing capitalism while she has a labubu dangling off her mic, to which I responded with, and I'm going to keep doing that whenever motherfuckers do this dumb shit. Motherfuckers will defend capitalism and have no capital. Where's your deed to the factory, Jeff Bezos? I'm just going to keep fucking spamming that. Anytime some motherfucker's trying to farm $13 of Twitter revenue, I'm just going to be like, all right, brother, show me the deed. Show me the deed to the fucking factory. Also, Labubu's made in communist China. Just remember that. Okay? Whenever people say, oh, iPhone, where was the iPhone made? It was made by Chinese hands in communist China. Okay? Everybody loves talking about like, oh, you're a fucking socialist. And yet, here you are, taking advantage of the bounties of capitalism. And for me, I don't understand that. Capitalism versus socialism is just a distribution of profit, okay? That's the main difference here. It is not capitalists that make the iPhone. It is workers that make the iPhone. Capitalism means when those workers make the iPhone, they don't get to reap the rewards of their economic output. Socialism is supposed to distribute those rewards back, surplus labor value, more adequately back to the workers. That is the difference. And yes, this is what Kira is obviously famous for. Imagine if men had, I'm not even going to read it out loud. That's his claim to fame, of course. Wrong. You forgot about the violent repression, surveillance, and starvation of communism. Yeah, that's how communism works. Nick Sorter says Bovino has been relieved and is calling on Trump to reverse it. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, why are we getting this from Nick Sorter? All right, let's get to that. Because while we were doing drama coverage, things are evolving in Minneapolis, Murderapolis, Somaliapolis. Yeah, this is it. This is be like, oh, Hassan, you claim to be a socialist, but you have money. It's like, okay, you're defending capitalism. You got no capital. Show me the deed to the factory and then we'll talk. What capital do you own? Nothing. Only thing you have to your name is a busted down 1994 hand-me-down Honda Civic that your brother and you can't even get in that goddamn car. And you're over here talking about capitalism. We must defend it. You don't got shit. It's so funny for someone working a regular 9 to 5 to be like, no, dude, one day I'm gonna be rich and then those poors better look out. It's like, it's not happening for you, bro. Why the do you think advocating for something that helps the super wealthy even further at your expense, at the expense of your living circumstances, why the do you think is one day gonna flip in your favor? It's so dumb. I saw so many Somali people on TikTok say, sad they miss you at the mall amount. Yeah. Yeah, technology is not capitalism. Neither are markets of trade and commerce. Technological advancements have been consistent throughout human history well before capitalism existed. Same with commerce and trade. Yes. It's just a distribution of how that stuff is supposed to work and who gets the benefit from it. Capitalism is a system that is designed where the workers, at the expense of the workers, a handful of super wealthy capital owners get to reap all of the rewards of that process. Socialism is supposed to be a better redistributive mechanism that is more egalitarian, where you get to actually reap the rewards of your labor. That's it. That's precisely the reason why the USSR and also China and even places like Cuba have, in spite of having not only a transitional socialist state, have been able to make advancements in the field of medicine, space travel, and all different types of technology. If capitalism was the only reason for why technological advancements exist, then these other places would be completely left behind. And yet, in this modern day, as you see capitalism accelerate, as you see contradictions worsen, it will be undeniable that the Chinese organization of the economy is actually much better at making technological advancements. What is this? Oh, this is one of my favorite Destiny Michael from Pennsylvania clips that truly exposes how fucking dumb he is, but how confidently incorrect he is. This is one of the few instances where Michael from Pennsylvania and Destiny duked it out in the marketplace of ideas. But anyway, we got to get back to the fucking Michael from Pennsylvania, not from Beijing, by the way, just so you know, even though he tries to fucking LARP and claim like he's actually from Beijing. He is from Pennsylvania, not from Beijing. Maybe Michael from Taiwan? I don't know. Maybe. At most. More Dems need to do this? Do you agree? Fuck yeah, of course. Rokana's team Rokana actually reached out to me thinking that I was still in Murderapolis and he wanted to do a collab, but unfortunately I wasn't in Murderapolis, but he is in Minneapolis right now. If they bring their asses here fucking with us, it's going to get a lot worse. A Minneapolis man speaks to Rokana at the Alex Peretti vigil.
This is what Minnesota looks like. I said it earlier, fuck these cameras. I'm not here for y'all. But the fact that you are here, sir, shows me that you're willing to lead by example. Everyone say by example.
By example.
There's two ways you're going to play this game, pimp.
We also, you giving him shit for being a China dick rider like a year ago? What do you mean? I was riding the Chinese dick too. He's just riding it a little bit harder than me, maybe going a little above board on the dick riding. I will recognize that. He dick rides China more than I do, okay?
We were nice.
Called him a pimp.
Brother was a nurse. Now they're willing to kill our nurses. So when you go back to Capitol Hill, tell them I said it. If they bring their asses here, fucking with us, it's gonna get worse. But what we're choosing to do, everyone say choosing to do. Say it with your chest, say choosing to do. What we're choosing to do is we're choosing to be civil. That's what happens in America. Every morning I'm here, bro. We have said the Pledge of Allegiance with our hand over our heart. We love this country, but we ain't vying for the bullshit. Okay? One thing that I will say to you, man, in front of all these people. You got kids? You got family? I got kids. Who got kids? Raise your hand. All right. So at some point, we are going to have to give our kids something. We was out here the other day, 29 degree negative. But we out here, right? Yes. All right. So if we out here with 40-degree negative heat, my friend, I want you. And we out here now. So I want you to go back to Capitol Hill, and I want you to tell them you spoke directly to me. You spoke directly to someone that's on the ground. My name is Michael Wilson. Common spelling, Michael Wilson. You're cold, I'm cold, but brother, I love you. Our job in this country is to protect from enemies foreign and domestic. One thing I guarantee my life for, going forward, now that I got you here. Every single day I'm out here with the Pledge of Allegiance. Every single day I'm gonna do a nurse roll call. We got any registered nurses out here? Nurses?
I'm a nurse assistant.
All right.
And that counts.
Now, I got nurses out here, bro. Engineer.
Hey.
From Chicago. This is what you, and not saying you, because I know what side you're on. But I want you to leave here with hope. Yes. I want you to go.
It gave me a lot of hope. I'm gonna be honest. Minneapolis is fucking primed and ready for socialist organizing. Straight up. Minnesota as a state, but specifically what I saw in Minneapolis was incredible. Not Anthony Edwards though. No, we'll get him too. Don't worry. I saw that Anthony Edwards video. He literally did. He don't got internet, but to himself. He said, I don't got internet. Minneapolis was shocking to me. Look, I've been to a lot of protests, right? I've been to protests all around the country. I've been to protests all around the country. I've been to protests all around the world. And obviously, you know, that's like a meet and greet no matter where I go, right? If you're going to a fucking pro-Palestine protest or any sort of protest like that, there's going to be a lot of Hasanabi heads there because you guys are obviously at the epicenter of this kind of mobilization. But Minneapolis was genuinely crazy. Minnesota was truly insane as far as like how many. Like there was a reason why I like kind of left the area of the vigil specifically because I didn't want like to take away from what people were doing there because a lot of you guys were there. Low-key, that's what's happening. That's what's happening nationwide. Leftist coalitions are forming. Neighborhoods are training themselves and developing tactics against ICE. Things are moving really quickly. Yeah. It does kind of feel like these are the weeks where decades are happening. I'm not going to lie. Hopefully it continues to be productive. Hopefully it continues to only grow from here. But I want everything that you want to happen to immigrants to happen to you. Heart. Okay, look at that. Woke is back, baby. What did you mean when you said Minneapolis was like Belfast, love from an Irishman? It's exactly what I mean. Minneapolis is like fucking woke Belfast, dude. Straight up. Down to the murals, down to I guess the politics of the city in comparison to the rest of the country. Maybe they're not as radical as Belfast, but Belfast is woke though. That's true. That's true. That's true. Belfast is very woke too, to be fair. What is the difference between BLM? I felt this then. I think in some ways, Democrats were more on board with Black Lives Matter, or at least like they were more visible. They were more visible during BLM. They neutralized it to a certain degree. Like they took a street back movement and they neutralized it, right? And yet, and they neutered it. But in this circumstance, Democrats are they're running so scared that it has caused people to actually look outside of the duopoly and look for an organization that is more invested in a permanent resistance structure, an organization that will actually hold both parties to account if necessary. And that's where socialists come in. They have the principle, they have the history, they have the backbone, they've been there from the start. And therefore, this is an alternative for them. I know I'm using a lot of terms that make it seem like I'm a trot here. I said permanent resistance and a socialist alternative and stuff like that. But I mean, it's, you know, sometimes they got good marketing. Let's be real. All they do is fucking write pamphlets and shit. So it's understandable that they're going to arrive at like some good talking points. Trotsky himself was a very good writer anyway. But that's besides the point. You know, my point is, socialists have been there. Every ML just left the stream. They have nowhere to go. Okay. Legal observers have gotten their global access for travel at airport revoked, says Minnesota attorney. That's not surprising to me at all. I mean, I had my shit revoked too, if you guys remember. I never got to enjoy the global access that I fucking spent a long time ago. What is this? Epstein caught botting his stream, ended it because he bought too many bots and had 114,000 people watching his stream for a couple minutes. Yeah, I did see that. Chilling and news and stuff. 114K watching. Why does YouTube not punish that shit, by the way? Like, it's such a transparent botting incident. But anyway, all right, enough drama. Come on, guys. You guys are all fucking... You're pulling me back into drama, and I'm eating the bait. Brian Kilmeade made Trump send Homan. Fox's Brian Kilmeade at 6:15 a.m. What I would do is just bring Tom Homan in to Minnesota. Kilmeade at 7:15 a.m. Send Homan. Kilmeade at 8:10. Send Homan. Trump at 8:30 a.m. sends Homan. Yeah. I think they're going to pin a lot of the blame on Bovine Bovino because he's been frutting around a little too much. And then maybe exercise a little bit more restraint, even though Tom Homan is just as demonic as Bovine Bovino is. This is an administration caving, as I said yesterday. And remember, you guys fucking yelled at me. This is obviously a testament to the strong network of resistance on the ground, and it would have never happened if people just rolled over and let it happen. Talk about the tool society. What is this? What is happening here? Why are you guys constantly fucking spamming this shit? Is this the new meta? Is this the new hot thing? I'm confused. What is this? What the fuck is the tool society? Why are you what? It's a Nazi occult society? What? Why? Why are people constantly saying talk about the tool society? Why? There have been a bunch of people who have been spamming it. I don't understand. Why are you bringing this up? Yeah, the people yearn for America. Oh, I saw this. This is really funny. If you're going to commit suicide anyway, there's a super easy way to die a hero. The people yearn for American jihad. There was also a hater that made an American jihad post about what's his face? The liberal guy, not Armand. The one I was defending earlier. The one Will Stansel. There's a really funny collage that one of his haters made about Will Stansel. And it's really funny because like it's actually kind of cool. It makes him look dope. They made him into like a Hamas poster, basically. Wait, let me see. Maybe it's in the quote retweets here. It's not. I don't think it was a hater law. I thought it was a hater post, but maybe it's not. The Minnesotan jihad. Oh, here it is. This is the. Do you think you will enter paradise without Allah proving which of you truly struggled for his cause and patiently endured? I downloaded this onto my phone. I will be using this in the future. Just get ready. Okay. This is white boy jihad. Woke Sharia. Straight up. I think there is something to be said about annoying liberals on the timeline that everybody fucking associates with like some of the worst excesses of liberalism, who actually, when push comes to shove, will do the fucking right thing. I will always have a special place in my heart for liberals who might be ideological opponents of mine, who actually, when push comes to shove, will go out there and fucking put their bodies on the line. Will Stansel is one of those liberals. He is endlessly annoying, but I will never fucking hold that against him when I see him doing shit like this. And all of these cowardly little white supremacist babies on the internet are actually making fun of Will Stansel for doing something that they would never even remotely fucking entertain.
Shooting at me. Bunch of dogs. Oh, you stupid dogs. What are you doing? Hey!
What are you doing?
Arrest these guys. They're coming for us. They're coming for us. What are you doing?
That's my lion.
You killed someone, not
Our side is making fun of him? No, no one. As a matter of fact, I've seen 0 people on the left make fun of Will Stansel. No, we are riding with Will Stansel. Critical support for Will Stansel, 100%. Jeremiah Johnson doesn't do any of that shit and is still chirping about the left, right? Will Stansel, on the other hand, is at least out there. If you're out there, I'm not going to hate on you, okay? Like you, 100%. 100%. If you're out there, if you're getting fucking tear gassed, look, as someone who's been out there, let me tell you, it's not exactly a walk in the park, okay? You're doing that to support your community. You're doing that to fucking support your neighbors. You're doing rapid response. I will always ride for you. I don't give a fuck.
us. You killed someone. Oh, who gives a crap? I got a gas mask. I don't care.
My fucking king.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah.
They're shooting at me.
Yeah, 100%. Look, Cinemarxism is probably my number one op in the anarchist side, okay? He is Mr. Moral Consistency to the maximum, even when sometimes it's, I think, a little unproductive to develop political allegiances. And yet Cinemarxism is here, giving props to fucking Will Stansel, saying he's doing a lot more than all 90% of fucking leftists who all they do is fucking post. Okay? Bro, he's not your op. He talks you up all the time. Who? Will Stansel? He does? Maybe I'm mistaking him with Armand Dowalewski or whatever. This one. These are both. I think that's my confusion here, because for me, these two guys are the same. Oh, Cinemarxism. Yeah, no, I'm fucking joking. He's not my op, dude. What the fuck? It's a joke. Chatters, I'm joking. He's not my op. Cinemarxism is not actually my op. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? It's a joke. He doesn't understand that it's a joke because he's an anarchist, and jokes are bourgeois decadence. Jokes are counter-revolutionary. Jokes are ableist. But you should know that I'm joking. Anyway, on the off chance if I ever die in some horrible tragedy, I hope even the people who hate me the most won't drag up my bad tweets to explain why I deserve to die. Honestly, I hope they do this to me. I want to die like I lived. Come spit on my grave, idiots. I'm waiting for you in hell. Will was garbage on Gaza and the election, but since ICE, he has emerged as a true lion. Exactly. Bro, by the end of this process, he's going to be fucking pro-Hamas, dude. Like, this is a tweet that I saw. Maybe now y'all understand how Hamas was elected and ultimately ... Like, that's the whole point. Yeah, motherfuckers will be like, oh my God. Why are Palestinians resisting militarily? Not realizing that, like, those are Palestinians, bro. Sure, there's like internal division amongst them as far as like their own personal domestic affairs, their own governance. There are plenty of Palestinians who are way more woke than Hamas in general and find their administrative duties to be somewhat incompetent or don't like some of the Islamism, at least from my conversations with Palestinians. But you won't hear them fucking talk shit about Hamas while Hamas is the only one holding up arms against Israel. And not only that, but also on top of that, they've been able to fucking coalesce all of the Palestinian resistance, regardless of ideological differences, over and over again. So Hamas has been suppressing democracy. That's funny. Yeah, that's a good one. Thank you. I know. Yeah, no, I think it's really fucked up. I feel like maybe I'm a little crazy, but I feel like it's the genocide that's doing that a little bit more than Hamas. You know, as we have Western leadership here talking about who is going to be the colonial rulers of Gaza openly on the timeline at Davos, all of these other places. And you're over here being like, Hamas is suppressing democracy. Like, what democracy? Hamas actually was elected into power the last time America allowed them to have a democratic process. And by them, I mean Palestinians. That was George W. Bush. George W. Bush was like, Israel, you got to let them do a democratic process. You got to let them do elections. And Israel was like, oh, no. And then George W. Bush was like, no, you got to do it. And at the time, if you remember, because I used to talk about this all the fucking time, talking about the history and this stuff, the history of like Palestinian democracy and what has taken place. At the time, the aligned, the State Department affiliated group obviously was what basically became, not became, but what was the neutered version of not PLO, but like specifically the forces of Fatah. And Fatah was telling George W. Bush, do not set up elections. Everybody fucking hates our shit. Everybody hates our ass. If you do elections, we will lose. And George W. Bush was like, nah, it's fine. You should do an election anyway. And then, of course, because of the unimaginable unpopularity of the Palestinian Authority and what had become of the Palestinian Authority as a collaborative institution to the Israeli security and apparatus of oppression, Hamas did end up winning the plurality of votes in Gaza. And then George W. Bush was like, oops, we didn't think that was what was going to happen. So then they tried to facilitate a coup, and then Hamas won in the aftermath of that coup as well. There was a lot of torture and a lot of fucking horrible things that Fatah did. And eventually, Hamas became the de facto ruler of Gaza. That's how Hamas came into a permanent position of power in Gaza. All because of American interference. What is this? Will Stansel lives in whatever fictions will accommodate him at this moment when Biden was suffering the slings and arrows of public backlash over his dick riding of Netanyahu and his claims he had no power over Israel's actions in Gaza. Genocide Democrat Will Stansel stepped up to back him up. It feels like part of what is making Gaza politics so difficult is that there's a list of things Biden can and should do, but he cannot end the war with a phone call. Oh yeah, this was at the time I kept saying this is a one phone call situation. That was the pop and combo. And he was Mr. It's not one phone call. But my point is, I think now that Will Stancil is engaged in honest resistance against an oppressive, dare I say, almost colonial style occupation in his fucking backyard, maybe he understands the concept of taking up arms against a settler colonial occupation that has lasted for multiple decades, almost a century at this point, you know? That's why I have hope in my heart that these guys, these liberals, will actually learn the right lesson. And the reason why I think this is a little bit different, than last time around, like BLM specifically, is low-key because the Democrats are just not there. They're not doing enough. Okay? They're not fucking doing enough. So these guys are actually forced to recognize the reality that the duopoly is not going to save them, that the Democratic Party is not doing anything to fucking save them, really. Because remember that this is not, Donald Trump's pullout of Minneapolis is imminent. But I need you to understand. I need you to understand something. That's not the reason why the Democrats are not the reason why Donald Trump is pulling out of Minneapolis. It's because of the population, okay? Gregory Bovino gets demoted. Border Patrol chief was a public face of traveling immigration crackdowns on cities governed by Democrats. Hold on. Okay. Listen to this contradiction. Okay.
In that situation, there's a couple of things. Number one, the Second Amendment is a right. I'm not a Second Amendment absolutist. You have the right to carry a weapon to defend yourself, not the privilege. It is a right. Those rights come with restrictions. I think you would understand that more than anyone at this table.
As someone who had the lowest possible expectations for Democratic leadership and elect is watching Democrats in Congress see my neighbors brutalized by a government hell-bent on causing us harm and then clumsily change the topic is radicalizing. Yes! Oh! Yes! That's what I'm talking about. Listen, it is at the heart of every... Look, if you got any fucking reactionary feeling in your heart, and liberalism is more reactionary, let's be real, than socialism is, you are inevitably going to realize the same thing that Republicans realize when it happens to them. Here you have a die-hard liberal going through the fucking motions. He's going through it. They can't be salvaged. They must be removed and replaced so my city and neighbors can be free again. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Will Stancil, you are a fucking lion. Okay? You are a lion in both your heart, soul, and actions, my friend. You have actually shown me that change is possible. I love this. I love seeing this. I want more of this. A true lion. A man amongst babies. Hopefully this radicalization continues and Will Stancil joins his local DSA. Give it a couple years. No, I'm good. Thank you. Give it a couple years to be leading the fucking vanguard. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself here. I don't want to lean into this memeing too much because I think people are going to say, "Oh, you love fucking you love hyping up white boys or whatever." I know people love saying that kind of stuff. I think we should cherish and support people changing their mentality, okay? Yeah, give it a couple years. Will Stancil's going to be robbing banks like Stalin to fund the revolution. Bovine Bovino is out, ladies and gentlemen. It's a moment of glory.
One of those restrictions is you have to have your ID and your permit on you. We don't know. Current reports are he didn't have either one of those on, at which point he's not carrying legally. But number two, even beyond that, with the right to carry a firearm comes the responsibility to do it correctly. And to
Second Amendment absolutist, but also immediately defends restrictions on the Second Amendment. I thought this was I thought it shall not be infringed. Huh, surprising. I'm a Second Amendment absolutist, and that's why I believe that you have to have some significant restrictions on the Second Amendment. So I guess you're not a fucking Second Amendment absolutist, bitch. Sick and tired of these woke libtards on Fox News.
Do it with foresight, and to do it understanding the situation you're walking into and what could happen once you get there. Just about every state offers a class on that, and if you carry your firearm, you should take that class. And if your state charges you for it, you should go protest for that class to be taxpayer funded because it is a right. So that's important. We can talk about policy all day long. There's only one person in this world that could have absolutely prevented Alex Pretty from getting shot that day, and it's Alex Pretty. That doesn't mean I think he should have been shot. I don't think it was necessary whatsoever to shoot Alex Pretty to save a life. But I get to watch that incident from...
The fuck? Now, if I say the only person on the planet that would that's responsible for, losing both of his legs is this dipshit, and not the fucking IED that shot his dick into the fucking stratosphere. I'm the asshole, right? Except in that situation, I am right. He literally shouldn't have been there, right? But I would never say that, of course. I would never say that. This isn't Brian Mass. No, this is the other guy. He also doesn't have legs. Last stream, guys, I'm not saying this is an appropriate thing to say. I'm showing you that it's inappropriate by using a counterexample, okay? This is an inappropriate line of argumentation.
Behind Alex Pretty, not as one of the arresting officers and not as potentially the person that I believe from looking at the video did shoot him. Why does he have 10 rounds in him? Because if you have to shoot anybody once, you better shoot them enough to kill them, because if you're shooting somebody, you think they're trying to kill you. Every police officer in this country is taught that. If you want to change that, go lobby to have it changed. Why was he shot? He was shot because of the reasonableness clause, the reasonableness doctrine. The Supreme Court decided this, which is the fact that if you are a police officer conducting police work and someone has, and it's explicitly outlined, someone has resisted arrest, violently or not, disobeyed orders, and shown the means to harm you, then you have the ability to protect yourself. Now, do I think he should have been shot? No, because I see 10 things that happened before that happened that could have been handled differently.
So it's not his fault then. Brother, this dude doesn't have a leg to stand on with this argument. Come on now. That's crazy. I mean, be a little consistent. You're so fucking wobbly with your argumentation. It don't make no damn sense. Stop wobbling around, brother. Give me something consistent. I need some stability here, The fuck? You need to stand on business, big dog. 10 toes down. You know what I'm saying? If you think it's fucked up that Alex Pretty was shot, just say it. Don't understand this wheeling and dealing going around. Really messed up. Anyway. All right. Let's do Bovino. An even dumber take. Oh, the 5. Let's see. Did the 5 video get rolled out yet? Because I want to watch that. All right, fuck it. Let's just do the breaking news.
Minneapolis and to a Fox News alert. Multiple sources telling Fox News' Bill Malugin, Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino, and some, not all, Border Patrol agents are leaving Minneapolis as soon as tomorrow. More on that as we get it. But in the meantime, a big talking point on the left has been that all of this has never been about immigration. With states like California and Texas, illegal immigration population far above that of Minnesota. But we're digging into why this chaos is happening in Minnesota, but not other places.
Governor Walz, Mayor Frey, and all Democrat leaders should turn over all criminal illegal aliens currently incarcerated in their prisons and jails to federal authorities, along with any illegal aliens with active warrants or known criminal histories for immediate deportation. If Governor Walz and Mayor Frey implement these common sense cooperative measures that I will add have already been implemented in nearly every single other state across the country, Customs and Border Patrol will not be needed to support ICE on the ground in Minnesota. ICE and local law enforcement can peacefully work together, as they are effectively doing in so many other states and jurisdictions.
The numbers back that up when it comes to states working with the feds. A recent report shows Texas and Florida are the top 2 states for ICE arrests. Is that because those areas cooperate with the federal government on enforcement? Joining me now, former acting ICE director Jonathan Fahey. Jonathan, let's just clarify the talking point and the reality. The talking point is that all of this is going on in Minnesota for political reasons, and that they're not concentrating resources, DHS, into places like Texas and Florida where there are more illegal immigrants. But the stats show, in fact, there are more arrests happening in Texas and Florida. So why don't the streets look like they do in Minnesota?
Yeah, exactly. They've had 40,000 people arrested and deported from Florida. And it is all political, but not the way they're making it seem. It's political because of people like Frey and Walz insisting on these sanctuary cities doing everything they can to thwart ICE and make their job harder, thereby inviting more ICE agents in. So, yes, it's political, but on their part, and they want this fight. And your earlier conversation with Julian was just spot on about about democracy. Our democracy can't work if laws are not enforced. But remember what Minnesota is doing, the most important part of of the Democrats' open border scheme is to.
Yeah. That's why it's a major problem that there's an unaccountable fucking enemy foreign force engaging in a domestic occupation. Yeah, exactly.
Keep the illegal aliens here for electoral reasons. That's all this is about. They don't care about keeping ICE out. They care about keeping illegal aliens here. And that's what it's about, but it's politics, but on the other side.
The mechanical detail that makes the numbers disproportionate in terms of presence on the streets of Minneapolis versus, say, the streets of Dallas is that if a locality honors an ICE detainer, then it only takes one ICE agent to pick up a criminal illegal alien from a jail. But if you, like they do with under Jacob Frey in Minneapolis, release the criminal back onto the streets, now it takes a team to go get that guy on the streets. But I do want to ask you about this breaking news, Jonathan. Greg Bovino and some Border Patrol might be leaving Minneapolis as soon as tomorrow. It's hard to interpret that. I would have to think the mob, the chaos, the agitators, the insurgents will take that as a victory.
The only people that don't immediately go to jail, citizen or non-citizen, are people who are non-violent offenders, okay? There is no world where someone who is like a rapist, serial killer gets released to the fucking streets. The problem these guys have is that non-violent offenders that are like, I don't know, getting hit with like a trespass or something, if they're undocumented, of course, wait out for their court dates. They don't get fucking thrown in prison because that would be insane. That's the only type of people, that is the only type of like undocumented migrant that doesn't instantly go to jail.
Yeah, that would be a concern that they take it as a victory. But one way of looking at it, they've been very effective. I think they've removed 3,000 people during the surge. So they've really got most of what they initially went in there for. And maybe during that call between President Trump and Governor Walz, there were some assurances of some cooperation between ICE and the local officials, and maybe that's part of the deal. Hey, because you're right, all you need is one guy to get him out of a jail. And Todd Lyons was talking about the other day on Fox that you need 10 to 15 agents now, because now you need agents to protect agents, and it's still far more unsafe. So,
aw, boo-hoo. Aw. Yeah. No. You can't just like kidnap neighbors like that. That's crazy.
Hopefully they're getting cooperation, but they have been very effective putting all this aside in terms of arresting illegal aliens and criminally illegal aliens in Minnesota.
Yeah, but you go into the streets to arrest these guys with a team of 10 or 15, and then you also have to protect your own flank from the rioters in the streets. You have to protect yourself from, I don't know, the trash cans, the armed rioters, and so forth, the brick throwers, the car rammers. It's just a spiraling situation based upon the idea that you won't enforce democratic laws. We'll see if that changes. We'll see if Walz and Frey actually violate their own sanctuary city policies now to hand over the final remaining violent criminals, illegal aliens, to the federal government. John?
That's a lie. There is no violent criminal. There is no violent criminal that's not deportable. There's no violent criminal undocumented migrant that the Department of Corrections in the state of Minnesota will not release. The only time where they refuse to release it is if a court will literally say the place that you're releasing them to is CCOT, which is the only other prison system in the United States of America that is worse than the American prison system, and therefore this would be a violation of this prisoner's human rights. For those of you who don't know ball, let me explain something to you. Norway, for example, has a de facto non-extradition policy to the United States of America. Now, of course, Norway is a cooperative nation. Why would they not extradite prisoners to the United States of America? The reason for why is because Norwegian courts have found out that the conditions in American prisons are so horrible that it would be a human rights violation if you were to send a prisoner that has done a crime in Norway back to the United States of America to carry out the rest of their sentence in an American prison. The only other the only other place on the planet that American judges so far have refused to send American prisoners to, undocumented migrant prisoners to, is CCOT. I know for a fact, I know there are immigration attorneys who have been able to successfully stop the deportation process for MS-13 gang members. Like actual MS-13 gang members who are undocumented migrants who are obviously serving their prison sentence in the United States of America. And they have been able to successfully stop deportation proceedings because the courts realize, or the courts acknowledge, that the conditions in CCOT are so subpar that it is considered a human rights violation by the American courts. They're so inhumane that American courts have stopped ICE from trying to deport MS-13 gang members, like actual gang members who have done heinous crimes. Isn't that crazy? So, with the exception of like a lone judge that's somewhat woke, you are not going to have a system where like the Department of Corrections will still hand over prisoners regardless. Okay? The Department of Corrections will hand over prisoners regardless to ICE. They will always do it.
All right, we go back to the case.
Anyway.
We have got children in Minnesota hiding in their houses, afraid to go outside. Many of us grew up reading that story of Anne Frank. Somebody's going to write that children's story about Minnesota. And
if you're like me, you probably watched a video of the murder of Alex Preddy and thought to yourself,
oh, I can't wait. Yep, right on cue. There is no institution that is tasked with basically fucking explaining some of the worst atrocities, that is as hollowed out and simply uses the atrocities that it's supposed to describe to people as a warning to constantly fucking chirp about their own personal feelings. Okay? I cannot believe how openly fucking depraved the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum is when it comes to defending Israel and when it comes to like using Anne Frank as a fucking analogy or anything that like compares what's going on right now to Nazi Germany. It is absolutely institutionally rotten for the 1,000th time. Solely because she was Jewish is incoherent. Nazism, otherwise Jews, is a part of a fascist state project. Drawing political lessons from the Shoah and insisting upon its relevance today is essential to understanding history and acting responsibly within it. Anne Frank was targeted and murdered solely because she was Jewish. Leaders making false equivalencies to her experience for political purposes is never acceptable. All you're saying in this situation is Anne Frank, even though the administration at the time did not consider Anne Frank to be a citizen and was declared non-citizen due to her Jewish background, you think it was fucked up that what happened to Anne Frank was fucked up, but you don't think it's fucked up what the government is doing right now. That's it. It's just disgusting. This kind of like Holocaust gatekeeping is insane to me. Like it is, and these institutions have done it so frequently post October 7, especially as it pertains to Israel. They always used to do it. Norm Finkelstein wrote a whole fucking book on it. But it's crazy that they just keep doing it over and over again. I mean, it's just so offensive. It's so gross. You're a fucking straight up freak. It's ironic because the tools that are being used here were also identical. The Nuremberg race laws declared it, made it so that like Jews were not considered citizens anymore. They became non-citizens. That's the whole point.
Is the fact that the Gestapo was arresting German citizens, of course, who the Nazis decided were no longer worthy of rights due to their ethnicity. Not people who committed a crime entering Germany illegally and then more crimes once they were inside. Let's be clear, when they call ICE the Gestapo, they're calling Americans Nazis. After all, ICE carrying out mass deportations is what the majority voted for. And sorry, but this doesn't make them racists. It makes them patriots. To allow people to stay who came illegally is to...
Yeah, it's true. I mean, she's also a Nazi, but yeah. It's so funny, dude. Yeah, no, Hitler was a patriot, right? Is that what your argument is? I guess these guys just don't understand that, like, That was the argument at the fucking time, dumbass. How do you not even understand the history of the Holocaust? You're constantly using it as a fucking weapon. You might as well actually learn about it. What, you think Adolf Hitler was like, oh, I'm so evil, yeah, Jews are so good, and that's why I want to be evil, and puts them in a concentration camp? No, he was literally making an argument as to why they are a parasitic force, for example. Does that come across as familiar to you? Saying Jews are parasitic, saying Jews are constantly doing crimes? Does that come across as remotely similar to something that you are defending currently? That patriotic Germans have to do what's right and report their illegal neighbors. Huh. Like, these guys are so fucking stupid when they talk about this stuff, like, as though, I guess, like, the way it's taught in America is that, like, Hitler is an evil guy. And of course, as an evil guy, he went around saying, I'm an evil guy. And then he pressed the Holocaust button. And in the process of pressing it, he was like, I'm doing this because I'm evil. No, he didn't say any of those things. He tried to justify it just like Donald Trump is justifying it. Are you fucking stupid? And yes, plenty of good, kind-hearted Germans also participated in this process. They turned a blind eye to the atrocities. They participated in it. They became a part of the party. It's important to understand how we got here. That's the whole reason for why we learn about the fucking Holocaust, so that we know not to repeat the mistakes. That's what Never Again is about, right? Never Again doesn't mean never again just for Jews. Okay? Never Again doesn't mean, oh, it'll never happen again. It only happened one time. It's just not going to happen ever again, because if you make any comparisons to it happening again, then technically you're being anti-Semitic. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Yeah, I mean, also, it's ironic because, like, Americans were the proto-Nazis. Adolf Hitler fucking bit our flow, copied our style, word for word, bar for bar, brother. So there's that element of it too.
Massively incentivize such a flagrant abuse of our laws. And contrary to the mythology on the left, you can't just ask people politely to leave the greatest country on earth and think that they will, especially the hardened criminals among them. Lost in the analogy is the fact that the Gestapo was arresting German citizens, of course, who the Nazis decided were no longer worthy of rights due to their ethnicity, not people who committed a crime entering Germany illegally.
Jews were literally not citizens by the point of the Gestapo rounding them up. You're a fucking idiot. Jews were deported and sent to concentration camps in the exact same process that we are currently using. How do you have a Star of David around your fucking neck and the most basic facts about the Holocaust evade you? How is that possible? It's quite literally the same mechanism. No, Jews were non-citizens according to the German government. I don't understand how these motherfuckers don't know anything. How is that possible? Yeah, perhaps the comparison offends you because you are a fucking Nazi. Nazis at first were allowing Jewish people to self-deport and forcefully deported them. Why do people think it started and escalated in one day? That's why I said they literally treat this as like Hitler being like, I'm evil and the Jews are good, and that's why I'm deporting all the Jews, and not even deporting them. I'm doing the Holocaust. Like, and then he hit the Holocaust button and he kept spamming it. Like, that's how it happened. It was one day, overnight. Like, this was not a fucking buildup where the Nazis were like defending why they were doing this, why this must be done over and over again. Oh, Never Again. It's just about Jewish people. It comes from a 20s poem. Never Again Shall Masada Fall, and it was popularized by Meir Kahan in his book Never Again, A Program for Survival. No, the Holocaust Museum has been using Never Again to mean never again for everyone. Yes, Meir Kahan said never again just for Jews, but never again in popular culture is broadly known as no more genocide, never again a genocide. I know that Meir Kahan uses it as never again just for Jews, but that's not the actual fucking popular sentiment, or at least it wasn't until recently. Anyway, why is there no new updates on this shit? Let's go to CNN to see if they're covering it. Yes, I know Bovino got fired. I want someone to be reporting on it so I can cover it.
It is very disturbing, but there's something important in here that I want you to be able to respond to.
These are
So
two
let me
eyewitnesses
play this.
talking about what they saw. Bovine Bovino didn't get fired. He got demoted. Sorry.
So, Dustin, as you heard those shots, I can't imagine sort of the shock that you may have gone into in that instant. What do you remember about that moment?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, at that moment, I had started to pull my car out because shortly before that, it seemed that things were potentially de-escalating. I saw the gun come out, and I honestly, as that happened, I couldn't believe that what I was seeing. I was trying to come up with explanations in my head of other things that could have just happened because I can't believe that, I'm just trying to go get a coffee and see what I saw.
Jesse, I know you've lived in that area for over 10 years. You were on your way to work, so then you see Alex Preddy and agents outside the donut shop. So you see them start to interact, or maybe it escalate into a confrontation. I'm showing some of the video that you filmed at the scene. And you did have a very clear view of some of their interaction, right? Prior to the shooting, as they're talking to each other, getting closer. What stood out to you?
I mean, the thing that stood out to me was that he was calm. There was no way that he was the one escalating this. He was doing exactly what I have done, what so many of us that live in Minneapolis have done. We were recording the ICE agents because they need cameras on them to keep them accountable for their actions, because God knows what happens if they aren't being filmed. Yeah.
So
just them coming at him.
So they were coming at him, and his being so calm. I mean, that is just an incredible part of this, right? When you think about how it ended the way it ended, and just how shocking that is for anyone watching. But I can only imagine what it was like for you, and you're there at your neighborhood, to see something like this. Dustin, in your video, there is another moment, and people have been talking about this in your video. So I want to just pull this up. This is the agent, we've highlighted it here, clapping after the shooting. All right, so people are saying, oh, he's clapping, celebrating, or he's clapping sort of, this is over, or nobody knows how to interpret this moment, but you were actually there. So the video is hard to interpret, but you have context around it. How do you interpret that clapping?
I can't say exactly what they intended there. As I was sitting there kind of in shock, in that moment, I remember seeing that and thinking it was kind of a, hey, let's wrap it up and get out of here, kind of like clap. But, I didn't know, and they were moving away, and I was watching what was happening. My impulse was to, move toward it and see what was happening.
Right. And as you say, it absolutely could have been let's wrap it up, which also is incongruous in the context of what happened, but also, I mean, absolutely, could be the case. So you were there. So Jesse, there was another moment in your video that we have slowed down. And in this case, we've highlighted Alex Preddy, because the DHS secretary says, Kristi Noem says, that Preddy was brandishing a weapon. She used the word brandishing. So that's why I'm highlighting this moment, because in his hand here, we see a cell phone, right? And he almost is backing up, making sure, as anyone can imagine if you're trying to film, right? Making sure that the filming stays in place as someone's getting in close to you, right? You're backing up to make sure that it keeps recording. Okay, all we see there in his hand is a cell phone. So when she says that he was brandishing a weapon, do you have any idea from what you saw what she's talking about?
I think she's lying. I think it's a blatant lie from Kristi Noem, the DHS, and this administration. He didn't have a weapon. I never saw a weapon once when I was on the scene. He wasn't coming at anybody. He was filming. It was a cell phone in his hand. It was clearly a cell phone in his hand. There's no one that would look at that and think it is anything else.
So, Dustin, you're a reporter, okay? And Bring Me the News is where you work. Obviously, though, as you say, you were going to get a cup of coffee. You were not working when you happened to come on the scene, right? This is where you live, right? So you're living your life. But as a reporter, something like this happens. So, of course, you whip out your phone and you start to roll. In fact, you actually get out of your car, you identify yourself to the agents as a reporter. I want to play part of that moment because you did record it.
Whoa, 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 I'm media, come on. She said she's a medic.
I need you to back up.
I'm media, why do I have to get up?
Back up, back up.
Why do I have to back up?
Back up. Sir, back up. We're going to do a scene right now.
I know you're saying I'm media, and he's saying back up, back up. We see him obviously walking towards you and pushing you back. What was that moment like?
It was pretty intense. You know, even when I was allowed to leave the scene, I didn't know if Mr. Preddy was alive. You know, yeah, it was intense to see someone there, to see officers around them and have someone, you know, shortly before that I asked if they'd called 911. They kind of nodded and didn't ask for any assistance there. They didn't care that I was saying there's a medic here. Yeah, and then in that moment after having seen that, to have someone, you know, with their weapon drawn march toward me and start pushing me is, yeah, it's intense because you don't expect this to happen. And so then you don't know. I mean, I feel like you can't expect anything. There's, you just don't know what's going to happen because I didn't think that's going to happen. So I assume this person's not going to do anything, but you don't know.
You don't know. It's incredibly unsettling. And I appreciate both of you very much, Jesse, Dustin, for coming on and talking about this. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Pleasure.
And out front next.
I cannot support the National Republicans' stated retribution on the citizens of our state.
That's a top Republican candidate in the race for Minnesota governor. He's ending his bid tonight after the death of Alex Preddy. Says he can no longer identify as a Republican. Plus, I'll talk to a doctor who mentored Preddy.
Anderson Cooper 360 tonight at 8 on CNN.
Another morning walk. With our mom's osteoporosis, I thought our days would be different. No way. We still get.
Atlantic says Bovino is demoted, but the DHS is saying that's not the case. Yeah, I think David Klein is right, by the way. I was saying, like, how does Batya not know that Jews were not considered citizens and, like, the deportation mechanism is identical to the one that we're using here on U.S. soil? That's exactly what the Nazis used. But I guess, like, she probably does know. Because, like, I mean, look, Jewish Hasanabi heads can correct me on this, but, like, this is kind of something that you learn fairly early on, right? Isn't this something that you guys learn? It's pretty important. You'd actually be surprised. We do learn it, but not in great detail. But, like, I mean, Nuremberg race laws is a pretty big part of this puzzle, right? So I suspect that this would be a part of the education, part of the Holocaust education.
Endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Tell your doctor if
Not, I went to JCC Jewish Community Center growing up. Even before elementary school, we were taught a lot of this. Yeah, that's what I thought. It is utterly depraved to look at exactly what the fucking Nazis did. And then, like, look at the situation where, like, the current American government is doing exactly what the Nazis did. And then you have this, like, institution that's supposed to, the institution that's tasked with, like, educating people about the crimes of the Nazis, turn around and be like, how dare you make this comparison? You're a fucking bitch, dude. Seriously. Fuck the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Foundation. I cannot fucking believe it. What an insane moment of moral bankruptcy. The entire purpose of your fucking existence is to educate people on the crimes of the Nazis so that we never repeat them. You are literally going against your primary sole reason for existing when you do that. Actually crazy. You are such, I mean, you're just a fucking fascist monster, dude. Fuck. Yeah, Bovine Barry is also probably leaving CBS, but I don't think so. 10 people familiar with the workings of CBS News say Paramount Skydance unit is veering towards dysfunction with a management team led by Barry Weiss that doesn't value the standards held by veteran journalists, and a staff that views editor-in-chief and her handpicked senior staff with great skepticism, owing to her lack of experience in managing mainstream media assets. But yeah, at least there's a big W. Shout out to the brave protesters over in Minnesota for actually going out there and doing the right thing, protecting your neighbors, putting your body on the line, and woke gets another fucking Pyrrhic victory, I guess. Or is it Pyrrhic? 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 I don't know how you spell it. I don't know how you say it. I've only read the word. I always say Pyrrhic, and I don't think there's an H there, so it's probably Pyrrhic. You got it right the first time. Thank you. I'm fucking brilliant like that. You already know what it is. More reporting on it now. I mean, this is from the Atlantic, so I don't know. Breaking, the Border Patrol's Greg Bovino Berry, or Bovino, Bovino, sorry. I keep mixing up my bovines, because Bovine Berry is Barry Weiss. That's a different bovine. The Border Patrol's Greg Bovino has been ousted from his role of commander at large, and Kirsten Noem and Corey Lewandowski could be next to lose their jobs. Sources tell Nick Miroff. This is probably a leak, okay? Greg Bovino has been removed from his role as Border Patrol commander at large and will return to his former job in El Centro, California, where he is expected to retire soon, according to a DHS official and 2 people with knowledge of the change. Bovine's sudden demotion is the clearest sign yet that the Trump administration is reconsidering its most aggressive tactics after killing Saturday of 37-year-old Alex Preddy by Border Patrol agents under Bovino's command. It's not enough that he fucking gets to peacefully retire. Okay? It's not enough that he gets to peacefully retire. He must be punished. That manlet has to go to prison. Here's the denial of it. Tricia McLaughlin. Chief Gregory Bovino has not been relieved of his duties, as press sec stated from the White House podium. Commander operations at large, the key part of the president's team, and a great American. It is pretty funny that they say he's the commander at large, because I don't think he is at large at all. He is not large, and he is certainly not in charge. They should be calling him commander at small. I think these guys deserve even worse than, I am at liberty to say out loud. But I can think it. It's not illegal to think it yet, until Neuralink and Palantir do a collabo and figure out a way to, Neuralink our fucking brains. Thought crimes are still not illegal. And I'm thinking it. Oh, I'm thinking it. If we get a socialist government after Trump, do you think there will be a massive Nuremberg-style trials where people are tried en masse? That's never been done in the U.S. before. I'm curious what it would look like. It has been done in the U.S. before. It's called the McCarthyist trials, and it wasn't done to criminals, but it was done to people who were kind individuals, nice individuals, people who were progressive-minded individuals, socialists and communists alike. I would like to do a McCarthyist trial, but for reactionary sentiment, yes. Nuremberger trials for the Burger Reich. Katie Miller, co-founder of Anthropic. My deep loyalty is to the principles of classical liberal democracy. If this is what they say publicly, this is how their AI model is programmed. Woke and deeply leftist ideology is what they want you to rely upon. Wait, what? Classical liberalism is woke? What are we doing? They has slaves, man. The fuck do you mean classical liberalism is woke? If you think classical liberalism is woke, then what are you, a fucking monarchist? Like, I don't understand. Classical liberalism is like, I'm a liberal. I don't like the monarch, but I like slaves. Specifically child labor, And obviously there's a wide range of opinion on stuff like that. But nowadays, whenever people talk about classical liberalism, that's what it is. Unless you are literally a monarchist, I guess. Read a fucking book, lady. Having to know about, much less have major areas of American life vandalized by these absolutely illiterate dopes with nothing going on in between their ears is so demoralizing and degrading. It makes me think it's a part of a conscious strategy. I do think that sometimes too. I also, dude, 100% I agree with Will on this. There are so many instances where I feel like when I see like Republicans behave in this like incredibly, unimaginably stupid fashion, where it almost feels like they're wearing it as a badge of honor, like, oh, I'm stupid and there's nothing you can do about it because the stupids are running the fucking show. It kind of feels like they're, like, I'm sure they're actually genuinely stupid, but sometimes it feels like they're doing it on purpose to just like piss off people who are at least like somewhat educated. Because it makes me lose my mind, like, especially this new meta of vice signaling and like putting yourself in like in a increasingly humiliating capacity where you're like, I live in my own piss and shit, but also you had to smell my piss and shit. Therefore, you're owned. It's like, but you're shitting yourself. You shit yourself and pissed yourself, and now no one wants to be around you. Like, how am I getting owned? It's like, well, you still smelled it. I destroyed you. That's what it feels like. It feels like they're just doing it on purpose as a flex to be like, how does it make you feel that you went to fucking woke college and you read your gay libtard books and you developed a worldview off of that reading that you did. And now people who objectively refuse to read, people who are functionally illiterate are running the fucking show and they get to dominate every facet of your existence. And we will keep cutting R&D funding. We will keep redistributing the already limited resources the working class never actually gets to see to some of the dumbest, fattest neo-Nazis you've ever seen. We're going to give them guns and we're going to tell them, you know, raise hell, baby. You can do whatever you want. Go kill those woke libtards. That is actually what it fucking feels like. Ex-Groper Chatter here. This is 100% a real sentiment on the right. It's insane. Like, so they know they're stupid and they're wearing it as a badge of honor. Is that what it is? Like, I don't understand that. Also, at least like one of their most notable fucking figures is actually competent. Nick Fuentes is at least a skilled orator and also simultaneously an intelligent person, even though he's a fucking freak ass. I wouldn't say he's like, he's not unintelligent. Perhaps that's the reason why he can't get notoriety and fucking hates that Candace Owens has been cleaning his audience. You know? Like, that's why he was seething when Candace Owens was eating into his audience. They were like, wow, well, you guys are not doing anti-Semitism the right way. Famous Cornell study, stupid people are too stupid to be able to tell that they are stupid. I mean, Dunning-Kruger, right? Nick Fuentes is a moron. Dean Withers literally got him to call himself an asexual in their conversation about homophobia. I don't think Nick Fuentes is a moron. I think he's evil. I think he's a gross little creature. But I don't think he's a moron. I think it serves us no purpose to undermine our ideological opponents, our enemies. I think you should always be honest. It's like the same thing with Destiny. Destiny is actually dumber than Nick Fuentes, but he's a much more skilled debater than most people. Like, Destiny has read less books than Nick Fuentes, 100%, for sure. And still, Nick Fuentes is obviously more evil than Destiny is. But regardless, Destiny is a skilled orator. You can say that. It's fine. It's appropriate to say. You need to understand. You need to understand your enemy's skills and the areas where they're actually the areas where they have demonstrated profound skill and areas where they're weak, and exhaust their weaknesses over and over again. Can't debate his son. Yeah, I mean, that's where Nick Fuentes being a skilled orator also comes into play. And Destiny being a deadbeat dad also comes into play too, probably. That's why he lost his son to Nick Fuentes. Bro, as I said before, acting dumb as a rock is OP. It's 100% a thing they do to spite you and wear you down. Erdogan supporters do that all the time, especially because they think the only way they lose is by getting convinced. They want you to think they are unconvincible. Annoying voice equals skilled debater. Be for fucking real. No, dude. I don't think you guys understand. Debate Club is very different than debates on the internet or on television, okay? When you're doing an actual moderated debate, there are points that you would get, there are infractions for engaging in logical fallacies, okay? Logical fallacies are actually the greatest weapon you can wield when you do normal debates on TV or on the internet. As a matter of fact, Ben Shapiro is known as a skilled debater because he deploys every fucking logical fallacy he possibly can. His most famous one is gish galloping. There's also another very powerful tool when you're a good debater. It's called lying, okay? You can deflect, misdirect, lie, talk about irrelevant things, attack the fucking, the vessel rather than the argument. All of these sorts of things that you normally could not do in a regular debate format, you absolutely can do when you're debating on the internet. The rules are very different, okay? The rules are very different. As a matter of fact, there are no rules. And that's precisely the reason why when I say someone is a skilled orator, I'm talking about people who engage in Mott and Bailey, gish galloping, straw manning, ad hominem attacks, like every single thing that you normally would consider to be illegal to do in a real debate club style setting is actually a very powerful tool at your disposal when you're debating people in the wild. That's it. A lot of people fundamentally don't understand what debates are about. They think debates are about like, two skilled interlocutors facing off one another in the marketplace of ideas where the best ideas thrive. And the example I've used for years and years of the example I use for a decade almost at this point is that if Ben Shapiro, who is a somewhat skilled orator, a good debater, if you will, faced off against a shy, maybe neuroatypical climate scientist, in spite of the fact that the climate scientist is obviously much more knowledgeable about the scientific consensus around anthropogenic climate change, Ben Shapiro would look like he defeated that person. Would Ben Shapiro be right? No. Ben Shapiro would seem right. Because that's what debates are about. Neurodivergent climate scientist, why you calling me out, bro? I mean, you know what I mean. Like, Bill Nye is not he's not like the best scientist or anything. He's just the best science communicator, right? That's a whole different set of skill that you need to craft. Why is the public debate format held in such high regard in the West? It sucks so much because it's fucking ritual. It's the ritual of it all. It's blood sport. It's blood sport. It's entertainment. It's entertainment that makes you think you're intelligent because it's entertainment that's basically teaching you. It's entertainment that's basically teaching you or makes you feel like you're learning the talking points. And in some instances it is.
Agents that he was with to now be sidelined in Minneapolis, where, again, he was a key player in the crackdown on cities and had been for over the course of the last year, Aaron.
All right, Priscilla, thank you very much. And obviously a very significant development. They can mince words and dance around words all they want, but obviously this is important. Also tonight, remembering Alex Pretty, now joining me is Dr. Asma Shakit, who mentored and worked with Alex at the Minneapolis VA. And Dr. Shakit, as I said, I'm very glad to see you, although I'm sorry for these circumstances that we're talking under. You worked with Alex for 6 years, right? So you knew him well, and you would have worked in, incredibly difficult and exhausting situations where you really know a person and you really see a person for who they are. So when you are on Saturday morning going about your life, getting ready for a storm, and you see this happen in Minneapolis, and then you see it's Alex Pretty, what in the world did you think?
It was complete disbelief and utter shock. I couldn't believe that this was our Alex, the Alex we knew. And the way I found out is through a group text, which Alex is on. And it's our research group that always, used to text on the same group. And we just were all completely in shock and very, very devastated.
I can only imagine if he's in that group and you see his number on there and maybe hoping, he'll respond.
Absolutely.
He'll respond. And of course, we understand his phone, it appears, Priscilla had been reporting, is in federal custody. We don't know we know his phone. We don't even know what's on it. We know now your text messages are there. You said that he had talked to you a lot about what he considered his civic duty. And I'm automatically going to think that people like you and like he who are dedicating yourselves and working in a place like a veterans hospital, right? I mean, people who walk the walk. Does it surprise you at all that he was protesting ICE, right? That he was out also doing that?
Yeah, knowing what I know of Alex, it does not surprise me at all that he was part of a peaceful process. He was all about being a good citizen, standing up for your neighbors, your community, and standing up for what he believed was unjust or unfair. And so the fact that he was at a peaceful protest does not at all surprise me. That would be very much Alex.
And it's interesting. The Washington Post, they had a friend of his who had said that he had been going to some of these to try to help people if anybody was injured, right? That he was using his medical skills. The families of one of the patients at the VA shared a video, and they showed Pretty honoring that veteran's service. And I wanted to play a part of that for you.
Today we remember that freedom is not free. We have to work at it, nurture it, protect it, and even sacrifice for it. May we never forget and always remember our brothers and sisters who have served, so that we may enjoy the gift of freedom. So in this moment, we remember and give thanks for their dedication and selfless service to our nation in the cause of our freedom. In this solemn hour, We render him our honor and our gratitude.
I find that so valuable because we're actually seeing him in his environment and seeing him talk, right? When all we've seen is him film and die thousands of times on our screen, to be crass but blunt about it. What was he like with patients?
He was exactly like you saw in the video. He was very calm and always, he was on the quieter side, but always very articulate. And he had a lot of empathy and compassion that shone through. So, when he first started working as a research assistant, and there was a lot of explaining the study, recruiting patients, you could tell he really connected with the patients, particularly veterans that he thought were a vulnerable group, and he truly believed he was helping them. And not everybody can do that as easily as Alex.
No, and what you're saying fits, though, also with people who didn't know him at all, right? We're just filming. They were just talking about how calm he seemed in that moment, which fits with what you're saying as someone who knew him so well. I'm sorry for your loss, your shocking and sudden loss.
Thank you so much.
And next, Trump touting a secret new U.S. weapon that he calls the discombobulator. Does it actually exist? Plus, China's Xi Jinping purging his most senior general. It is a stunning development, reportedly accusing a man who is also his longtime.
The stories that matter. Anderson Cooper 360.
Let's see what Abdul is saying.
So why the fuck is my government killing people with my tax dollars in my name? I was in Minneapolis last Monday, and I remember hearing the jarring sounds of whistles that you hear at soccer practice on every corner. It's become the sound of an imminent ICE raid. That's what it sounds like when your government occupies the city in your country instead of funding your health care. Now, it's not lost on me that Alex Preddy was a nurse who worked at the VA, a VA that has been massively underfunded. And if that's not a metaphor for how our country is working under Donald Trump, I don't know what is. You've got literally somebody who's spending his life taking care.
The discombobulator thing is so fucking stupid, dude. I don't know what the hell. I feel like it's fake. I have no opinion. I have no opinion on that.
Care of veterans in an institution that exists to take care of people who served their country that is being underfunded, and instead you've got ICE, an agency that is being funded to the tune of $185 billion, that killed him because he was willing to videotape them because we have First Amendment rights in this country. I've been very clear, we've got to abolish ICE, because if we believe in our Constitution, ICE is everything the Constitution was intended to protect you from. This can't be
Brandon Johnson had said something about ICE. I forgot what he said.
He said abolish it because he's not a pussy.
Yeah.
Yep.
That easy, gang.
Zoran Mamdani said abolish it because he's not a pussy.
Not a pussy.
Yep.
Yeah, Zoran
that's my
sat
right
there
line.
and
You
said
niggas don't say it. You're a pussy.
You're a pussy. You're a pussy. Straight
All
like that.
Cool. It's straight like that because what are we doing at this point?
Yeah.
Stop it. This
Yeah.
this was created for a purpose. The purpose that is not serving right now. And if your foreign policy ambitions match up with where we should be domestically, you'd make that call: abolish ICE, end the wars, and the.
Fuck you. Trump just showed off the discombobulator. Beauty begins the moment you decide to be yourself. Coco Chanel. Why are you doing this? Yeah. Laura Loomer, she's a free spirit. We used her as a discombobulator. Everyone was discombobulated. Discombobulated! Laura Loomer. She's so loopy and so loomy. She looms. What Abdul's opponent said, if you didn't see.
Many of you, I am horrified and heartbroken watching video after video, and the more that we learn about the murder of Alex Preddy in Minnesota, the clearer it is that this is an agency gone completely rogue. ICE is invading our communities with masked agents, terrorizing our communities, often without the support of local law enforcement and local leaders. It needs a complete overhaul. So on the state level, my colleagues so far have introduced legislation to prohibit ICE agents.
Complete overhaul, you say? Huh. I think cops need a complete overhaul. I think local policing needs a complete overhaul. I don't think ICE needs a complete overhaul. I think ICE needs prosecutions, and ICE needs not reform, but abolition. Okay? Because this is like, I say it's a rogue agency, but it's not correct. It's technically not correct to call this a rogue agency because they are operating at the direction of the government. They're doing exactly what this agency was tasked to do. Trump is just taking it to its logical limit. She takes money from Israel? No, I know. I know she does.
When
I
wearing
know.
masks, require identification to protect sensitive locations like schools and churches.
Not as much
and
as
given the recent
Haley
news out of the Trump
Stevens, but-
administration, we must also reaffirm Michiganders' rights to safety and security in your home and prohibit warrantless home entry. Now, on the federal level, Republicans and Democrats alike should come together and deny DHS 1 penny more until complete overhaul and accountability of this agency, and that includes the following. Number one, fire any of the agents hired over the last year into this agency who do not meet the most basic requirements of what we expect out of any of our law enforcement officers. We need clear identification, prohibition of masks, and accountability across the board. ICE must prioritize danger.
The irony is, if you come to the table with abolish ICE, then you could get these provisions, even though these provisions are not enough. If you come to the table with, we're going to fucking prosecute ICE, then you can maybe even abolish ICE. If you come to the table with, we're going to do firing squads on ICE, then you can get prosecute ICE. But if you come to the table with this compromised position, you're not going to get the fucking compromise you were looking for at all. Abdul's comms director, yeah, she cooked. She said, that's a lot of words. 2 I didn't hear. Abolish ICE. Conservatives, I should kill people. Democrats, I should wear body cameras when killing people. That's basically what this is, okay? There's never been a moment in the history of contemporary politics where the Republican Party has come to the table pre-compromised. They never do that. That has never happened, okay? Republicans will literally be like, we should punish women for getting an abortion. And then they make abortion illegal. Like, they rarely ever compromise in general. They always keep throwing more bills at the problem over and over again. The idea that Democrats are supposed to come to the bargaining process conceding in advance is so fucking insane. I can't stand this mentality. And it's once again another reminder, as Jeet here also says, this victory was won by ordinary people putting their lives on the line in the streets of Minneapolis while almost all their elected leaders kept quiet or made only muted criticism. Okay? This scale back of ICE activities, this siege against the Twin Cities, against Minnesota, is going to end. And it is only going to end because the people got together and they resisted, actually resisted, not like fucking wear the pussy hats and say, we're going to vote them out. Like, actually straight up said, fuck it. We're going to take our cars and we're going to drive our cars around. Shit that a competent local administrator would get the police on board with. Okay. Dude, you can't just say his name like that, Lamau. I can, because that's his fucking name. I'm sorry that a bunch of neo-Nazis have decided to use his name as a slur. Like, that's insane. That's his fucking name, brother. What are you talking about? And I've been saying his name for years, and I will continue to say his name. I think it's insane. That's my name, too. It's fucked. GD. Yeah. What am I supposed to do? Even as the Trump administration murders Minnesotans in the streets, they can't help but attack our state on other fronts. The press releases from today. U.S. Department of Education and Health and Human Services refer Minnesota case to U.S. Department of Justice for Title IX non-compliance. That's awesome. It's because Minnesota has protected trans students, for the record. That's why they're doing it. God, this administration is so ass.
Criminals, not going after American citizens, not going after anybody without a criminal conviction. This is the priority of this agency, keeping our communities safe, not terrorizing our communities. They need to stop warrantless searches. We need thorough vetting and training of all officers to ensure that the highest standards that we expect of any of our law enforcement officers are consistent in ICE. They must have strict use of force policies with real ramifications and consequences if those policies are violated, and they must stop detaining American citizens. Anything less in this moment is a failure to meet this moment. And
yeah, we need to give them more money so they can train, just like with the cops. That worked out real well. Oh my God, they're talking about the discombobulator. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is happening? Anyway, R.I.P. Bozo. Pack watch the fucking bovine bovino.
Welcome here. Check yourself. Check yourself. Come on, man.
Huh. check yourself. Yeah, well, guess what? R.I.P. Bozo to fucking Bovine the Bozo. President Trump on a phone call with Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry. I just had a very good telephone conversation with Mayor Jacob Fry of Minneapolis. Lots of progress is being made. Tom Homan will be meeting with him tomorrow in order to continue the discussion. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. Is Homan any better? Fuck no. Of course he's not any better. They're using Bovine as the fall guy here to dramatically scale back the operations, because the operations were not for any real purpose. Brother, Minnesota as a state doesn't have a super high density of undocumented migrants, okay? Like, even the people that they were targeting, I kept repeating over and over again, 95% of Somalis living on U.S. soil are American citizens. They're not even like immigrants, okay? They're American citizens, okay? 60%, 65% of them are natural born. They're second gen. It's so fucking stupid. What kind of, immigrant proceedings, what kind of immigration laws are they violating? They're fucking American citizens. You're so stupid. That's why I kept repeating over and over again. It had nothing to do with the actual immigration, anti-immigration activities or that jurisdiction at all.
Gavin Newsom, Dad, how young?
Magadad defends arresting a toddler. Okay, I'm gonna skip these.
Now back to the breaking news out of Minnesota. So multiple federal sources are telling Fox News that Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino and some of his agents are going to leave Minneapolis as soon as tomorrow. This is Tom Homan makes his way to the state. That was the president earlier today telling everybody that he was going to send Tom Homan there. Also, President Trump had a phone call today with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, calling on the governor to hand over all the criminal illegal aliens. But Walz claims his state honors all immigration detainers. Here's Caroline Levitt. She was in the briefing room earlier today.
This tragedy occurred as a result of a deliberate and hostile resistance by Democrat leaders in Minnesota. Governor Walz and Mayor Fry have shamefully blocked local and state police from cooperating with ICE, actively inhibiting efforts to arrest violent criminals. They have also used their platforms to encourage left-wing agitators to stalk, record, confront, and obstruct federal officers who were just trying to lawfully perform their duties. This is precisely what unfolded in Minneapolis on Saturday morning. Obstructing federal law enforcement and inciting violence against officers is wrong and illegal.
Just yesterday, Governor Walz compared immigration enforcement in Minnesota to the Holocaust.
We have got children in Minnesota hiding in their houses, afraid to go outside. Many of us grew up reading that story of Anne Frank. Somebody's going to write that children's story about Minnesota.
Okay, so a little hyperbole there. Tomorrow is actually Holocaust Remembrance Day, so who knows what he'll come up with by.
Oh my God. Oh my God. No. I can't stand it. I can't fucking stand this shit. No, you can't be Fox News and be woke on this, okay? You can't be Fox News and behave like you're fake woke on this. You are literally bringing about, you're actively defending the neo-Nazi administration doing Nazi shit. You can't turn around and be like, oh, wow, how disrespectful to the Jews. Like, come on, dude. It just fucking pisses me off. Bin Laden should have aimed at Fox News headquarters. Why would he? They're like this, bro. Two peas in a fucking pod. Bin Laden wishes he could destroy America half as good as Fox News does on a bad day. Are you fucking kidding me? Remember, that's a consistent statement that I've maintained. It's like, if I hated America, if I was the biggest anti-American hater terrorist that these guys fucking claim I am, I'd just be a Republican. Why would I be anything else? I would just be a Republican. I'd be like, yeah, hell yeah, more tax cuts for the wealthy, please. Oh, white people are under attack. Let's fucking go and do a domestic occupation on a blue city.
But Jesse, the president also put out a true social statement saying that they had a good call and that they have some sort of way forward, hopefully, and maybe the Border Patrol leaving, if that happens to turn out to be the case, maybe that's one of the steps forward.
I'm very glad Walz called the White House, and they're both using the same word, which is cooperation, and that's all we've ever asked for. Hopefully we can just dial things back, we can get some cooperation.
Why?
And people...
Why? Things were going so well, I thought. Why, Jesse? Why is there need for cooperation now, Jesse? Things were going great.
Aren't needing to get hurt. He's not telling the truth, though, about the state. State corrections only cooperates after an illegal has been convicted and served their sentence. The city jails and the county jails do not cooperate, and they release dangerous illegal criminals into the streets, and that's why ICE is having to conduct these dangerous manhunts. But both sides need to change tactics. The governor of Minnesota is in open rebellion. He has called ICE agents Nazis. He's told the people to get in their face and to kick them out of the state. And now it's like a low-level insurgency. There's very sophisticated communication tactics. There's like food drops. There's supply chains. It's crazy. They have stormed into churches. They have broken into hotels. They've looted cars. They've lit fires. They've kicked. They've bit off fingers of federal immigration police. So it's out of control. And now they're aiding and abetting dangerous foreign nationals who are fugitives from justice. And what ICE needs to do in order to change tactics is stick and move. You're sitting ducks for 6 weeks and you have no backup from feds. And
wait a minute. What? I'm so confused. Wait, what? I thought it was going well. I thought it was fine to just like dominate a fucking blue city and kill a bunch of civilians in the process, kidnap random people, American citizens, migrants alike, on the basis of whether or not the most Hispanic ICE agent in any given moment has decided you are actually white enough or not. You know, because that's what the calculation is. Okay, you got a dude, a Hispanic dude, wearing the fucking CBP banner, ICE banner, going up to random people and being like, "You have an accent. Bitch, so do you. The fuck do you mean I have an accent? So do you, motherfucker. Arrest you. Arrest you. Arrest yourself. Fuck you mean? Free you." It's so stupid. Ay. I thought that was fine. What's going on? Stick and move. Interesting.
you have no backup from the locals. And you've announced to the entire country that you are in Minneapolis. You don't need to do that. You need to be more stealthy.
Yeah, no one's going to know. Hey, dude, you're such a fucking moron. And I do think Jesse Waters is like unironically stupid, so he doesn't know better. The whole point of this was to do a show of force. It's called force projection. It wasn't to actually do immigrant apprehension, asshole. That had nothing to do with it. That's why they went to Minneapolis. You fucking dingus. The whole point is not to be stealthy. It was literally, first of all, the notion of doing stealthy deportations is so crazy. It's like how are you going to do that? You're just going to have like 1,000 guys show up. 1,000 of the fattest guys show up all of a sudden in your backyard, driving around in Jeep Wagoneers, okay, with fucking lights on them and shit, and then start kidnapping people. They would get shot, okay? They would unironically probably get shot. They'd be like, what the fuck? We got a bunch of random unmarked cars and a bunch of dudes in like military gear not giving us their identification at all. They're masked and they're fucking going around. They're going around and kidnapping our neighbors. You would get domed in that situation. That's an easier way to get domed, in my opinion. Okay? But that's not the purpose anyway. Not only is it not feasible, but it's also not the purpose. The reason why the DHS was like, yeah, go get him, Tiger. 3,000 of the fattest Hitlerian Nazis are now going to be in your town. The reason why they posted that shit was because the purpose of this is not to actually fucking deport anybody, really. The purpose of this is to bully, humiliate, and hurt Minneapolis. That was the point. So it kind of ruins the purpose of this operation if you're doing it stealthily, which you can't even do anyway.
Like a boxer does not stand in the middle of the ring with
terrorize.
his hands down and just gets hit and just gets hit. All right, even Tyson had head movement, okay? He had defense. He can hit hard, but you move away. That's what they need to start doing. The guy who brings a loaded firearm concealed into a dangerous fugitive operation is crazy. You do not bring a loaded gun and start violently and physically resisting and obstructing a manhunt, okay? Anybody who knows, you have a concealed permit, and some guy is confronting you as federal enforcement, you say, here are my hands, I have a loaded weapon on me. And you wait for further instruction. You do not actively, physically resist. Now, you watch the video, and it's very, very chaotic. It may have looked like they might have disarmed this guy during the scuffle. You have whistles blowing, you can't hear anything. You hear gun, 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 gun. You know, the guy, anytime guy says gun, 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 and the subject pulls his arm back, you don't know if he's reaching. So obviously they're going to be doing a big investigation. They're going to find out what happened. We're going to look at the body cam. But it is not a clear-cut situation, and it's very divisive. It's partisan the way they're...
It's not. The only reason why this is partisan is because Republicans are fucking stupid, okay? I'm in a YouTube stream from the No Kings guys, and it has 70K live viewers. Hell yeah. I don't know what that is, but more power to him, brother. I think that whole Nick Shirley content cycle catastrophically backfired. I mean, everything that this fucking admin is doing is backfired. Oh, wait, let's get back to Bovine and Bovino.
Law enforcement.
This individual went and impeded their law enforcement operations, attacked those officers, had a weapon on him, and multiple dozens of rounds of ammunition, wishing to inflict harm on these officers, coming brandishing like that and impeding their work that they were doing.
Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller went further, calling Mr. Preddy a would-be assassin. Now, keeping him honest, it sounds terrifying. An armed man, a would-be assassin, brandishing a weapon, coming at officers, wanting to massacre them, bent on doing maximum damage. He's then shot in self-defense and immediately given medical attention. Now, none of that is true. We know that. Here's what the video from several different angles actually shows. We first see Alex Preddy observing the action, apparently recording it, and from time to time directing traffic through the scene. He was not brandishing the handgun that he was lawfully carrying in the holster in the small of his back, and he did not approach officers. Those agents approached Preddy. He had a cell phone in his right hand and nothing in his left. Federal authorities now have the phone and whatever video that he might have carried. However, they have not said what he managed to film, nor have they revealed what was on the body cameras that some of the border officers were wearing. And again, Preddy did not approach the officers. The video shows him moving to assist a woman who officers had shoved and knocked down. Officers pepper sprayed the both of them. They took him to the pavement too. One agent found his weapon on his waist. As we mentioned, it was in a holster. And again, to be clear, he was a lawful gun owner with a carry permit. Additionally, and this is crucial, as you see in the slowed down video, a federal officer took it from him before the shooting and before knocking him to the ground and piling on him and pummeling him in the head with a metal canister. None of the Border Patrol agents seemed aware he even had a gun. And then in the space of about 5 seconds, two agents fired 10 shots, killing him. At one point, for some reason, you see one of the officers clapping several times. We've circled that in the video.
I cannot believe that people like genuinely looked at this and still try to defend this as anything but a fucking execution, man. Like even the fact that they're mag dumping as he's dead on the ground, like 10 shots, and the guy is like backing up and still mag dumping into his lifeless body on the ground.
Counting bullet wounds or expressing confusion about who had Preddy's gun.
And yeah, they didn't even render him aid, but instead rolled his body over.
All in all, virtually nothing that the administration said in the immediate hours after this killing matched up with what the video showed. And when it was revealed that Alex Preddy was carrying his weapon lawfully, administration officials were highly critical of anyone carrying a weapon in the first place.
You cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you wanted.
He brought a semi-automatic weapon to a riot.
I don't know of any peaceful protester that shows up with a gun and ammunition rather than a sign.
Now, keeping them honest, that is not what we are accustomed to hearing from any of those three. In the case of the FBI director, Kash Patel, he even went so far as to raise money for Kyle Rittenhouse, who brought a rifle to a protest in Wisconsin and then shot and killed two people and was later acquitted in their deaths. Here's what he said Sunday and back then in 2021.
You cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you want. It's that simple. You don't have that right to break the law and incite violence. We're raising money. If you have a case, we will review it for free, and we will cut the check to the lawyer to file your defamation case and get your day in court. And if Kyle Rittenhouse's team is listening, or your audience is tweeting, this is what Fight with Cash is for. We will help Kyle Rittenhouse's defamation cases. We will pay for them by raising money so he can clear his name like I'm clearing mine.
Well, it's certainly a change of tune from him, now the FBI director, not to mention a president who once was all smiles alongside Kyle Rittenhouse, whom he called a, quote, nice young man. This time, the president went online saying, quote,
I never thought I'd see the fucking day when we're watching CNN do this U-cuts, bro.
Magazines and ready to go. What's that about?
I guess woke is totally back.
Again, this is from a president who until this weekend hardly stopped talking
it's
about
complete and utter woke victory.
I'm going to save your Second Amendment. The Second
Oh my
Amendment
God, it is total
is
woke
under
victory.
siege.
What the fuck?
Believe me. To ensure
CNN is woke again,
Americans have the means to protect themselves in this age of terror. I will be always defending the Second Amendment. We are going to be so strong with our Second Amendment. We're not letting our Second Amendment go. If the left gains power, they will demolish the suburbs, confiscate your guns, and appoint justices who will wipe away your Second Amendment and other constitutional freedoms.
The president has always also made it clear he's always going to protect the constitutional right, the Second Amendment constitutional right of Americans to own guns.
And now he supports the Second Amendment, just not all the time, depending on who's carrying the gun and who gets killed. Alex Preddy was apparently not his kind of gun owner. He was, however, someone who served his country by caring for its wounded and badly ill veterans, by comforting them in their final hours and honoring their passing.
Today we remember that freedom is not free. We have to work at it, nurture it, protect it, and even sacrifice for it. May we never forget and always remember our brothers and sisters who have served so that we may enjoy the gift of freedom. So in this moment, we remember and give thanks for their dedication and selfless service to our nation in the cause of our freedom. In this solemn hour, we render them our honor and our gratitude.
Joining me now is Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison. I appreciate you being with us here in the freezing cold. First of all, just the latest developments of, it seems, the reassignment of Mr. Bovino and the bringing in of Tom Homan. What do you make of that?
Well, it sounds like they need to change tempo in their eyes. But I can tell you that Minnesotans have had quite enough of Mr. Bovino. Glad to see him go. And the fact is that this city is outraged, is upset, 50,000 plus marched in this freezing cold weather, 9 below, just a few days ago. The day before Mr. Preddy was shot down and killed, we marched 50,000 strong in the cold. So people are really, really upset, and I think Bovino leaving can only be a good development, and we'll hope for the best. But we're going to continue to press the claim of our state, and no matter who's there.
Yeah, I mean, a federal judge said...
Damn, dude, Hasanabi heads after appearing on my stream. They get around, you know what I mean?
Was that for you?
Not very. I didn't expect that.
She said the law is unclear, and I think you guys acknowledged that in court.
Well, one thing, so the circumstances are unclear. This is the largest escalation and deployment of immigration agents in the history of the country. Give you an example. I was talking to a colleague of mine today who's an AG on a border state in the South.
Why are they inviting him? Why is Hassan being invited to things?
Stand up to the Sinaloa cartel. They're losing ICE agents, but I can
you
tell
should
you where
invite
they are.
me instead. I won't go, but you should invite me anyway, and you should stop inviting him.
Another state, and they're here.
Right, and that's remarkable, isn't it? And so the bottom line is that I'm not disappointed about the ruling. Judge Menendez is a very careful, excellent jurist. We are hoping for a quick answer, but I'll tell you, we are under very unique circumstances, Anderson. So I'm not surprised that the judge is going to take her time. Some have said our lawsuit's novel. I don't think it's novel. It's based on very old principles of law, but it's meeting a circumstance that is very novel and very new.
You also went to court to try to make sure that the evidence, whatever evidence that the federal government has, which I don't think they've even informed you about, that they preserve it. How concerned are you that they won't?
I'm very concerned. Well, first of all, they locked us out of the Renee Good matter. and denied us access to that file. And then there was another shooting in North Minneapolis of a Venezuelan man who survived. And so when this third incident occurred, we weren't trusting them. We moved Saturday night, and we're able to get a TRO, a temporary restraining order, very quickly. And so we were in court on that again today so that all parties could be heard, because the TRO is generally an ex parte matter. So I don't trust them at all, and I hope the court rules in our favor to protect this evidence.
There have been some in the Department of Justice who've been critical of Minnesota officials and Minneapolis police for losing control of the crime scene to protesters who came. I've heard from police officials who said, the federal government had control of the crime scene, refused to allow state investigators who should be investigating this in this state, and then just left.
Well, I'm offended that they would try to smear local law enforcement that way. I can tell you, Brian O'Hare is our chief. He does a fine job. Sheriff Witt is our sheriff. She does a fine job. And they know how to process a crime scene. They were excluded from that crime scene.
What is this? It just hit 80K?
If the federal authorities want to make it up and do the right thing, they should do it. But to try to lie on local law enforcement just adds insult to injury in a state that's already been quite injured by the federal government.
Do you have any confidence?
What is this? No Kings? Eyes on Ice, document and record, and it's all libs being like, it's all libs going, yes, general crime, general strike. We'll be able to get copies of PowerPoint. I stand with Minnesota. Can you discuss more how two-party consent applies? ICE are animals. Rest in power, Philando Castile. Dude, I'm telling you, liberal boomers are out of control. Okay. Oh God, it's happening. It's actually happening. Liberal boomers have awakened, I think. Breached apolitical containment. Obviously, Reddit leans left more than most social media, but I've never seen anything like this in any apolitical NASCAR group anywhere. Bootleggers, not bootlickers. Fuck ICE. Yeah, the libs are now all trade unionists on their path to sock them. I don't know if first of all, you can't pull off a national general strike like that, just so you guys understand. And the fact that there was a one-day general strike that took place in Minneapolis is even crazy in and of itself. And it only happened because there was a tremendous amount of pressure from the public. I was wrong about yesterday, and I want to say sorry about being wrong. Wait, no, it's fine, dude. I remember this was the chatter who was telling me, like, why are you fucking saying Trump is caving? Or why are you, what was it? What did you say? W growth, though. I mean, you don't have to apologize for it, though. Hassan, come back to Minneapolis when it's warm. Yeah, I'll come back. Lennon was good at recognizing and seizing the moment. Need that again. I mean, I don't think our fucking material conditions are anywhere near as bad as the Russian peasantry was under Tsarist Russia. Everything that we said needed to happen for the last 8 years is happening. If the libs finally done with the establishment, we have a shot at real change. If the libs are finally done with the establishment, yeah. And by this, Michael from Pennsylvania, not from Beijing, means like the liberal voters. He doesn't mean like the Democratic Party. Just so you guys understand. If the base of support is demanding more radical candidates, then we're cooking, okay? We elect, these midterms are going to be very important for the future of this country, I think, these upcoming midterms. And there aren't that many radical candidates in general, but I don't think you necessarily need that many radical candidates. You need like 5 more Zorons, and the amount of press and the amount of coverage they get will make these establishment Democratic Party losers fucking it will force their hand into doing more radical shit. Because I was talking to Omar about this in the Minneapolis State Senate. Okay, Omar Fateh used that single person majority that the Democrats had like the greatest weapon of all time. Okay, every single thing that the Democratic Farmer Labor Party fought for in the state of Minnesota, specifically all the bills that Omar fought for, he fought for because he was the single person majority. He was the one guy that would just go, I'll shut down the state. You'll get nothing done. And he forced a lot of the more moderate libs to turn around and concede. So what you don't need, like, you know how they have the rotating villain? The rotating villains on the moderate side of the Democratic Party that are just like right-wing weapons. that are oftentimes wielded against more progressive, more radical, more broad sweeping change that is a necessity, you can have a rotating villain structure for a bunch of left flank candidates. Okay? For the Democratic Party, they have rotating villains. You can have rotating heroes, especially if they, by way of abject popularity, cause some of the other Democrats in the margins to reconsider the way that they're presenting themselves. Now that's real. That's a real positive outlook. That's maybe a little bit too optimistic for the America's near future, but that's how I see it. That's kind of cope. I mean, yeah, well, you guys said, well, this chatter apologized to me just now because he said I was coping when I fucking initially talked about how Trump is pulling out because of all the pressure that he got, all the pressure that he received, and all the negative press that he got. Get on the Plattner train, ignore the hate from certain leftists for him. Everything that I've seen from Graham Plattner since his Nazi controversy has been fantastic, regardless of his background. It's out of my hands no matter what. It's not in my hands. It's out of my hands. If people want to vote for him, then they're gonna vote for him. I'm a Pill Mill, Janet Pill's Mafia member. I'm joking, I'm not. No thanks on Cori Bush. I agree Wesley is scum, but Bush is not the answer. That's fucking crazy. Cori Bush is a goddamn hero, okay? You will not disparage Cori Bush in this house. How fucking dare you? Explain yourself right now. What? Did you eat the fucking AIPAC bait and you think like, oh my God, she's terrible. She was always absent. She was too busy doing activism and not busy enough doing constituent services. Is that what you're going to fucking say? Huh? How dare you? Cori Bush is literally the method, okay? Not only is she a fucking saint, she is far too good for Congress. She is far too good for the cesspit that is the American Congress. She's a goddamn hero, okay? Yeah, Wesley is the worst of the worst. It's not even a question. But there's a reason why AIPAC dumped $30 million into those races, okay? Are you serious? Are you trolling or serious? Wait, what? I think your role in coverage, obviously, among the people fighting had to play a role in this good shit, bro. Proof it still works. Jill Stein lover, who? Are you trolling or who? I don't know who she is. Cori Bush. What? Okay. I'm being serious. Yes. I really like Cori Bush. She's been on the stream. Tallarico or Crockett? Come on, dude. What kind of fucking question is that? Obviously. I mean, I'm not a fan of either of them, but it's not even a fucking question. Yes, Tallarico. What? Like, I'm not super invested in Tallarico. I think he's, he says the right words, but I don't necessarily have full confidence in him. But I will say this, Jasmine Crockett is ass. Like, straight up.
Damn, this guy's good.